All right. Hello. Welcome. How's it going? We're live. Yeah, today we're starting 10 minutes late cuz apparently there's been trouble in the multiplayer scene. Been some trouble in the multiplayer scene where there's a mod going around. There's a mod going around that lets you essentially well, we'll just call it what it is, some hacks, I guess. Or I don't know, it's file editing that basically lets you see your opponent's build. So essentially map hacks for Warhammer multiplayer that is usable in tournaments. Not legally usable, but it's undetectable essentially, which is causing a little bit of a kerfuffle right now. So I'm probably not gonna be hosting a lot of multiplayer stuff for a bit. Probably not. Probably not. But as usual, we have the good old Volkmar speedrun to indulge ourselves in. And yeah. Yeah, we'll be diving into that. Anyways, oh man. So that's what I've been working on over the last 10 minutes while we've been delayed. Making sure that messages are going out, making sure that CA is aware of the issue. And we shall see how it goes. I think this is something that was brought up to them a long time ago too. But that's something I'll need to look into. Sigmar forgot to bless the multiplayer bones. Yeah, it's sort of not great. May the mustache be with you this time, hopefully. I'm gonna be doing this one without the endgame scenario, so it should be pretty good. But yeah, essentially, it's the problem is, so you can see your opponent's builds, and on top of that, you can also see their supplies in domination. So the only mode that is saved or that is safe is pre-built armies for land battles. Oh my gosh. Aside from that, every other mode will be impacted one way or another. This makes it very problematic for a tournament host to actually give prizes to players. Because it is, as far as we can tell, undetectable cheats. So, regardless, I got my speedrun timer here today. I'm gonna do some speedrunning. Take my mind off of it. Talak was so aggressive. He agrees to join war with anyone with minus 0.1 diplomatic point. Talakwa, as in like tic-tac-toe. How much did we end up raising yesterday? I had to leave early. Oh yeah, in better news, we had a charity stream yesterday. Went on for 5 hours almost. It was me and Laura Master of Sotek raising for St. Jude's Hospital. This was mostly set up by Laura Master of Sotek. Definitely don't give me that much credit. I was just sort of there to be entertaining. But yeah, we played, we did it where every $100 we would skip a turn. And chat donated so much money, we couldn't move. we could barely move at all. And we raised $2,500. That's 250% more than I thought we would raise as a maximum. And yeah, you guys blew it out of the water. I would give more credit to you guys than myself for that, because honestly, that's a lot of money. You guys, yeah, over 2,000. You guys are insane. Yeah, we got. I think the highest donation sum was from Kairos Fate Weaver, who came to halt our factions. And yeah, and I saw many of you guys donating too. It was amazing. But anyways, let's get this one started. Where'd my chat box go? Aren't I supposed to have like a chat box like right here? Where'd it go? Chat. Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened. Let's see. I can fix this. Transform. Edit, transform. Position. I think I accidentally moved it into oblivion, guys. I put it out of bounds. close? Did that work? Did that move it? Oh boy. Oh, where's my chat? Where's my glorious chat? We'll get there in a second, guys. 10. Well, it's just gone. Plan B. We'll reset it. Alright, well. it's just nowhere to be seen. Did I change the scale accidentally? Maybe I did. Alright, we're gonna take one quick second. Feel free to grab a drink or something. And to see, not sure if you follow StarCraft creators, but Giant Grant Games did something similar with the campaign called Twitch Trolls Grant. Oh, I see. Yeah, it turns out people love just trolling the streamer. I didn't know he did that though. Giant Grant Games is sick. He does a bunch of speedrunning stuff. Speedrun challenge run type situations for StarCraft. Twitch is still in charity mode. Twitch is still in charity mode, as in just in general. Or are my bots still spamming the charity link? Oh my gosh, I found it. I found it. Oh my goodness, after great trials. After great trials, I have refound the chat. Now I just gotta fix it. Do some of that action. There we go. Jeez Louise. I don't know why that had to be so hard. Oh my gosh. Oh, was that why? Was that seriously why it was all buggy? Alright. I think that's about right. It's close enough to what I'm used to. Thank goodness. All set up. Alright, let's see if we can get this run done, guys. Let's see if we can get this here run done today. Great content, and it's on his YouTube archive. Hi. Some missions just boil down to him being too busy laughing to play. That's awesome. But alright, here we go. The thing is you need like, I don't want to have not enough donations for something like that. I feel like I'm still a growing content creator. As I say that, Piers Wilkinson. Thank you very much for the 8 months. Alright, here we go. Here we go, it begins! So, I looked at a bunch of different strategies for this run. And as far as I can tell, what I was doing is still the most optimal. The goal is pretty simple, alright? Also, I noticed that 5 hours is actually a pretty tight time frame. But yeah, Piers, thank you very much for your donation. Here, I have Sudenberg. That surely won't cause this run to take too long today. The goal is to basically ally with Tic-Tac-Toe and ally with Cetra. I've optimized a little bit on how I can do that a little bit faster than I was doing before. And the goal for that is basically we're gonna have to manual battle Manfred twice. Is essentially how it's gonna work. He's a little bit of a beast, but if I remember correctly from my training earlier, it shouldn't be too hard. Don't ally with the lizards. It's the plan. That's the plan. We're gonna ally with the lizards. It's better for borders, I find. Out of all my separate runs, I think the ally with Cetra and the lizards goes the best. But the very important thing that I have to make sure I do properly is I gotta be really careful to make sure that when sorry, I'm just doing my turn right now. I have to be very careful that when I actually ally with them, I don't have to give away territory. Otherwise, that slows me down a bit. Are you going to Cathay? Not immediately. I ran that run a few times, and it didn't work nearly as well as I would hoped. Because I get to Cathay with the 20 stack of grenade launchers at roughly 22 minutes. You might be thinking that's insane, 22 minutes and you're already in Cathay just romping around with grenade launchers. That's great. Unfortunately for me, though, that's actually not as hype as you would expect. Cathay sort of really needs multiple armies to be easily conquerable. And by the time I get there, a single grenade launcher stack isn't that great. Because we're fighting the likes of Lokir and his Black Arcs, and Nakai with his crazy settlements and his horde armies, which are super evasive. So it actually takes way longer than I would have expected. Hey, Student Gloss, hello.
Volkmar the Grim. I will.
Fun difference that you might notice from this run compared to the last one. I'm actually taking Bagar this time. We're gonna go ahead and take it immediately. And the reason for doing so is simple.
Yes, forward.
I basically just want to rush down Vlad right here, because he's gonna go to the Springs of Eternal Life. He's gonna leave his main settlement mildly undefended, and that is when I will strike. What's this audio quality? Oh, people are talking about audio quality, blurry view for anyone else? Yeah. YouTube seems like it auto sets quality low sometimes for people. Would it be a good idea to bump it to 7 or 8? What do you mean by bump it to 7 or 8? I have no idea what you are talking about. Alright, sick. So we're gonna take the settlement with Volkmar. We're gonna go here. We're gonna join war against the Leaf Cutters to start becoming friends with these guys. And then the hope is that Manny doesn't end this run again. But we're gonna attack Kosovar next turn. And it should be a fairly straightforward battle too. Volkmar is pretty beastly. So he just sort of spams Soulfire at a blob at the gate. And then fingers crossed it goes well. Destroy Lizard ally with the Skellies? Nah, that takes too long. I really need to get the consolidated force as soon as possible. Okay, here we go. So it's going to be valiant defeats. That's totally fine with me. Because in this settlement battle, we have a very, very nice position that we can take. Sorry, just adjusting my chat real quick. It isn't lining up perfectly, which bothers me greatly. Why not ally with Manfred and destroy the lizard? So I tried allying with Manfred, and true to his lore, he's a piece of crap. He backstabs you immediately. There was like a random Beastman Horde army that showed up. I asked Manfred to try and help me in the war. He declined, broke the alliance, declared war on me, took all my settlements. Like, what am I supposed to do with that guy? At least the lizards, once you get the military alliance out of the way, they're pretty chill. Manfred's like itching to stab you in the back. Like he does not care at all. Like he does it out of pure joy. Not even necessity, man. It's insane. Based Manfred. Yo, seriously though, he knows what he likes. And that is stabbing people in the back. Classic. Strangely enough, though, in stabbing Volkmar in the back, he actually saves the world this time. So, slight difference from the books. On which difficulty do you play? Legendary, very hard, always. Unless, like, I don't think I've played on anything outside of Legendary in, like, a year. I'm very much a guy that just enjoys... I just enjoy playing on Legendary very hard. Technically, I can paint the map faster if I don't do it, but then a lot of the actual problem solving sort of goes away. There's a lot less to solve when everything is super easy to auto-resolve. Then it just becomes how quickly can you hit the auto-resolve button. Right now, I'm having a great time with the routing. Alright, so this battle's pretty interesting. We got for ourselves here a bunch of these skeletons. And I got a whack load of infantry. Volkmar is decent at dueling these guys, but he's not going to be amazing. Like, I can kill the Necromancer, but they do have a proper general over there, Strigoi guy. So when he shows up, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. In the end, though, we're not particularly worried, because I have an artillery piece. And if I just sort of hot target it right in that blob there, it should do enough damage to sort of clean out the settlement. And you can see already, half damage. This battle is going to, I think between this battle and the Manfred battle, we're going to get stalled out by like maybe 5 minutes-ish, maybe a bit more. But it's all going to be worth it because it's a very safe setup to get into the later stages of this campaign. Gonna halt, wait for some bigger blobs to form up first. But yeah, it's a very, from what I can tell, this is the most reliable start I've found. I don't know if it's actually reliable though, so don't quote me on that. But from what I can tell, it feels like a pretty good start. Because essentially we have 2 manual battles where I can consistently win. And really the biggest RNG moment is like doesn't come up for a while. Like it basically, it's gonna be like, you know, whether or not the dwarves declare war on me early. But like for those, by the time I get to those RNG moments, we've already built up a bit. So it's more of a just a normal setback rather than, you know, something that could end the run. At least that's the hope. Is there a leaderboard for Warhammer full map speedrun? Maybe? I sort of do. I'm pretty sure most people run sort of differently from how I do. So I don't know if this run would qualify for a leaderboard, even if there is one. I'm pretty sure a lot of people like doing, like to do it on easier difficulties, because it is a little bit of a time saver. But I'm pretty sure the Warhammer speedrunning community is quite small. Last I remembered. Okay, nice. Look at that Shigoi guy going down. Now, you might be wondering why I'm taking this battle so carefully. You know, why not just like send guys in the back to capture earlier? The reason is simple. I basically do not, or I need to make sure this army can actually survive Manfred in a little bit, because this is not Manfred's only army. He has another army that is waiting about 1 movement away from me. So he's basically going to try to retake this settlement immediately after I take it over. So I basically want to make sure that all my melee is in decent health before, so that when that fight comes down, and I will have to manually fight it, I will be able to actually win it instead of getting annihilated. Can Tzeentch break your Lizard Alliance? I think he technically can, but he doesn't ever really do that. He likes to halt factions more than anything else, it seems. Really, this is really weird. I'm not used to the AI sort of resisting the blob this much. Usually they go much harder. Still, good for me though. It reduces my losses. He needs tech to do that? Ah, I see. Okay, there we go. Pretty good battle. Volkmar took a little bit of damage, but he's still in good enough health where he should be able to fight the coming battle. Yeah, Immortep. Indeed. Legendary, very hard for the fun of it. War Fire. Hello. Hello, how's it going? So I have some notes here. I need to go full growth 2nd province. I'm going to be building grenade launchers out of my eastern province instead of the western one this time. Simply because there's more territories to build up there. Which is, I feel, slightly better in the late game. Alright, so that's most of his armies down. There's Manny. The man himself has arrived. We're gonna park right over here. Volkmar's gonna chill. He's gonna get the survival expert. Make him slightly better at recruiting. Volkmar's gonna hold on his upgrade unassigned skills, because he has a chain that will unlock at a higher level. Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to go full growth here. You know, it's only a minor time loss. Yeah, Volkmar's gonna go for better replenishment in a bit. He gets like a plus 20 to replenishment, which is insane. Alright, sick. And then we just gotta kill Manfred. So after I kill Manfred, I take Springs of Eternal Life. I give that to Cetra. Cetra becomes my best friend. Go down south over here. Take over that settlement and the capital away from the Leafcutter tribes. And that will essentially make Tic-Tac-Toe my very good friend. Go faster. What are the rules for this run? Any specific requirements? We gotta paint the map in under 5 hours. Simple as that. Oh, Manfred didn't actually sally out. That's actually pretty good for me, because it means I get my turn of replenishment.
Forward.
So that actually makes me slightly stronger at the cost of him having one more army. Sick. This is good. This is very good then. Why Volkmar specifically? Because Empire, I find, has too much management to do for the Empire. And they sort of get surrounded by enemies when they start to expand. This is how I want to position. No. Yeah, Empire sort of, you know, they got Festus, but then after that they have Azazel, and then after that they have the Warriors of Chaos. And then from the south it's sort of awkward. Wood Elves tend to not like you very much. It's not a great situation on the whole, I find. Alright, so a little bit of a settlement garrison. Totally fine by me. We're gonna aggro them with my knights. The knights are good because they can actually book it fast enough. And that'll let me bring the vampire counts towards me a little bit sooner rather than later. Oh, there we go. We might have aggroed a few mobile units. Okay, that's actually good for me. But yeah, in doing this, I don't have to worry about marching my, like, you know, these guys across the map very long. So it's slightly more time efficient, but I have to make sure I don't accidentally lose my knights. Okay, nice. Couple doggos. There we go. So we just get a little bit of damage in, and then we pull away. And the goal, essentially, is to try and get the AI to attack me without me having to advance. It's a little bit awkward at times, as you can see. But it's better because I get to maintain my formations. There we go. Nice. And with the knights sort of in there, now we definitely will aggro them. Because with the loss of a unit of black knights, there we go. Now they'll start to advance. And in the meantime, I can get a little bit of a battle time save by just positioning my troops while they go ahead and do that. Oh, it looks like they're actually hard leaning towards the right-hand side. That is mildly good for me. As for the Vargeists, okay, nice, that's good. They chase down my my knights, which means that they are perfectly in position to get shot up by my archers. Very good. Looks like the same's happening to the doggos. Very nice. Let's get those knights onto my spears. And it seems like all of their flanking forces are down. And in fact, Manfred's even he's sort of botching the job a little bit with this engagement. He's going full blob tech right now. That is very good for me. So now all we gotta do then, if he's just gonna blob up there very heavily, is just keep Volkmar away from Manfred. Just keep him away from Manfred and we'll be fine. Manfred has a high chance of killing Volkmar here if I'm not careful. So we gotta be a little bit wary of that. It seems like my infantry lines are breaking a little bit faster than I would have hoped for. It's all good. It's all good. We will have to slow down a little bit. But I think if we can just get just even a little bit of crossfire here, we'll be fine. Alright, it got a little bit awkward. I wasn't paying attention to how injured my spears were. But I think a little bit of crossfire will do. Yeah, my great swords are holding well. I probably should have put the great swords in the middle. It's all good though. Because I still have my halberds here. We have some rallying guys. Archers are still doing good. Yeah, as long as I don't, you know, lose Volkmar or something. Something catastrophic like that. We should be good. I see you didn't get Manfred in sub 10. Yeah. So the way that I'm doing this run differently is I'm not going for the sub 10 Manfred for a bit of a more efficient. So the start's going to be a little bit better. Or no, the mid game's going to be a little bit better because the start goes a tiny bit more smoothly. And it also increases the consistency. I think sub 10 Manfred with auto resolves, I think it's totally doable. I think it's far too high RNG. I'm not a big fan of it anymore. Having tried it a couple times. Alright, nice. What we got left? What, some Grave Guard? Alright, that's fine. We'll kite them out. Still have my handgunners firing in this blob here. Hopefully that artillery crew can keep shutting that down. But yeah, essentially, after this hurdle, I should have a pretty consistent start. And then the goal is, once I can figure out exactly what the full run looks like and how much time leniency I have, then I can decide if I want to optimize this more. But I think first and foremost, I should be optimizing for the late game. Sub 10 Manfred would be great, though. I can't believe I got a sub 10 Manfred before. In hindsight, sub 10 Manfred, kind of insane. Alright, nice. I see a nice little blob over there for Volkmar. He's just gonna go ahead and drive into that location. Still got my handgunners here. They'll be able to get loads of damage in. And then after that, it's basically just the heroes. I think I can ×2 speed now. Just get Volkmar right in there. You might be wondering why I'm not too worried about losses right now. That's mostly because after this battle, I'm basically disbanding this army. And all of my units. As with the alliance sort of sorted out, we don't really have too many problems. As it turns out, you really only need Cetra and Tic-Tac-Toe. With both of them, almost no one attacks you. There's a chance the Ogre Kingdoms will attack me and end the run. But from what I can tell, that is at least a little bit rare. I don't think there's a super high chance of that happening. So, as long as it doesn't happen, we're good. Okay, nice. Just like a unit of Graveguard left. I think I took this battle a little bit slow. But in a 5-hour run, these sort of minor time saves probably won't matter very much. We'll see, though. That's the best part. I don't know if these minor losses will be very impactful or not very impactful. It'll be quite interesting to see. Alright, nice. Everything except for 2 heroes now. That means that they should be very easy to army loss. As Manfred going down should just ruin them. Typically, these guys, they might army loss at about half HP, I think. Volkmar's taking a little bit of damage, which makes this a little bit sketchier. Or I guess there is a unit of Graveguard, but there we go. That's all we needed. Very nice. Screw the Wood Elves. Yeah, the Wood Elves are sort of a pain in the butt. I can secure a non-aggression with them. And there is a fun thing I can do with Thorek Ironbrow, where I still want to kill him, because he has wonderful territories in the mountains. Hey, Strix, hello. Can't give you bits. Yeah, you can't give me bits because on Twitch, they don't let me stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, while also making money on Twitch. So, you know, their affiliate contract says you can't do Twitch and YouTube. You can do them at different times, but that's obviously sort of silly. Why would I want to stream on Twitch and then stream on YouTube? I guess if I had like very specific content that I feel like wouldn't work on my channel, maybe I'd do that. But yeah, there's no real. It's sort of not great. Here we go. I'm gonna get this so that I can start befriending the Dowie. Let's see here. How do I get the non-aggression pact with these guys again? I'll figure it out later. Let's see. Let's check my notes. So kill Manny, rush to the Greenskins, take their settlement after Tic-Tac-Toe goes down. Yeah, so I want to get the alliance with Tic-Tac-Toe. Preferably, I get the alliance with Tic-Tac-Toe at 22 minutes. It's a little bit ambitious, I know. 6-hour stream delay on Twitch. Yeah, there you go. That'd be pretty funny. Twitch, it's a pain though. It's actually a 25-hour. It's 25 hours, and Twitch says that if you stream on Twitch, they say that they own your content for 25 hours. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you know. So, like, you can't even... You have to do, like, on Twitch first. I don't even know how it works exactly. It's just a pain in the butt. Alright, whatever. At least we got our... We got our thing with Cetra going. Very nice. Volkmar's just gonna start marching southwards. Full money over here. And then this one's just gonna want to start building up. So while we work our way towards grenade launchers, that should let me slowly work up towards taking out the Greenskins. What's the fastest you've ever painted the map with Volkmar? I haven't actually done a full run yet. Or I think I basically did a full run. But it looked like it was gonna be trending towards like 10 hours, maybe 9 hours. Or I think my estimate was like a 7-hour run if things went smoothly. But I've been still working out sort of the most optimal strats. So I don't really know. I don't really know for sure what a run looks like yet. Because, you know, usually I run into like, you know, there's like a little bit of a hiccup and it's like, okay, I could optimize that. I spend like, you know, forever doing that and then it just keeps going and going. Which means that my late game is definitely very, very underprepared, but I feel like it should be pretty smooth. And I think with the big major hurdle, transitioning from Lustria into Cathay out of the way, the only thing that'll happen are more minor time losses. With the big question being, can I get it under 5 hours? Twitch doing a bankruptcy speed run? Dang, chat. Chat's vicious. YouTube chat, not a fan of Twitch. Who would have guessed? 6 turns? I'm gonna get this building. It's gonna take me a little bit to get these grenade launchers. That's about like maybe a 3-minute time loss. Because I'm getting tier 2 a little bit slower. Which is, you know, it's mild. It's not massive, but it's felt. All these time losses will slowly stack up. But the start is amazing. The defensive alliance with Cetra into defensive alliance with Tic-Tac-Toe is very, very good. So I'm going to go ahead and take the Sentry Glades. It's going to reveal these green skins over here. You can see if I try to diplomacy the Sentry Glades, not enough. Not enough to become his friend. So I actually have to kill off those green skins there if I want Tic-Tac-Toe to ally with me. Which is a little bit awkward. You know, I'm going to make grenade launchers here since I already have that at tier 5. Or tier 3, I mean. So I need to start prepping that settlement for grenade launchers. And then we'll use this for income instead. There we go. A little bit of recovery there. Tic-Tac-Toe best ally. So right now, from my last run that I was trying out yesterday, we're only 2 minutes behind. Despite the hiccups. Which means we're actually keeping pretty decent pace. Those guys better not attack me. Let's see. Tic-Tac-Toe actually having a bit of a harder time versus the greenskins this time. Oh, but that means that the greenskins are out of position. So if I can take over Coexel, if I can take that place out, and actually, if I can go ahead and take that place out, we're golden. We're absolutely golden because that is a guaranteed Tic-Tac-Toe conquering. Orion's camp. Unfortunately, we still can't ally with him, but he's not at risk of declaring war on us for a little bit. She's got to still talk about Elon. Let's shift the conversation away from that a bit. Just because I don't want my chat to. People don't come here for that discussion. Obese chicken, you know what to do. Just remove them messages if they show up. Yeah, Tic-Tac-Toe's he's a pretty good ally. He tends to win the southern part fairly well. Okay, this is perfect. Please be an auto-resolve. Alright, it's not an auto-resolve. This should not be a hard battle, though. We can win it the same way we won the Vlad battle. By spamming Soulfire like a madman. Obese chicken. Removing your own message. Oh, man. But yeah, this is basically playing safe to make sure that my setup goes as smoothly as possible. Tic-Tac-Toe got clowned in your Krokgar campaign by Kairos. It might be... Oh, actually, no. Kairos is a beast. Warriors of Chaos clowns anyone. That's why I plan to kill him as soon as possible in a wee bit. Alright. How can I... Can I do a little bit of this action? This is a little bit of improvising right now. But boy, do I need it. Alright, there we go. So just got to position the artillery way over here. Where they can see me. And then... They should have the gates undefended. Dang it. The AI is too smart. They're too smart. Alright, let's see what they got. Did they position? Okay, no, they sort of spread everywhere. Interesting. Anyways, I'm gonna get my artillery piece there. Oh, dang, okay, the AI. I guess, did I have a guy not in the forest properly? It's fine. All we gotta do is march in there and get the soul fires off. I don't think anything here can deal with Volkmar with 50% Grand Soulfire spam. I think 1 unit was visible. Dang. Alright, YouTube chat. One of your units wasn't hidden? Ah, alright. Well, that's fine. We'll live. Let's barge in there. Yes, I'm going into melee mode with my archers. Except for these guys. But yeah, I just wanna make sure that I have enough infantry. The main DPS of the day is gonna be Volkmar. Okay, there we go. I wonder if my artillery crew can help out from all the way here. Let's see if we can just bring it along. Not so sneaky archers haven't finished huntsman training. Alright, here we go. It's changed, never mind. Oh, the Twitch title? Yeah, I changed the Twitch title very last minute. Very, very last minute. Okay, nice. Looks like Volkmar is indeed taking no damage. War Boss is showing up though, so I have to be a little bit careful about him. If he manages to, you know, surprise kill Volkmar, that would be very bad. Like I said, Volkmar is my main DPS, so making sure that he just doesn't get too aggressive is important, while also keeping him in the front line to continue using his soul fires. It's a little bit of a dance. Nice artillery firing onto this area now. Very, very good. In fact, let's just fire them onto this blob. That little infantry blob, that'll go a long way, given how clumped up they are. Oh yes, here we go. Just right on there. Now, if the artillery friendly fires me, we're doomed. And I saw that sort of area of targeting was pretty massive. Okay, nice. But it seems like it is hitting majority the enemy. Thank goodness. Kill off their general. Probably get a couple soul fires. Oh, dang. Okay, artillery's doing great. I am going to push it up a little bit, though. Just in case. Just in case. We're doing this super safe because we're actually streaming. Right? And on the streamed runs, I want to do the best showcase of the progress I've sort of made over the last while. Sick. There we go. Man, Soulfire Bombardment, man. 300 kills on Volkmar. Insane. We are at 30 minutes, though, but I think the setup has gone amazingly. I've basically hit all of the goals I've wanted to. We got the alliances set up. Manfred is dead. And the point at which I want to start exploding all over the map and mass conquering is at the 1 hour, 30 minute mark. If I can be part way through Kairos' territory at 1 hour, 30 minutes, I call it a win. We'll see if that's actually manageable though. But yeah, nevertheless, that's the goal. Army losses, beautiful. Will live. Me to my cannon fodder army. Yeah, okay. I'll live. There we go. Let's clarify. It's fine. For all the ones that survived, they're gonna get disbanded. They'll get retired. Alright, sick. But yeah, Kairos is a pain in the butt, as far as I can tell. Kairos is a big old pain in the butt. More accurate, yeah. He will cause me pain and suffering to no end. Alright, here we go. So tic-tac-toe, I don't want to have business with the lizardmen down to the south. They are just a pain in the butt. So we're going to go ahead and give Quexel to tic-tac-toe. He's now my friend. We give him the Sun Tree Glades. And now he's mega my friend. And he also gives me more than enough money to upgrade my buildings like a madman. At Orion's camp, we can... dang, these guys are expensive. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna play it safe this one. I'm gonna do that because the dwarves already love me due to my technology. And if the dwarves already love me, it means that they're not gonna attack. And that will buy me enough time. That will hopefully... oh, whoops. Volkmar needs those levels. That will hopefully buy me enough time so that when it comes down to it, and the AI starts declaring war on me, it will have taken them too long and I'll already have grenade launcher stacks. Oy. Tic-tac-toe. No thank you. We're also not going to be joining many wars early on, because I want to focus on pushing into Ark in the Black now. What if they declare war on Khemri? I found Tic-tac-toe basically never declares war on Khemri. If he does, that ends the run. So fingers crossed he doesn't. But yeah, the dwarves shouldn't declare war on me either. And now we find ourselves in the phase of this one where we're just building up. We're taking our sweet time, and we're hoping that this greenskin tribe doesn't end me. If these guys make even an inkling, if they even show for a moment that they're gonna head north and attack me, that's bad. That's very bad. So, fingers crossed they don't. Man, you guys are making it seem like I'm the baddie. Pay no attention to the rumors about hedge wizards. Ah, yes. Good old hedge wizards. The best economy in the game. Okay, nice. Seems like the greenskins are not going to be attacking me. Makes my life a million times easier. And now we gotta go here. So the next thing we gotta do now. Krokgar and the Wood Elves are sort of chill right now. They're not gonna be murdering my face anytime soon. Actually, yeah. So we just gotta take over this northwest area, push into the dwarves, kill all the dwarves, then ally with Khalida, kill Krokgar, and then push down south towards Kairos, and we should have a pretty good run. Nice, and I think the greenskins just died. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And I only gotta wait 3 turns. Give it up for 3 turns, chat, before I can start making my grenade launcher stacks. For every stream like, 1 soldier is given a free ticket back to Altor. You know, honestly, with the number of viewers, I think you wouldn't be able to save that many soldiers. I throw away a lot of troops. Even if my channel was 10 times bigger than it is right now, I don't think we would have enough to save every single soldier. But hey, you know, you guys can hit like maybe 5% of them. By the time we get to the end of this campaign, it's gonna be a massacre though. Don't count on their survival by the time we get there. There's also a chance the Ogre Kingdom declares war on me. If they do, I'll have to start recruiting units. Not a big deal, but a little bit painful. Alright, so we are 35 minutes in now, and we are about to get grenade launchers. Funnily enough, the fastest I can get grenade launchers is, I believe, the fastest I've gone a full stack of grenade launchers is 13 minutes. But it requires me to ally with Manfred, which is such a tragedy that I refuse. So, yeah, and I also wouldn't have these settlements, so I actually wouldn't have the economy to fund 2 grenade launcher armies. But technically, I can get a grenade launcher stack at 13 minutes, 30 seconds. And I can be at Cathay at 22 minutes. It's just, you can't really do much with 1 army. Like, you know, in this case, I have way more settlements. It's just better. Here we go. It's time, people. Oh, crap, I screwed this up. It's fine, we'll have it next turn. So, to make sure that we're recruiting as much as possible, I've stockpiled a decent amount of money so that I can global recruit these guys. And you know what? I'm going to get rid of this building too. I want to be global recruiting, and I want to be spending a lot of money to do that, because pushing out and taking territory faster is much more important than like anything else. Because, you know, I could upgrade my settlements, but it's just not important. At least right now. At some point I would want to upgrade all of these settlements to tier 3 and get global recruitment grenade launchers and a whack load of blacksmiths. But that's sort of for the late game. The late game where I'm already invading Lustria. Until then, it's not especially important. How you doing, Enticity? I'm loading some mags while I watch. Hey, nice. Yo, I I tried shooting in VR. I have terrible aim, man. I have terrible aim. Yeah, I assume Regal, you talk about like shooting at the range, or do you do hunting? Obviously, knowing YouTube chat, you guys are probably gonna freak out about
Volkmar the
gonna flip a table or something. I'm assuming this is very mundane. Yep,
My
nice.
knowledge is yours.
Let's see here. I don't I don't own any guns myself, but I do have an interest in just military equipment in general. I'm not, you know, my stance on hunting, you know, it depends. It depends on the hunting, because there is you can do hunting properly, and there's in some cases where there's awkward situations where hunting is good. I know other people draw hard lines, so I won't dive into that topic too much, but it's complicated enough where I can assume benefit of the doubt. Yeah, so you know.
Blessings of Sigmar.
But yeah, I do have an interest in military stuff in general.
Sigmar be praised.
And you know, I don't endorse anyone forcing their opinions on others. So I like to make sure that I'm not that I don't just have any impulse reactions that just make me look like a silly goose. Handgunner IRL. You should just name him after one of my handgunners. Unfortunately, we won't be making handgunners this one. You know, funnily enough, I saw a video on YouTube that was literally about hunting down rhinos, which is literally endangered animal hunting. But weirdly enough, it's actually sort of a good thing, the way that they set it up. So they basically let rich people from across the world show up to their country, right? And hunt rhinos. But all of that money goes to protect against poachers. The people who show up and just like cut off their like horns and stuff. And in doing so, in allowing a bit of hunting from the super rich elite, they actually manage to protect the species more. Which is weird, but it apparently it works out. This is what I mean by complicated situations, because optimally they wouldn't have to do that, right? Optimally they can just protect the rhinos, but it's sort of just like, you know, it's just doing it because it works. I don't know, it's just such a weird situation. But yeah, sometimes the world be like that. Gotta be a better way. That's the thing, right? The government, who is highly invested in being able to keep their rhinos alive, right? Like, these are like people who really care about the health of these rhinos, right? Like, it's not, as far as I can tell from the little YouTube video I watched, I might be off here. As far as I can tell, they can't figure out a better way. like they're just like, yeah, no, this is, because like the thing is, it's like, yeah, it's just, I don't know, because like obviously if there was a better way, they would love to have a better way, you know. It's not like oh dang, trade agreement, no. Like, yeah, it's, I don't know, because like this is like, you know, these are like activists, right? These are people who have high, like you know, where it's very important to them, and even they're like, yeah, you know, it's sort of weird, but like but it works, and there's nothing that we can do better. Because the thing is, right, when you have people coming across the world to do this sort of the rhino sort of sport hunting, right, first of all, they can regulate it. Second of all, you also have like what's it, it's like, I think it's like a mix of like there's regulations and the fact that they pay a crap load of money. Like, they pay so much money that they can fund it. So I don't know, but it's, yeah, regardless, it's still complicated. Which is why I like to always err on the side of not jumping to conclusions. Cause like you watch stuff like that, right? You can't watch stuff like that and then say like X or Y is like pure evil or what have you, right? There's just like there's so many layers. There's so many layers, right? Because like before watching that, right? If someone's like, hey, do you think hunting endangered species is a good thing? I'd be like, why are you even asking that question? And now I have to be like, all right, well, you know what? It's sort of, it's, oh man. But it's really interesting. It's really interesting. Been enjoying watching my content? Well, thank you, Papa Neat. Yeah, they use the money, yeah, for conservation, and then they only kill certain animals, and then, like, yeah, oh, man. How's it going with implementing the purge of, what's this? What's this? Oh, the purge, implementing the purge in the US. That's hardcore. What the, how'd they get there? Random Tomb King's army snuck by me. All right, well, that's a little bit awkward. They're attacking my income center, though, which is less important for me. I can sort of live with that. But I'm going to have to pick up the pace. That's a little bit awkward, I'm not going to lie. That's a little bit awkward. Alrighty. Jeez, that hit my income like a truck. Are you kidding me? Alright, I'm going to need to merge these guys real quick. Crap, I just disbanded them. There we go. Solve that economy situation real quick. I'm gonna set myself down to, yeah, 1,100. That'll allow me a couple turns. Sometimes you'll run into RNG in these ones. Doesn't mean you can't manage it. That sort of, man, that's a lot of income loss. Why do people talk about the purge in the US? I guess, you know, everything's gray, right? Who knows? Maybe the purge is good. I don't know how, that's a little bit of a jump though, admittedly, yes. Yeah, The Purge is a movie in case anyone hasn't watched it. It's a movie where it's a silly movie about how, what's this, like, they legalized purging, which is like a one day in the year event where you're just allowed to murder anyone. Something like that. It's one of those weird movies. One of those like sort of what if movies that are really just there for you to just watch and have a good time and not think too much about it. One day everything is legal. Well, that's not The Purge. I'm pretty sure there are, what's it? I think I saw, was it like an anime or like a skit or something? Where there's like a town where everything's legal or something like that? Or is it a movie? I think it was like everything was legal in the town, but then it was like, but then local law managed to prevail where, you know, if there's a murderer, people deal with the murderer by killing him, something like that. I don't know. Oh, man. Anyways, this conversation's going weird places. Same with this campaign. Usually those dwarves are dead by the time I get there, but I guess they live this time. And the Tomb Kings, seriously, they just blitzed through my territory and then went invincible. Blitzed right on through like it was nothing. Yeah, that's a bit of a interesting situation. Here's the thing. Ark in the Black. A little bit undefended. A little bit of its belly exposed. If I can go ahead and attack that area, life gets pretty good. Because the thing about Ark in the Black is that he generally spams a lot of armies. Because his territory gives him so much income. But if I can take over everything there, I should be in the clear. Yeah. After I kill Ark in the Black, I just start pushing east. So I take out the Wood Elves, I take out the Dwarves, allied Kalita, kill Krokar. The situation might be a little bit different by the time I get there, but we can sort of react. Essentially, I just want an ally somewhere to the north. Oh, it's because they... I see. It's because they didn't have a settlement left. So they're just like, you know what? I guess we just gotta try and get a settlement somewhere. Yeah. So there we go. That should be the end of the faction destroyed. All right. So Tomb Kings are out of my hair now. We've restabilized our economy situation. And this guy's just gonna chill a little bit until that army moves on out. I have a little bit of time to waste. Let's go for growth. I eventually want that to be tier 3. Oh yeah, that's true. Arkan doesn't need income for his armies. Yeah. I guess like the settlements are well built, which lets him get more elite units, which is like sort of the same thing. I was sort of just talking without thinking though. Yeah. Regardless, that territory still lets him pump out armies like crazy. Is that just like his special buildings? I guess that might be it. Regardless, anytime I've declared war on Arkan the Black early on, he ends my runs. So, regardless, we're going to want to kill him. Let's see if this works. I'm going to declare war. We're going to siege him up now that he's recruiting. And we're going to get a battering ram. And we'll see if he sallies out. If the Mad Lad sallies out, then we're in the clear. Because thankfully for me, it should turn that valiant defeat into at least a Pyrrhic victory. You might also be wondering why I'm not picking up this army right away. Mostly because it's not super duper worth it. Oh dang, it's not. Alright, well it's fine. At least I delayed his his recruiting for a turn. I just gotta get Volkmar there and we'll be set. You feel like the Tomb Kings are embarrassed they're not Cetra? Yo, Cetra's going ham right now, actually. You guys seeing that? On the top right? Cetra's actually sorta... He's actually popping off. Jeez. That could be very good. That could be very good indeed.
Strike first. Strike fast.
Because if he can actually, if he kills off Scarbrand dead, he's almost dead. Dang. Yeah, that means that later on in this campaign, things could potentially get a lot easier. Problem with Scarbrand is that in the late game, he can sort of come on down south and start taking random settlements. So Cetra being extremely dominant there is almost perfect. I'm going to declare war on the Skaven because they tend to die to Krokkar. Gets me a little bit of money. Okay, that's fine. We retreat one more time to get our replenishment. And then once Volkmar's there, that should be more than enough. I might have ended up declaring war on the Tomb Kings a little bit early, but it seems fine enough. Weird. So the north is actually all Dowie. That's really weird. Alright, so what is this world state I'm seeing? Okay, no, it is Rapunzel. Just the map wasn't showing up as red for her. Okay. Yeah, I do plan on killing Rapunzel because this territory is far too valuable for me. Alternatively, I could ally with her, but I find she doesn't like Cetra very much, so that alliance would not last very long. Yeah, otherwise I definitely would ally with her. Maybe if the dwarves aren't fighting Cetra, but I think they are.
Do not engage.
Dang. Even the replenishment didn't work. That's a shame. If I didn't have to double back with Cetra, we probably would have conquered that already. It seems like my conquering of Kairos will be at about the 2-minute mark when Kairos goes down. But there's still some areas where the RNG can very favorably go my way. Essentially what I'm banking on here is for... I basically want to have it where Tic-Tac-Toe dominates the south so much, he kills Krokkar, right? He kills off the Wood Elves, that I don't have to worry about taking out Kairos. That would be a massive time save if I don't have to take out Kairos.
Not here.
Is this the second try? I feel like last time you were here, we went further. I think we did go further. This is the third try. I think at this point last time we were a little bit ahead. I had a few hiccups, but I was playing a strategy that was a little bit too RNG heavy. Was the main problem. So I think my previous strategy was just too inconsistent. This one's a little bit more consistent for a slower start. Haha, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. But yeah. Enticity, are you going for any of the books of Nagash? Yes. I very much so want the replenishment book of Nagash. That one's sick. That one, it seals the run. We are so set if I can pick that one up early. Because it means that my armies can progress almost non-stop. That book is, unfortunately for me, miles away. All the way on Ulthuan. So we're gonna be a while before that happens. But nice! Okay, finally got these armies here. So we're just gonna plow right on in. Hello, Flex Hugs. We're gonna pile right on in.
Yes, ready.
And we're just gonna start conquering. I'm gonna get myself a couple spears, just to buffer up Volkmar's army a tiny bit. And I'm just only worried about economy. Now, earlier, you might have seen me go for super early recruitment, which was nice before having global recruitment, especially when I got to Lustria and was pushing in. In general, though, I feel like just having more armies is better. So I'm going to be focusing mostly on economy. Hey, Jack, thank you very much for the $2 Australian, I'm guessing. If I remember correctly, that's what the A is. Thanks for providing me tonight.
Thanks for providing me with tonight entertainment.
Text to speech. No problem, man. Let's see here. If it's night for you, then that means I think Australia's right, I think. Here, have the Great Desert of Araby. Alrighty, here we go. So, I'm gonna split this way. And, okay, so Ark in the Black only has one settlement left. Very interesting. If I can take him out, it's great. Let's see here. Volkmar is in recruitment range. Yeah, I don't know if this army can take him out. I guess I can do, I guess I can recruit guys from my Regiment of Renown pool. Australia's in the future. A is your grade you passed. Only 6 a.m. Oh my gosh. This will be cherished later. Oh my gosh. Alright, dang. That is quite late. Okay, I'm gonna keep up with the consistency of the run. If, because I don't know if Volkmar can auto-resolve these dwarves without a full stack of grenade launchers. I guess I could pick up a few. More Sleb's Wrath. Don't do it to me. Hey, nice. No more Sleb's Wrath. Oh, no, we got it. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we need to get... We probably need Volkmar. Dang, he auto-resolves on his own? That's insane.
Claimed for the Empire.
When Wood Elves paint the map speedrun? I would love a Wood Elves paint the map speedrun at, I would love to do that at some point. First things first, though, we gotta do this one. We gotta get this one right first. Okay, nice. So I got my two armies. We're just gonna push in. We gotta kill off our pawns as fast as possible. Bounce northwards. Kill Aranessa. Give the settlement to Belagar if he's actually around. And then we go full throttle down south. And if we're lucky, we'll be invading Kairos before 1 hour 30 minutes, which I think is good pace. Because then we'll be in Lustria and conquering at roughly 2 hours. Get them Dowie. Yeah, I wanna take them out. They just fought off. The Beastmen. That could be huge. That could be huge. Are these guys allied? No, they're at war with each other. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take out the Dowie first. I'm gonna take out the Dowie first. Because they're not allied with Rapance. And that should make life a whole lot easier. I think this is better if I siege. Okay, thank goodness. Yeah, I guess it is like, you know, a double stack of grenade launchers. The odds of getting killed here are fairly low. The odds of not being able to win that auto were very, very low, actually. Okay, nice. So I load up Volkmar now.
I will cast out
And he's gonna go and fight Rapunzel. The other guy's just gonna settle a couple settlements to the north. Our income situation stabilized. This is good. This is very good. Where was I in my previous one? Let me check, let's see here. So... Oh, I didn't record that far, dang.
If I had my way.
I remember in my run where I beelined it to Cathay, at 1 hour in, I only had a few settlements. So, I'm pretty sure this run is better than beelining it to Cathay. Dang, I should have taken Setra's offer. What difficulty is this on? Auto-resolves seem very favorable. It's legendary, very hard. The reason the auto-resolves are favorable is because grenade launchers are busted. Simple as that. Simple as that.
Onwards.
Huntsman
Sick.
General.
So, Rapunzel, I believe, just left. Yeah. She left to go ahead and fight Cetra. Very, very nice. Get a couple more units in there. Actually, I'm gonna save my money to recruit the regiments for now. And then we're gonna go for Quartermaster now to make these armies even cheaper. Thus solidifying my income. But yeah, legendary, very hard. Grenade launchers are hella busted. Have you tried building a tavern for free go check early game? I don't think free go check really does much for me. It might be a very minor cost save. Could save me a couple minutes, but I haven't really tried going for it. One thing that I'm noticing though is tic-tac-toe's going ham. The more tic-tac-toe goes ham, the better. Yeah, he's... Oh, I didn't know that would kill those grenade launchers. That's fine. We'll re-recruit on our way back, and I'll also pick up this army over here. Not because its buff is really good, but because it gives extra units that I can recruit in case of emergencies. Yeah, a full stack of grenade launchers will kill a full stack of anything else in the game, basically. It is insane.
Huntsman General.
Alright, Rapunzel. She's gotta be here somewhere, right? Rapunzel has to be here. You can see sort of the exponential sort of growth start to pick up though, but she's gotta be here somewhere. I'm gonna recruit these guys. Boom. That's gonna make that army nice and nasty, strong enough to hold off more or less anything that comes my way. We've gone full economy buildings all over here. I'm pretty sure this doesn't give money, so I don't really need that. Nice. I'm gonna get a growth building here to set these settlements up so that when I get back to them, I can flood them to tier 3 and get all the blacksmiths that I want. Do you reckon that's a bug or a feature? Definitely not a feature. I think the correct term would be oversight. Where CA just didn't realize that grenade launchers had that strong of an auto-resolve. Here's the funny thing though, Warriors of Chaos have that level of auto-resolve anyways, so... I think it shouldn't actually be that high on CA's priority list unless players start using it a ton.
Hunters.
Alright, so I'm pretty sure Kofur is an unwalled settlement, so he can actually attack immediately, which saves me a little bit of time, because that means I can... Oh, nice. Belagar's taken the north. Honestly, while my start could have been better, I think the sort of the world order, the way that the map is sort of progressing right now, I think that is going in my favor. Because having the dwarves actually there is a pretty massive leg up. Yeah. Because what they end up doing is they stop armies from across the river jumping down and stealing my settlements while I full commit onto Kairos. You think it's the explosive missile damage that does it? Maybe. Does the auto-resolve just love explosive shots? Is a grenade launcher the best auto-resolve unit? Well, I think it's one of the best for cost efficiency. Nice, perfect timing. So the Wood Elves just broke their non-aggression pact with me, which funnily enough, straight up kills them. In breaking their non-aggression pact, they have opened up the grenade launcher stacks to dive bomb them now. Nice. So I do take pretty massive damage there. Am I especially worried? Not really. Because we basically have no more major threats here. We take over Pyrus, and then we are in the clear. As for the Wood Elves, we're going to introduce them. If I declare war on them now, I can't, because they were the ones that broke the non-aggression pact. Beautiful. Would you look at that? 3,000 gold? That's just enough for another grenade launcher stack. Fun fact, a single grenade launcher stack can kill the entire lands of the Wood Elves. Quite easily. So we're just gonna throw that together real quick and just run them over. Supply wagons for that extra recruitment. And now I want to befriend Belagar. So I actually want to start getting my diplomacy with France and the North going as fast as possible. Because it's very, very impactful as we get into the late game. Generally, hey Jack, again, thank you very much for the 5. I'll go ahead and get you another settlement. The thing about getting, befriending the North very quickly is that you won't really have an opportunity once you hit the late game. You'll have too many settlements, you'll be a strategic threat, they'll hate your guts. So it's very important that I actually make a beeline for it there. If Volkmar can take Pyrus, life's easier. He can't, that's fine. We'll give him a little bit of support here. Can you ally this challenge? Yeah, I can get as many allies as I want, but at the end I have to kill all of them. Is how the rules work. So yeah.
Base camp for now.
We'll see how that part plays out, because there's going to be a lot of backstabbing. Kofor, he shouldn't have. I guess it's not a particularly magnificent settlement. It was nearby though, and time is of the essence. Alright, sick. Can I get, there we go, Headhunter for that wonderful cost reduction. Wonderful. How's this? I want to build up income. Alright, we're good. I like Kofor. I was not complaining one bit. Oh dang, alright. Really? What's special about Kofor? Is it just in a nice position? It does have nice seaway access. Man, this one little lock of hair keeps falling. I cut my hair short so that I, you know, expecting to just gel it. Today I was a bit lazy. I was late for the stream, so I didn't bother gelling. And now it's just constantly falling in my face. The distraction. Angry gods for the sick growth, because Volkmar knows no fear when it comes to what's it? When it comes to his, not economy, public order. There we go.
Equipment check.
Nice. Sick. So now we just beeline it up north. We're gonna make landing at Sartosa. Volkmar is gonna be the one to siege it, because he doesn't have to worry about that too much. Shared. Shared. Are we still healing? Oh, sick. Alright, nice. And then they're gonna make their way back down south. This guy's gonna get the party started towards the east. And it looks like Mancetra did an amazing job this time. So this is basically just making sure that Aranessa is definitely not going to come for me. Fingers crossed. Technically, there is an Ikit Claw that could potentially run on down and cause a couple issues. Oh, I was just talking about no rebellions. That's at Kosovar. That's fine. Actually, it's not that fine. What if I do this? Does that hurt my income very much? I think we barely keep it away from rebelling. I don't want to have to deal with it. I just don't want the RNG of a rebellion. Loot? What's this about loot? Sidetrack and irrelevant question. Will we get some StarCraft 2 streams soon? Yes. Eventually. Because I probably won't be doing a lot of Warhammer multiplayer streaming for a bit. I talked about it to the earlier stream today, but the Warhammer Total War multiplayer scene is sort of in not a great place right now because a mod was made public. That is really weird. A mod was made public where it is essentially just a cheat mod that lets you see enemy builds in tournaments. and also lets you see their supply. So how many resources they have in tournaments. And there's nothing you can really do to... There's nothing really you can do to see, to tell someone's using that mod. So, considering that's sort of gonna be an issue for a while, I don't really have a strong urge to train or do much, really. So yeah, that's basically the big problem. Repair, demolish. I'm just gonna demolish them. We're gonna be giving this to Belagar anyways. Fun fact, I can get a warrior priest. Oh my gosh, that's actually sick. So the reason I get early warrior priests, even though I usually don't worry about levels, is because they give so much replenishment. They make the conquering of Kairos super duper easy. So I basically just grab these guys, I slam them into my armies, and then I have infinite replenishment. It's great. It's a marvelous thing. Sick, so that's all of that set up and out of the way. We're barely keeping ourselves from rebelling over there. We're barely keeping ourselves from rebelling. Why is this so low? Events? Angry gods and unhappy populace. Oh, I see. Volkmar's gotta do his quest battle sometime soon. Yeah, it'll sort itself out in most of these provinces, but in a few of them, it's a little bit of extra management, but nothing that we can't deal with. StarCraft stream was so much fun to watch. Yo, I'm so excited to do more of that. Does that mean you do more campaigns? Lucky me, I guess. Yeah, for everyone who likes watching campaign, enjoy. I'm going to be doing a lot of campaigns and speedruns. Yes, please. So here's the great thing, alright? If I can befriend Belagar, it's massive. It's actually massive, guys. Because he gives me vision of the Empire, and I get to secure 1 million trade agreements. All I gotta do is be able to pick up Belagar as a military alliance, and we're set. Okay, nice. There we go. Sick. We get out of here because it's undead, plagued wasteland, and then we go to Belagar, and we're like, hey, do you want a settlement? And he's like, hell no. Why would you give me Sartosa? And I'm like, all right, Belagar, if you say so. I did not plan for that. Interesting. I guess he just doesn't want it. Well, we'll befriend him later. I'm sure it's fine. I guess it doesn't count as a bordering province. All right, well, great. Now I have a random undead wasteland I got to deal with. Oh, man. In my previous one, I expanded further north and then gave Ikit Claw. You know what? Okay, change of plans. This is going to be a little bit awkward. It's only going to be like a couple minute time loss. It's not the end of the world needing to do this. But it's definitely a little bit unexpected. So we're going to go here. We're going to heal up. We're going to defend against the Beastmen with Volkmar. And I'm going to take a random Ikit Claw settlement and then give that to Belagar. Legendary very hard, yeah. He would have really preferred it if I kept the alehouse. Yeah, so this will delay my push into Kairos' territory a little bit. But it's such a big win to get Belagar as a military alliance. I'm gonna take the time. I'm gonna take the time to get her done. First things first, though. We kill the Beastmen. So just sail right over here. Take them out. They run away. Can I still hit them? It's close. It's close. Can I wall them in? Can I wall them in? Sure, let's try it. There we go. In the meantime, I do have a little bit janky, I know, but I'm sure we'll get the job done. In the meantime, we'll have this army, the actual army. He's gonna go ahead and get Orion's camp. And I forgot to give him a siege attacker, but I can recruit a guy for that, so that's not too bad. Doesn't the settlement need to border the faction before you can trade it? Yeah, but like there's a little pathway there. I feel like that counts as bordering. Does that mean you can never trade Aranessa's settlement? Do warrior priests get wiped out in auto-resolve? No, they're pretty tanky. I find they do quite well for themselves. Yeah. Sometimes it's a bit janky. Dang, my my little wall-in actually worked. I can't believe it. Alright, so... yeah, and they retreat from that. Oh, man. Alright, here we go. Let's do this. Go there. Go there. I'm willing to spend the time to make sure this is clean. Because I do not know yet what... Okay, nice. I can almost get him on my side without needing to fight Ikitclaw. Because Ikitclaw's a little bit of a diversion. I would love to just pick up these guys. And these guys too. And that way Volkmar can handle the situation. While this guy goes on and lives his best life. Alright, nice. Next up. We go here. We attack the Wood Elves in their forests. And guess what? A full grenade launcher stack heroic victories the forest. You would have never expected it. But yeah, the glory of the grenade launchers, they do great. We're gonna turn this into just an economy center. Over here, I can finally breathe again now that we're not suffering insane public order debuffs. And I can finally work on these two. The blacksmiths, get those going. Actually, I'm not going to do that just yet. I am just going to full focus all of my economy on building my economy while we're here. Just because more armies is much more important than recruiting armies faster. You know, we don't have the income to actually get that done yet. Bruh. Yeah. Yeah, no, grenade launchers are crazy. They're crazy, man. Now, I will still need to get... Don't forget taxing the shifting sands. I'm going to go growth and then switch it to taxing later. Because I want to get everything to tier 3 for that max economy. But yeah, so now I still need to get the siege attacker on my guy. And then we're going to fight the dwarves. Now, fighting the dwarves is pretty nice. The only awkward part is that it exposes me a tiny bit. And if they're allied with these guys, it's a bad idea. But it seems like the Dowie are not very friendly with everyone else. Which is perfect for me. We're going to get our one cannon for my tiny misplay there. That is the exact reason why I have the Regiment of Renown. It's to make up for those mistakes. From here on out, though, all of my armies need to recruit one mortar to make sure that they can recruit properly. Cetra. Nice, he's already chasing down Malagor. Perfect. We're gonna beeline it to Skaven Blight now with Volkmar. He's gonna take that. He's gonna give that now to Belagar. And then we'll have Belagar on our side. And we'll give him the other settlement too, just to make sure that he keeps going in that direction. Because Ikitclaw's a pain in the butt. Oh, dang. Krokgar is gonna declare war on me? Do I kill Krokgar first? Contemplation. What's easier to deal with? Krokgar now or kill the Dowie later? The Dowie aren't inclined to fight me now. The downside is that Krokgar is in the middle of... You know, he's smushed between a couple factions, so I'm pushing him in the wrong direction. He doesn't have an army nearby. I think it's better for me to go for the Dowie.
This is what we trained for.
Do your armies actually improve your conquest speed? Do more armies increase your conquest speed? Yes. So most of my time loss, funnily enough, is from hitting the end turn. I lose about like a minute or 30 seconds-ish of time every time I hit the end turn button. So it's actually fairly significant that we're not hitting it very often. Though, right, if army management, if the movement between armies exceeds like 30 seconds, then it starts becoming not worth it. So I have to be very, very efficient with how I move my armies around. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Also, another thing I have to start thinking about is working my way towards the Empire tech that gives diplomacy. That one's very important for making sure we do all right, because otherwise the Empire will just hate my guts. So I gotta make sure I build that up. But first things first, we're gonna kill Ikiclaw, or at least cripple him to the point where he's never gonna invade me properly. Because he'll be too busy fighting Grombrindle. Or, I mean, Belagar. So, let's see if that works. Come on, give me the autos. Close victory? Okay, a little bit sus. I wonder, will Belagar take Toboro? No, he won't. Alright. It's gonna be a Skaven Blight Siege. Come on, Volkmar. One time. Yes! Yes, that's huge. We're gonna loot and occupy that. Make a little bit of bank. Okay, nice. That's beautiful. So we're gonna get our 1 turn of replenishment. Volkmar can pick off this problem later on. Or maybe this guy. Still barely out of range for recruiting there. That's fine. But, yeah. Volkmar's gonna do a little bit of cleanup as he goes south. You know, take out the random Tomb Kings. Make sure they don't bother Cetra make sure they don't bother Cetra too much. And then over here, we're gonna, there we go, get rid of these buildings. We don't need this at Toboro either. And yeah, as long as all of my allies are sort of just, oh wait, I forgot. I gotta do the thing. Empire upgrades. As long as all of my allies are sort of perfectly fine and have all of their border disputes nice and solved, then we are very much so in the clear. Actually, I think it's better to get this. I don't know what's better, trade resources. I will be trading for a while, so I will go for the trade resources. But yeah, the stronger my allies are early on, the better. Because they will be able to continue pushing outwards very aggressively. Because all the enemies that they're supposed to be fighting early on will be dead. And that'll make it where the rest of my world conquest is basically without any issue. And the supposed thing that helps me once we get into the late game is that it will be incredibly easy to backstab the AI factions. Magrida gives you +1 public order landmark. Maybe keep it. Magrida? Where's Magrida? +1 public order is nice, though Volkmar's special item, actually, the +3 public order is basically all I need. Is Magrida, do I even have Magrida? I don't know if I have Magrida. Anyways, first things first, give him Skaven Blight. He loves it. Give him Toboro. Yes! That's exactly what we needed. So now he's given me access and vision to the Golden Order, who I will go up to and then get a, get an alliance with. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a military alliance with them yet. So we don't have more vision. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. It'll build up as this thing sort of gets underway. I'll also want to befriend the Bretonians once I get vision with them. But this'll do. Magrida's in Astalia. Oh, over here. Yeah, no, I'm not going for that. For what I found, going up north is more problems than it's worth. So I'm just gonna stick with this instead. Okay, so the dwarves have gone over here. Interesting, very interesting. So this means that it's gonna be very easy to conquer their territory. They might give Cetra a bit of a problem. I'll want to make sure I have an actual army ready to defend them. That means probably canceling at least a couple of these buildings. Let's see, my building management and tracking is a little bit botched right now. There we go. Yeah, I want this guy to... Wow, that recruitment's insane. I want that guy to defend. We're going to resecure our borders, take out the Dowie. And then from there, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing unless Ikiclaw is aggroed onto me. But I think with Belagar nearby, they should be quarreling for a while. Not to mention the Beastmen are also there, hopefully preventing Ikit from taking settlements. Did anyone see Ikiclaw die? Did it say he's actually dead, or is he still running around? Because if he is, it's a little bit awkward. Anyone have some choppiness on stream? Hopefully not. I'll take that for the money, sure. Yeah, some people say that there's a little bit of choppiness. It seems like my bit rate is nice and high, though, so maybe it's just you guys. Maybe it's just a YouTube thing. Interesting. Malagor sometimes causes issues. it starts getting out of hand at some point, but I feel like if I can kill Malagor, it's a plus. Sure, you know what? Volkmar is gonna be busy
How to proceed?
a little bit longer, I think. As much as I don't want to keep Volkmar in the north forever,
Equipment check.
it's sort of... Oh, okay, nice. Krokgar. Crocky G's finally declared war on us.
Move out.
Okay, it's a little bit silly,
Forward to victory.
but
Huntsman General.
but yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna secure that border. Man, that's gonna be if something's gonna be my downfall, it's Volkmar is just gonna be up there for way too long. In my previous run, I kept pushing up north with them and just took over like all the way to Bretonia, which ended up not being worth it. In this run, it might be a little bit safer. He's alive. Okay, good to know. So I'll probably take over Migrita and give it to the dwarves. The thing is, though, if he decides to move there himself, if Belagar moves there himself and wins the auto, I don't need to go there. Stream's fine. Just in-game frame drops? Oh, yes. Yeah, there's in-game frame drops because on Legendary it auto-saves. And the auto-saves on Legendary make it lag a little bit more. You know, that makes me wonder. If I just went down to very hard, that would technically... That would speed up the run a lot, actually. Something to consider.
Where next?
Seems like the Dowie are... Okay. They're tearing into Cetra a little bit.
Get to it.
It's not that bad, though. It's not that bad. And this sort of peacekeeping army should be able to handle the situation well enough, I believe. As long as these Tomb Kings don't declare a war on me, then we should be good. Now, I said I wanted to be invading Kairos at 1 hour 30 minutes, but we can stall that a little bit longer. I'll have a Kairos invasion at 2 hours. I think that'll be for sure. Based on how this is going. Unless Krokgar gives me like a huge problem. Can't take over Migrita, it's in a blood ground. I think as long as there's a settlement already there, I can occupy it. We'll take a look at it. Sure. I think my public order's fine right now. The sad part is that I can't get the quest battles done very quickly. Because I prefer doing the quest battles with a full grenade launcher stack. Just due to that being what I practice with. But this'll do, this'll do. Okay, nice. So Scarbrand's over here. Cetra sort of got swamped by the Dowie. What I can do is the peacekeeping army down over there. He can go ahead and start taking over settlements and returning them to Cetra. I think that's the safest play. This army's gonna push eastwards into Krokgar. I think Krokgar is... Yeah, he's at war with the Tomb Kings over there. So I can start returning settlements to Khalida. That'll make her very happy. And then we should be fine. Very hard also gives you more practice optimizing the late game without grinding out the early game. Let's see. Does Legendary have higher... Legendary does give more difficulty modifiers than very hard, right? Fun fact, Scarbrand can colonize blood grounds passively. Oh, I saw that, yeah. His mechanic where he occupies ruins can spread into blood grounds, which is very thematic. That does sort of check out, so I sort of like that. Dang it, valiant defeat. It's because I'm not at full force. If they sally out, I should be able to take it over. This is a little bit awkward if Volkmar dies here. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, but it's sort of a pain in the butt. Oh, Luther Harkin's here? Alright. Peacekeeping force needs to... I think I just get another one. I get another army to clear Luther. There's going to be a little bit of a kerfuffle here as we sort of settle down and manage everything. It's just a little bit of a kerfuffle. But I assure you, chat, that things are still going great. Pyrrhic victory, thank goodness, I'll take it.
scouts.
Oh man! All right, here we go. Here we go. This is where things get interesting. Yeah, and I just wanna recruit very aggressively to make sure that all my armies can still fight. At this point, we definitely have a whack load of income, so I can start spamming armies like crazy. As long as I'm not like constantly losing territory back to back, we're pretty good. Tic-tac-toe stopping Krokar in the south, which is really nice. If I lose that... Oh, okay, interesting. Sure. I think that puts an end to Volkmar's progression here. But, you know, it's fine. I think I've pushed deep enough into Skaven territory where he probably doesn't need to keep on pushing. It would have helped to have... If I had known Luther would have shown up, it would have helped for sure to have Volkmar go down there, but this'll do. This'll do. How's Volkmar looking? Okay, Warrior Priest lived, thank goodness. We're gonna evac. Get this guy out of there so he doesn't die of attrition. Let's see here. Volkmar, yeah, he's doing alright. I can bring in this army. Vermintide can colonize Bloodgrounds. Vermintide, really? It's really annoying as beastmen, I would imagine. Alrighty, but I think this area has gone pretty well. We're doing a good job pushing into Krokgar's territory. It seems like he doesn't have too many armies here, thankfully. Presumably, in a vicious battle against Tic-Tac-Toe, just trading armies into each other. So if they can just keep that up, and this goes nice and smoothly, we'll be set. And it seems like, yes, Khalidah's alive, and she's not too scary. She is allied with the Dowie, but shouldn't be too bad of a situation. Peacekeeper can go over here. We'll take over Numis and just give that back to Cetra. Okay. I think we're in the clear. 30 minutes until I want to land on Kairos' territory. The thing is, oh man, this seems like it's shaping up to be a 6-hour run. Technically, with no slowdowns, I would be in Kairos' territory at 1 hour 30. Of course, we've been playing it very safe today, but I would like to complete a run today. Are endgame crises enabled? No, they're disabled. Because they're just sort of annoying. And it adds a little bit too much RNG. Oh, I forgot to give that to Belagar. Crap. At least it's not in the hands of the Skaven, I guess, but... Whoopsie-daisies. It seems like the Vampire Coast's also leaving. That's a very good sign. How's Belagar doing? Belagar's doing alright. I don't know if he'll actually go there, but I think we've caused enough of a kerfuffle where hopefully there's nothing too bad. Belagar, can you just... Can I get Belagar to just get there? Fingers crossed. No diplomacy with the Empire just yet. We'll have to wait until we can get a proper deal with the Gelt. But so far, I think things are starting to be on the up and up. Did I just crash? Okay, no, we didn't. Ooh, thank goodness. Okay, nice. We take over Numis. And then we'll get ready to give that to Thing. Man, I wish I'd given that settlement to Belagar. It would have helped with getting the AI to aggro properly. In the end, it's not a big deal though. Like I can take Marak over here. I think that's what it's called. And if that can get me diplomacy with Khalida, we're golden. We're golden. Come on, Khalida. Unfortunately, not quite yet. I'll wait until I'm off the settlement before I manage diplomacy. The reason I'm working so hard to get diplomatic relations with Khalida is because she will be my barrier against the Skaven to the north. So it is relatively important that I get that set up as soon as possible. And also specifically before my military power climbs too high. I guess it's she doesn't like that I've been fighting the dwarves, but at least the diplomacy's improving. And the great thing is that actually that leaves me with a few armies that can roam around and get some work done. Tomb Kings can colonize Bloodgrounds with their necrotext. Okay, so the only thing that Bloodground stops is colonization through lords. Is what I'm hearing here. Okay, Clan Moors, that's fine. Anyways, the most important thing is that I got that alliance with Belagar early, because he is a beast. He's a beast. I frequently see him dominate that area up there. Alright. Now for Luthor Harkin, it seems like, thankfully for me, he's pretty chill.
Has shown us the path.
He's not just rolling in and killing everything. That means that Volkmar can probably gear up to go and deal with them.
How to
And this
proceed?
army's gonna gear up to fight this.
Glade Lord.
They should be just strong enough to win it. If not, they're just strong enough to win it while in camp stance. And because those armies tend to be pretty aggressive, I'll be fine. Scarbrand. Ah, dang it. How do I want to do this? Decline attack. Those are two very good warrior priests. I don't want to die. Cetra. Cetra.
Huntsman
Save
General.
them. Save the warrior priests.
Huntsman General.
Because I don't think I can actually kill the blood crushers if they move on in.
Huntsman General.
Oh, man. Oh, I know I can do. Wait, can I? Can I? No, I can't give him Numis. Dang it. That would have been clutch if I could just give him the settlement. Well, if the army dies, it's not the end of the world.
Huntsman General.
It's just sort of unfortunate.
Target spotted.
It's a sad loss, but it's one that we might have to deal with. While we wait, I can work on this. Get that diplomacy with Khalida going nice and early before she dies. And we'll keep up our pressure on Krokar. So far, I think the Eastern push is going well. Everywhere else is, you know, stabilizing. Looks like even Belagar is getting some solid work done. So he'll secure that area. And I should be able to progress into the late game. Oh my gosh. To keep the two warrior priests alive, I don't think it's worth it in the end. Hey, he's level 17 though. Oh, he's level 17. I don't think it's worth it. In the end, we gotta suffer some losses, guys. Doesn't matter how high level you are. In Anticity's army, you better be ready to be murdered. That's a shame, though. I would have liked those warrior priests. The thing is, though, as you sort of conquer settlements, because you're generally conquering pretty high tier settlements, it's not too uncommon to get solid, it's not too uncommon to get good warrior priest buildings. Like, we'll find more in the future, and we can just load up another Huntsman General. Their level generally doesn't really matter that much either. So, it's not like, you know, it's not the end of the world. It just would have been, it definitely would have been a nice to have.
Face
Alright, here
down
we go.
for now.
Get ready to declare war on those guys. Pick that army
Tracker
up.
of distinction. I
Khalida
beg to differ.
getting sieged.
Take them out.
I'm gonna have to kill off Krokar's armies here before Khalida gets murdered. In the worst case scenario, I can just keep feeding her settlements to keep her safe. And I think I need to, yeah, we're gonna start going full throttle here. So, most of this run has been me just sort of building up here. Now that we're actually rolling in terms of economy, partially because I lost a couple armies, but whatever. Now we can actually start building up, spamming armies from this province pretty consistently. Now, it's not going to be the fastest. What, the Ark in the Black is back? Dang. He's back. It's back in black. We're gonna, I guess Volkmar can deal with them. And then after all that's done, I think oh, Pierce, thank you very much for the 10 pounds. Then after that, I think most of my problems are dealt with. Yes, we have a war with Techless that needs dealing with. I'll basically just be occupying his territory. Oh, my chat died again? What's up with my chat? Why does that keep happening? There we go, it's back. Thank you very much, Pierce. I think now we're starting to get into the swing of things, though. I don't know. I'm not gonna call it yet, though. Here, Pierce, have another settlement. Have Bagar. Here's, there we go. Wrecked. I live. Papa Neat saying I live. Yeah, no. Chat's still working. It's just the box below me that shows chat wasn't working.
Sigma.
Interesting. I'm gonna see if I can fight Warzag. Get him off my lawn. Belagar. Okay, here. Karak Orand. I'm gonna give that to Cetra. I guess Belagar still might take it, but at least I won't have to deal with it later. And then Granite Massif. There we go. I'm giving territory to Cetra so that he can solve his own problems. Here we go, here we go.
How to proceed?
Let's keep pushing. Sad times for those poor heroes. Ah, I see. Let's see, and then Volkmar, he's going on the distraction.
Sigma.
Yes, so I wanted to see if I could take this fight. I'm not sure if this autos. Okay, that's fine, that's
Not
fine.
engage.
So it's a valiant defeat,
Huntsman
but
General.
what I do is I just park by this settlement. They'll attack me because they attack the nearest
Huntsman
army,
General.
and then
Huntsman
I
General.
will be in the clear. This army's gonna get ready to take out the Tomb Kings over there. And then with my 4 armies combined, the progression shall be insane. How come you say Grail relics are bad, yet you lose to them in a tournament? Well,
This is what we
sometimes
trained for.
sometimes the gods don't look favorably on confidence. And they gotta kick you down. I'll get my vengeance though. You wait and see. Don't settle it, don't settle it. Ah, you settled it. Are you making good time right now? I'm not sure. I'm making really good, like, overall diplomacy and map setup. Like, my map setup's going amazing right now. We have an extremely strong Cetra. We have an extremely strong Belagar. Tic-Tac-Toe's doing great. The Eastern Front's going great. But I'm getting like, stalled out because I have to commit so many armies to
Battle position.
all these random guys showing up on my borders. So it's a bit of a mixed bag right now. Like the setup's going great. But yeah, we'll see how long it takes me to get all these things sort of
Huntsman
sorted out.
General.
Because there do be quite a few factions at my borders just nipping at my heels. However, I will have the grand invasion of Kairos going down at 2 hours. So we'll
Huntsman General.
see. We'll
Okay.
see.
Takes up.
I may or may not be able to achieve. Hey, nice, it worked. It got the dwarves to leave me alone. Oh, thank goodness. That's a good
Huntsman
sign.
General.
Sick. So Volkmar is going to go ahead now. Work his way towards Luther. This army is going to also work its way towards Luther. Because he wants to drop off those grenade launchers in Volkmar's army so that I may do the quest battle. Huh? More grenade launchers here. Yeah, I don't know. It's going all right. It's going all right. There's a lot of things that are going great. Like if you just take a look at this, right? Oh my gosh, finally. So we got the military alliance with the Golden Order. That opens up the entire world for me to start just alliance spamming. So this is gonna make me bank. This is what I was hoping to get as soon as I got Belagar on my side. Unfortunately for me, we couldn't do this immediately. But this is basically, it's... Oh, dang, okay. I can straight up get an alliance with them. This basically gets me a whack load of money, and it secures my late game to make sure that these guys will be on my side. Because generally, when you form the Order Tide, the AI is not super keen on breaking it. And all of these guys are pretty chill. They generally don't declare war on each other. So I can pretty reliably count on this sort of maintaining itself. I'm not going to work on Marcus Wolfheart yet though, and I'm not gonna ally with the Wood Elves, but nice. And that also lets me take a look at the Empire. Empire is going great. Gelt and France have connected.
Yes.
So now with that out of the way,
Huntsman General.
I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable. It's a little bit late for that. Let's see, 1 hour 40 minutes. We'll see though. Like worst case scenario, I'll finish this one at 6 hours, which is still good time. Obviously 6 hours is still good, but From there, I can look at what I need to optimize and do a proper review. Hubris, word of the day. There you go. Yeah, I guess it's the difference between hubris and confidence. Renaming cities is important RNG management for the speedrun. It is, it is. What do you think about giving the goblin big boss a bow so that he will function as skirmish hero? From what I can tell, skirmish heroes are never do amazing.
Huntsman General.
So I'm not super keen on seeing skirmish heroes being added. Like, I think it'd be cool, but I'm not especially keen on it.
Huntsman General. All right.
Alright, sick. Khalida has successfully solved her own problems to the north, which is amazing, because now this army can just start beelining it south. That's very good. We have this guy over here. Gonna get himself some grenade launchers. We're gonna get a second army, because generally you need two to deal with the Tomb Kings. You may also notice that my income is 1 million right now, which tells me that we are in the perfect situation to start working towards the global recruiting. So what I want is to get a weaving house, and then stables, and then a blacksmith at about 10 settlements. And with that, we'll have most everything sorted out. This will burn my, let's see here, like this process. It's gonna burn my, let's see, how expensive is this? Bloody expensive. This is gonna burn my income like crazy. But it's gonna be worth it getting into the late game. I'm a little bit unoptimized on setting that up, but we got most of it out of the way. And with most of the diplomacy done with the Empire, I think almost everything I have to worry about now is just conquest and moving in the right direction so that I don't have to declare war on the Grand Alliance. Thank goodness Luther Harkin does not have great auto-resolve. That makes life a lot easier. And Marcus Wolfhart? No. So Marcus Wolfhart's a weird situation. I want to confederate him without actually having to worry about, you know, going into crazy alliances with them. Because the problem about allying with Marcus Wolfhart is that he doesn't like Mazdamundi. And the problem with Mazdamundi, dang it, I would have liked that settlement. The problem with Mazdamundi is that Mazdamundi likes to ally with the Wood Elves. And the problem, or no, not the Wood Elves, the High Elves. And the problem with declaring war with the High Elves is that they like to be allies with the Grand Alliance. And if I declare war on the Grand Alliance, then suddenly half the map hates my guts. So to avoid that situation, that sort of terrible cascade that ended one of my runs previously, we're just gonna play it safe. Alrighty, sick. More recruitment. We're gonna get ready to... Can I kill this now? I might be able to... If I can just auto-resolve the Black Pyramid now, that'd be great. Unfortunately not. However, not a big problem because we can just pull back.
Huntsman General.
And then if they attack me, I'm out of range of the settlement. So he'll be able to auto away most of the skeletons. Which would be great.
Huntsman General.
Ooh, come on, run. Come on. Okay, there's the tech list. That'll do. Now we're in the negative economy, but we're going to be taking some battles here. Now, if Volgar gets murdered here, that'd be a bad situation. Thankfully for me, he has incredible auto-resolve. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, okay. It's a little bit scary, because usually I would like to have 2 armies here. Unfortunately, my armies are working on managing things on the other side of the world. I will get a peace treaty with Luther. I don't even remember declaring war on the madman. Oh, what the Thorak? Oh, I thought he disappeared. It's fine, I'll reclaim the mountains. So I really only have 2 major recruitment points that I'm working on building up. The settlements are just sort of a road bump. So losing and retaking them is more of a time issue than a campaign issue. Alright, but fingers crossed this all goes well.
Sir. All or nothing.
Yeah, Kairos. Kairos heard me talking crap about him. And that's why he declared war. I guess the timing sort of matches up, doesn't it? Alright, but so far this is pretty good. Do I want to give this to Khalida? I don't think I have to. I think I can hold on to that. Keep it my own.
Where next?
Okay, well that's pretty sick. He's just... I declared war on the Black Pyramid and Cetra's like, nah man, I got you. I got you, man. You don't gotta worry about that. Well, that's very good then, because now my anti-dwarf defense can actually get underway. It's not a very important settlement, the Black Pyramid.
The nation calls.
I'm not particularly invested in actually taking it over. My grenade launcher shipment for Volkmar is doing good. Belagar is unfortunately sort of getting beat up by Ikiclaw though. We'll just have them keep duking it out. It only matters when Ikiclaw decides to sail south. So as long as they keep each other busy, it's fine enough. Fingers crossed though. This is fun. It's a lot of management. It's a lot of management and sort of dealing with how the terrain shapes up. Now, I am roughly... Here's the thing, right? If you think about it, let's say you consider me 30 minutes behind, right? I'm still gonna finish the run in 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's not a massive loss to be 30 minutes behind because the 5 hour thing's a little bit flexible. I think getting the 5 hours is a little bit sketchy now though, but I think for sure we can start getting underway and see how the explosive late game goes. Cause it might go faster than I expect. Celestial Storm, declaring war now. Cetra, come on Cetra, you got this. Oh, is he actually, if Cetra doesn't win there, I'll just clean up with this stack at the end. Alright, sick. I'm just to make sure that Ark and the Black doesn't run away with these armies. I'm just gonna attack the settlement because I know grenade launchers will auto it. Beautiful. Ark and the Black is... Oh dang, he actually did manage to escape. Who would have guessed? Interesting. That's fine though. I can just pop out of here because there is a token garrison. And then we do this. Whoops. So we transfer these units to Volkmar. We get rid of these guys. He's going to recruit himself some grenade launchers. Next turn is where we can finally do the quest battle for public order. And then we can manage the southern area. How's the economy going? Kinda sus. Let's get rid of these very expensive units. I no longer have need of them. And I'm just gonna buffer with spears because they're cheaper. There we go. I have a lot of armies operating right now. I don't need this to be tier 4. That was excessive of me. There we go. Everything's back in line. And then we just got a quest battle to do. What's left? Quest battle. And then push south. And hopefully no more armies come from across the ocean. I'm gonna have to kill Oxyotl too, probably. I'll probably have to kill Oxyotl. I wonder though. Yeah, if I can, it depends. If Oxyotl lets me ally with him, I'll take it. If he'll let me actually get a military alliance. Oh, I don't know, because at this point he sort of hates tic-tac-toe. That's the downside of going north and not establishing relations with Oxyotl early. I had a theory that I'd be able to do some crazy shenanigans. Basically go south super early with Volkmar and have him beat up Kairos. I think that'd be a sick little tech. But unfortunately for me, that was not the way that this campaign went. Ah, jeez, and more Morker. Alright, Volkmar is gonna need to put an end to this business. I think definitely next run I'll take over this entire area. and just really make sure that Ikit Claw will never be a problem ever again. Because, yeah, this is what I mean. I can still, in the current state, though, it doesn't matter as much I send Volkmar there. Because earlier, in a different run, I sent Volkmar there really early when I only had 2 armies. And that really slowed down my push. Sending him up now, sort of later in the campaign, when I have like 4 armies roaming around, is not as big of an issue. Yeah, we're still hoping that the early setup gives me a very clean endgame. I think at 3 hours, I have 554 settlements to capture. Which means that I need to capture 3 settlements a turn, starting at... Oh no, 3 settlements a minute, starting at 3 hours in. Or alternatively, I can do some 4 settlements, I think it was, every hour. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. I'm not gonna say it's a great position, but it's not impossible. So this mission's interesting. You have to route off this guy. Otherwise, the AI will constantly send wave after wave of men your way. So he's really important to kill, but he is a foot character. The grenade launchers deal decent enough damage to him to take him out with a little bit of focus fire, but he can be a little bit of pain. Now, some Reichsguard and cavalry will come up from the side here to sort of try and support this here fight. They're not that bad because I have my Outriders already in position, so they don't get too nasty of a charge on them, just because of how close I am to the white line. So that's not a huge problem. The general, I'm just softening him up so that he gets a little bit weaker, a little bit easier to take out as the battle progresses. And I think I've set up the early stage of the battle well enough where the warrior priest can take him out. Unfortunately for Volkmar, he's a slow boy, so he's not going to get here super fast. But there we go, nice. Now in this, sort of the way this battle plays out, I might lose me a couple of grenade launchers. I'm hoping that it's just a couple injuries and most of them flee off the map. Typically they do. And as long as my Reichsguard reinforcements actually help me in this fight, then it should be a done deal, this battle. But there we go. We'll see how Volkmar actually does against this guy. And he should terror out in a second. There we go. Now, unfortunately, they do get one last unit of Reichsguard there. But this should be fine. Come on, don't bug out. Don't you dare bug out. Don't you dare bug out. You better actually come here and help me. Okay, I think they are. Thank goodness. All right, 6. So what this will result in is a fairly fast battle where most of my grenade launchers are wounded, but because they're all part of Volkmar's army, they'll just heal up to max shortly afterwards. So, ooh, man. The Reichsguard, unfortunately, sometimes have a harder time aggroing, but nothing Volkmar can't deal with. As long as there's not a second wave of guys that spawn. So this battle's sort of weird in that there are infinite reinforcements if you're not careful. They will keep showing up to the battlefield until you rout off that first general. So it is very important that you don't kill too many of these guys, because the trigger for the reinforcement showing up is their general actually, or no, the trigger is when you kill too many of them. So you can just keep fighting them forever. It's terrible. Okay, nice army losses. It's a decently fast battle. Yes, this is the same army that ran away from the fight last time. The backstab. Yeah, they're real weird. Because I think that you're supposed to aggro this army, and they march towards you. And then when that army shows up, they're like, there's the army. They're in the middle, and they attack them. If you take a vanguard position and fight these guys, I think the AI, the way the map's set up, it doesn't account for that. And sometimes they just don't help, but in the end, what matters is the battle finishes fairly quickly. And it's done basically by the time I kill off their general. And nice, no losses. Very, very good. So that's the only... I think that's the last manual battle we'll be playing. Because that gives Volkmar... It gives him the wonderful buff that allows for solid... What's it?
It's now or never.
It gives him public order globally. So from here on out, public order should not really be a big issue. Let's see. This guy has to... what? We got a random techless army here. I think I can just march out and kill him. He'll clean up the dwarves by pushing north. Khalid's doing great. And we have this army here to take over the Serpent's Coast. Okay, I think we're in a good position. I think we're in a really good position now. We got here a little bit slow in the end. But it doesn't change the fact that things are starting to look up now. This army's getting a bit too expensive for what it's worth. I'm going to get rid of him, save me the money. Volkmar's going to push north. And then I'm going to have a good solid few armies here to deal with all this business. I will let Cetra take over the Pyramid of Nagash just to get that business finally over with so Cetra can continue fighting Scarbrand. And now we are transitioning into the phase in the campaign. Thank goodness I built the walls there. I built the walls because they get attacked there so often in these runs that I think it's actually worth it. Yeah, so now we're transitioning into the late game. And the late game is where things really start popping off. Because it's gonna be... I'm going to be auto-resolving and just pushing in one location with my armies hyper-aggressively. Volkmar is just gonna manage the this sort of corner area and make sure that all nearby enemies will not be a problem. And then it should just be back-to-back pass turns down in the south. Now, unfortunately for me, Cetra does not know what he's doing.
Huntsman General.
Cetra, no. Cetra, no. All right.
Huntsman General.
Yeah, he's gonna be having a bit of a hard time over there. I'll just leave him to it. I don't need to commit. It's just going to be a waste of resources committing too much to help Cetra over there. So we're just going to get this business out of the way nice and early. And by business, I mean killing Krokgar as fast as humanly possible. Followed by Teclis, taking over his territory, and then we're good. Now, I plan to invade Cathay, so I don't actually want to do any diplomacy with them. In fact, I think diplomacy is basically done. Let's not return to that screen. What, the Kairos? Sure. I would love to have Kairos arrive on my shores. Oh, maybe not that much Kairos. I'll need to send a couple armies to take him out. This is sort of the end of Kairos, though. He tends to have one solid invasion of your territory, and then immediately dies to Oxyotl after. Good time for the Sword of Cain, then. Oh man, no way Sword of Cain actually is a good idea in this one. Although I have contemplated for all of 5 seconds. Man, 2 hours though. 2 hours and we still haven't made landing on Kairos' shores yet. So I would say, compared to a perfect run, we're about 30 minutes behind. Though I haven't done this specific run enough times to know for sure where we're at. And I've sort of lucked out here. Kairos could have shown up before I actually had armies nearby to defend. The fact that he's showing up when I have a couple forces that are making the transition. The fact that he's showing up now is slightly better than it could have been. Interesting. Khalida's fighting Krokgar. I'd rather fight Krokgar too, though. The idea is that I want to make sure that him and Teclis are fully dead before I go for the big Kairos invasion. Because Kairos is, he takes a lot of work to take out. It's a little bit of a process. But so far, not bad. We're hitting our interns faster and faster now that I have fewer things to manage. Have you tried the War Wagon Doomstack? Yotam. Oh my gosh. 3 hours and we still haven't landed on Kairos' shore? By 3 hours, if I'm not on Kairos in the next 15 minutes, I'd be surprised. Can you barbecue Kairos? I think soon enough. That's what the grenade launchers are for. Wonderful. Ambush worked out. War wagons S tier. Jeez, war wagons. I'm really hoping Cetra does a good job here, though. I think Thorek managing to escape to the north has caused me a lot more issues than I would have thought. Had Thorek died in the mountains, we would have been a lot better. But that surprise underway onto Cetra's territory, into pushing north. Like, look at that. He's just torn Cetra apart. My poor guy. Cetra's bleeding. I'll have to worry about that a tiny bit. As soon as we're done killing Kairos, of course. I zoned out and came to because I heard war wagons. Alright, here we go.
Fear my right.
Let's do a quick look in the north. I think Belagar has secured a lot more of the north than I could have hoped for. No, he didn't. It just looks purple because that's what Morgar's thing looks like. Dang it! Oh my goodness. Kairos is landing everywhere.
Where next?
The Tomb Kings managed to live somehow. Still not the end of the world, but I think Volkmar is gonna have to... He's gonna have to kill Kairos first. Gonna have to kill Kairos first.
No time for
The whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole intensifies.
Get a move on.
Maybe I can snipe the Pyramid of Nagash and get that out of the way nice and early. Or maybe not nice and early, but now before it gets worse later. This army is sadly gonna have to deal with
Fall in, men.
Thorek. He's gonna have to deal with Thorek. So the worst thing that could happen right now
This
is if
ours,
this
man.
army dies to Teclis.
Nation calls.
If it dies to Teclis, that's a big slowdown because he's the one that's meant to push down south into Kairos. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. Fingers crossed. Pretty please, that goes fine. So Tosa actually sort of doing fine. I need Belagar to like, is Belagar at war? Please, Belagar, I beg of you, just shut down Malagor now. Is auto level worth using? Not really. It doesn't have a big impact on this campaign. It's the end of the world as we know it. Have you tried Dark Tide? Wait, no. Have you tried what? Have you tried Dark and Darker? So I saw Dark and I thought Dark Tide. Come on, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we can get our invasion on Kairos. If we're 1 hour behind, that's just embarrassing. At least we're starting to push there. It would be very appropriate to have Volkmar with a full wagon army. It's true. That would be quite fitting.
Orders heeded. Advancing.
Okay. I can go ahead and siege that.
This is why.
Dang, the Black Pyramid. Black Pyramid ended up being more rough than I thought. At least it seems like Belagar is taking out Ikit. So that's one problem out of the way. That's one problem out of the way. And the push towards the south is still going very well. So, on the whole, it's still looking pretty good, I'd say. This army definitely wants to head back south now. Thorek is losing settlements to something up north. Something terrifying, I presume. But as long as we can keep passing the end turn, I'll be able to launch a grand invasion. And from what I find, by the time I get to Lustria, it's very smooth sailing. Oh, man. Jeez. The thing is, though... Okay, that's fine, Luther. The thing is, though, I know I can get a run where I'm in Lustria and popping off by the time I get there. I wonder if I'm just worrying about this sort of side management too much. And maybe I should just be ignoring more of... Like, I should just be ignoring Morgar and Throt and just let that be a problem and it'll just be fine. Because I think the potential loss of settlements from letting that be a problem is worth the gains I get by focusing on Kairos early on. Like, taking out Aranessa, that entire path that I took with the war on Aranessa, I feel like that was not very worth it. Oh, hey, look. Speak of the... I told you guys we get the warrior priest back. But yeah, I think declaring war on Aranessa, not a good thing. Much better to just leave her be.
Yes.
Nice. I'm gonna get walls here. Because I know Nurgle eventually becomes a problem. Thank goodness I can finally take out the Black Pyramid. Freeze up this army. Black Pyramid is a pain in the butt to take out, it turns out. I think also the Black Pyramid shenanigans. I definitely would have wanted to deal with that earlier. Lessons learned for the future. But in the end, at least it went okay. And now it's just dealing with the Kairos. So Kairos is a little bit of a pain. He has a lot of guys. He actually... I still auto-resolve into him fairly easily. But he has decent enough auto-resolve to kill a couple of grenade launchers if he takes a fight. Volkmar plus 4 Mortis engines. And 15 steam tanks. That sounds pretty sick. Minus the steam tanks. Mortis engines, though, for the Empire. Oh my gosh. I guess if I ally with the vampire counts. They never stay allies with you long enough to get Mortis engines, though. Not if you're playing the Empire. Alright, Kairos. So you've chosen death, it seems. I'm gonna kill your armies that are in march stance, because I don't trust Kairos to sit still. I definitely don't trust him to sit still. Like, if I attack him and he retreated there, that would have sucked. Okay, nice. So it's just these random rogue armies I gotta deal with. I really hope that with the early start, Secha would have put up a better fight against them. But this is the reality that we shall live with.
We will.
Next up, Techless. They killed... Oh no, they didn't kill him. Okay, I thought the warrior priest died immediately to heroes. Okay, nice, nice. So I think the end of Krokgar is upon us now. The end of Krokgar is upon us. And then, since Kairos has committed about every single army he could have here. No, the lag! The lag! Oh, I should do this challenge on very hard, just so that the game doesn't save. I swear, that lag is like gonna be 1 hour of time. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. It's a 1 minute time loss. That's not huge. It's just, the stacked time loss is very unfortunate. Okay, so he's gonna take this settlement. Volkmar can kill him, and then I can finally start moving south. Jeez. Jeez Louise. The brutality. The brutality. We've made good pace, though. We've made good pace. In theory, from this position, I can still finish this run in sub 6 hours. I'll settle for a sub 6 hour run. Okay, he raised the settlement. That's actually not too bad. I sort of prefer that settlement. Well, I guess, is it worth reoccupying? Because then I have to build it up. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I don't reoccupy it. Save it for the end of the campaign. You can get farm Khalida to get. Oh, farming Khalida would take too long. Yeah. Because, like, I can get public order stuff with the vampire counts. It's just, like, I'd rather have the Grand Alliance here, you know? Like, this is way better than getting the vampire counts on my side. Man, I really wish Secha would have held better, though. Scarbrand kind of put a whooping on him. So I will probably need Volkmar over there helping him out. Yeah, so the thing that I have to decide, if I don't push north with Volkmar to create the Grand Alliance, it buys me a lot of room to go ham elsewhere, right? Like, you know, I can get a lot of work done. I can get a lot of work done. But it means that the late game is going to be a lot more rough.
We hunt our enemies.
The question is, the late game, is the minor benefit I get from getting Grand Alliance with the humans in the north even worth it compared to what I get over here? A man must question.
Battle
Probably
positions.
not. It's a what? It's a 30-minute save? Well, okay, let's see. I'm trading like 30 to 45 minutes to get the Grand Alliance going. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out later. In the meantime, I'm just gonna work on getting more armies. And we're gonna start the grand invasion on Kairos now. Because he's finally done his big push. It's failed. Did not go great for him in the slightest. Let's see. Can I recruit from here? That would be the best case scenario. Let's get rid of these buildings. No, it's a bit too late. It would take too many turns. I'll just attack with the one army and then use these armies to get onto Kairos. Get wrecked, Kairos. Your ambushes are nothing. Tyrion, very good. I want the Grand Alliance with the High Elves too. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Okay, you know what? Late game's gonna be smooth sailing. Yeah, for sure. Because now it's gonna be all the Order factions. We've all seen each other now, and I have my diplomacy done with them. That's one milestone that's very good. Now it's, can I get to a point where I'm sort of mass conquering territory? Yes, auto-resolve with a half-dead army equals a win. The reason is because in camp stance boosts your auto-resolve a lot. With those their grenade launchers. It's a massive boost. Okay, sick. Sick. I need to start working my way towards the thing. I gotta start working my way towards that global recruit. Because, jeez, it gets here again? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Alright. That's a pain in the butt. I'm gonna need to like leave armies here permanently at this rate. That is painful. That is painful. Going north sucks. Going north sucks. It's just keeping my armies occupied until the end of time. I'll keep note for future runs. Just don't go north. Do not aggro anything there. That is a pain. Okay. At least we're still expanding. But that means that, yeah, he's gonna take Jack. He's gonna take Jack. What a guy. Okay, those places aren't gonna build up. So I think I go on to plan B now and basically just say screw the good global recruitment. I don't think we'll actually get there. I can build up global recruitment via my other settlements instead by conquering. You just want to see a stack of Sisters of Slaughter. What's this? You know, you do realize that is the ultimate sacrilege. Reseal. That is like... I'm pretty sure Flagellants are the last people that would go for Slaanesh. It's either... Okay, well actually it's two things, right? Either I give the death blow to Ikiclaw and we just full kill him. Honestly, if we full killed him, would it be better? If I full killed Ikiclaw, which factions would I run into? There's something to be said about full killing him, because I did pull away with another army. If Ikiclaw was full dead, and Morgur was also full dead, that would be bliss. That would be bliss. So either I full commit kill him, or I full ignore him. I think those are my two main options.
We have them now.
At this point, I think Belagar, you know, he's finally killed Morgur. That's a mild plus. And I am mobilizing slightly better now towards the south. You know, like this army hasn't stopped, which is a very good sign. We'll be able to make a pretty easy landing on Kairos shortly. But a grand invasion on Kairos, typically I find, will take multiple armies. flagellants are all about flagellating themselves. Yes, but like, it's... I think flagellants are pretty resistant to chaos. Just due to their nature, right? Due to their nature, I feel like they're just by default pretty chaos resistant. Maybe I'm wrong. Because, like, it's not like just because you're a fan of whipping yourself, suddenly you're all about Slaanesh. What if they're really good at whipping themselves in moderation? You don't know. It's just that, like, it's not excessive. That's what they want you to believe. The Sigmar is strong in flagellants. Yeah. I think Sigmar hard carries there. There's secret cult plots all the time. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong then. Here, we'll judge by in-game rules, alright? Slaanesh can seduce flagellants, therefore, and for not a very high cost, right? So unless the seduction budget costs $1 million for seducing them, I think that basically seals the deal. Oh my goodness. These random armies. These random armies hanging around to backdoor. You know what? Screw these guys. I am gonna get a random huntsman general here. That should be enough in a settlement, right? That should be enough to take care of them. And then we got the Volkmar to kill Ikit. And that'll make me enough money to chill. Our flagellants... look, I don't know, Musty Bill. I feel like this is getting very off topic now. Alright.
Equipment check.
I don't think they... Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't think the lore goes into that.
Huntsman General.
At least definitely not current lore.
Where next?
Alright, here we go.
Orders heeded.
Let's get this party started. I have a bunch of half stacks. I don't care. Half stacks of grenade launchers are enough to shut down Kairos fairly easily.
Step to it.
So we're just gonna send them down south. I'm gonna disband this army in a bit to stabilize my income.
Huntsman General.
And we're finally gonna invade Kairos. Dang. Almost 1 hour late though. So what I think is way better, I should not really worry very much about the Northwest territory. Because I think... Well, I'm going to put it to a poll. Do we kill Ikit early on or pass? Kill or pass? What do you guys think would be the better option? Because I went for a half measure and I got punished for it. Either we go north, we kill off Ikit with Volkmar, and just make sure that nothing's gonna come down south. Or we just pass and beeline it to Kairos early. I think both options are definitely something I would want to explore. But definitely a half measure where you just kind of leave him alive is a terrible idea. I think that's definitely among the worst of the ideas that we could go for here.
More deliberation needed.
Okay, these guys are attritioning to death. Hopefully they just attack me. Cetra's finally doing better again. Wonderful, wonderful.
Huntsman General.
Valiant defeat. Brutal.
Foes to track.
Brutal, I can't get rid of this army. Or maybe I can double down. Maybe I can double down. If it's Valiant, this should... Yes, okay, thank goodness. Kairos is a bigger threat. Okay, so what I'm seeing is next run, we're gonna try killing him. As much as Kairos is a pain, it seems like people are thinking if we just hard kill him, it'll be better. He only had 1 settlement left. I think he might have had 2, but yeah, he might have been down to 1 settlement. Okay, so next run we'll try to finish him off. I will finish this one off though, since we're already in the midst of it.
Huntsman General.
Okay, and then let's get the beeline on Kairos.
Equipment check.
Kairos gotta die.
The course is plotted.
Kairos has to die here. He is gonna retake a little bit of territory here on the side. But if I can just take over his main settlements, it's a plus. He might get a couple of these, but that's not like a huge deal. Because like this entire coastline is it's all in a straight line. He might even just raise the settlements, which is also fine. But like splitting up slows me down way too much for sure. And we're already down to 88 factions. Oh man, it's so... Oh man, it's... Yeah, 88 factions. It's such a... It's such a... Usually, by the time I'm killing Kairos, it's like still at like 100 something. It really shows how much my pace has slowed down. Only 88. Hey, Sotek, what's up? How's it going, man? We're just here, we're slipping. We're slipping. I didn't focus my armies. I didn't focus my armies on one front, and we got caught playing whack-a-mole for the past hour. Because I think I'm valuing my settlements too much. Like this army over here, it actually, you know, I wonder, should I just build walls here instead? That might be a better play. Build walls, really discourage the AI from attacking. I can't believe you're doing this.
Yes.
Yo, it's a fun challenge, man. I don't know about you. It's a very fun challenge, but it is quite the puzzle to work out. With 2 hours, okay, for a normal campaign, 2 hours and 30 minutes, this is a pretty good pace. For what I want to achieve, there's no way we're only halfway conquering the world right now. I definitely should have been killing Kairos at this point.
Move out.
Honestly, I feel like I might want to just restart this run now. Let's see, in an hour, 30 minutes.
Strike first.
Oh my gosh, that auto resolve is insane. Flagellants are not formal parts of Imperial armies. They're just, okay. Oh, they join armies just naturally? That's funny. I sort of want to restart just to get a cleaner beginning. Now that we know what's sort of better. Let's see. How much time do I have left in the day? I'm thinking. If I did a restart, I'd only be able to get the early game done. I think we play this one out. We're far enough in where I gotta play it out. Because a new run wouldn't get enough progress to really see how it's shaping up. We'd only get an hour, 30 minutes in. Sotek just dishing out the flagellant lore.
Huntsman General.
Alright, here we go. They're human slayers. I think that's pretty easy to pick up. Although, do they flagellate themselves for their sins? Is that how that works? What is Kalita doing over there? All right, interesting. Here's the plan. We're just gonna keep setting sail south.
Huntsman General.
We're gonna invade Kairos, and I'm just gonna ignore the fact that I lose a couple settlements, because honestly, I have enough armies to hard push. And then we can set up a proper global recruit system. We'll set up a proper global recruit system so that when I make landing in Lustria, we can just focus on that. Slayers want to die. Flagellants are just really in it for the leather. Oh yeah, I guess that's a pretty important distinction. Yeah. I think Slayers are more noble than Flagellants. Roughly. Slaanesh has nothing to tempt. They're broken, enraged souls with. Dang. I guess Slaanesh doesn't really work when they're too bestial, right? If you're one with the beasts, well, I guess there are Slangors, but I guess that's a different thing. But like, I feel like, you know, Slaanesh isn't big on just like seducing just pure animalistic well, I guess Slaanesh, I don't know, it's a mixed bag. It's complicated, guys. Slaanesh is, what's this? being powered by flagellants but hating them.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. Seems like they lean into corn a lot. Really? I wouldn't say they lean that hard into corn. I'd say they're like partial corn, but I don't think I don't think corn's all about like, they're not combat focused enough to be about corn.
Huntsman General.
You know, just because you bleed doesn't mean you're full corn.
Track and trap.
All right, nice. We finally made it to the tip. That's a good sign. We're gonna ignore these random armies, and I'm just gonna see how well my allies do at managing them. Because I think we can all agree that I definitely have a whack load of armies, and it seems like these incursions into my territory are not actually that big of a deal. I think I waste more time like fixing them than they punish me for ignoring them. That's sort of the theme. So I'm just gonna ignore them. We're just gonna ignore them and see how it goes. Senseless bloodshed sounds like corn. Yeah, but it's not that much blood. You know, a cornate warrior can unload like multiple times his own amount of blood by finding people who would otherwise not be worshipping corn and sacrificing their blood. A flagellant is only one man, right? And if he's only given his own blood, is that even that much bloodshed?
Yes.
Maybe over the lifetime. A lifetime supply of flagellant blood eventually gets there, but I feel like cornate warriors, like, you know, they far surpass flagellants.
This is ours now.
Slayers generally aren't completely out of their mind.
Huntsman General.
I love that distinction.
Anchor up. Time to fight.
Yeah, they're just looking for worthy death. Flagellants are entirely insane with no concern for honor, life, or dignity. Alright, well dang. Pretty hardcore. Pretty hardcore. I'm gonna chill outside because I fancy my odds in auto resolve there. Yo, the moment I just started ignoring these armies was the moment things started going way better. I think it's completely worth it to just say, you know what? We're gonna lose some settlements. It doesn't matter. I want to get my way to Lustria. Because the thing is, when I get to Lustria, it's insane. The progress that I make in Lustria is bonkers. Because we really start pushing in. Like, we can get a lot of work done. So just getting to that point in the game feels like it's just more important. They still, what's this? Are they still somehow linked to the Sigmarite Church? I would assume so. Given that Volkmar can recruit them. Okay, that sort of sucks. No, oh, that sucks. Oh, I hedged my bets wrong. Well, I guess we were in negatives anyways. I only need, so killing Kairos only requires 3 armies. You can sort of kill Kairos pretty quickly. Is Scrag difficult to play in this mode? I have no idea. It depends on his auto resolve. Nails expanded Snorri's mind. Oh, poor Snorri, man. Poor Snorri. Fanatics and moderation are on the opposite side of the spectrum. Oh, from what I said earlier. I guess that's true. I guess that doesn't make very much sense, does it? Alright, here we go.
Yes. Advancing.
So I got this army over here. Crap, accidentally got onto the ocean. That's a bit of a pain. Here's the play. Oh, that's why Kairos killed Oxyotl in this campaign. That explains a lot.
Orders heeded.
That explains a lot on why he was able to get that crazy invasion. Because usually he lets off. Usually he lets off a little bit. He gets off the gas a tiny bit. Because Oxyotl's just beating him into the ground. In this case, he ended up being a way bigger threat. Oh boy, oh jeez. Honestly, I'm not liking this one as much anymore with Kairos like that. I feel like the entire campaign state just got obliterated. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I think I goofed. I think I goofballed it. It was a mistake going that far north. I think the beginning was good. We can definitely do better in another 2.5 hours. All right. Let's get it done. Yeah. I'm gonna do a reset. I think I had a lot of the bait, like I had a lot going well, but the sort of the mid game, I goofed the mid game real bad. Yeah, so what I would like to do instead is we're still gonna do the alliance thing with Cetra, but over here I'm totally just gonna build wall, or I'm gonna kill off Ikiclaw. But in these settlements, I'm gonna build walls and then I'm gonna ignore them. This is going to become a major recruitment point. And I'm not gonna worry about global recruit that much. We're just gonna build like a couple armories here. A couple gunsmiths. And then I'll use that. I'll use that to do well. But I can definitely get on Kairos. I can definitely get here to the same position in like an hour, 30 minutes. Oh man, alright. Let's do this right this time. It went downhill when the random Tomb King's army took Volkmar back home. That was pretty bad, that's true. That was a pretty bad situation. Okay, so no endgames. Here we go, guys. Here we go. We're gonna do this properly. 1 hour, 30 minutes. I want to be on top of Kairos. And I really only need 2 armies there. The 3rd army, actually, yeah, I'm remembering to some of my better runs. I think I can get to Kairos. Do I even need to push northwest? Now that is an idea. Do I even need to push northwest? What if I just kill Vlad and then kill the wood elves and then kill the dwarves? You know what? I think that's just a way better. Start. I'm gonna do that. I'm not even gonna take over this area. You know what? I'm not even gonna declare war on those guys. Screw that entire business. Yes, we might have to deal with an Arc in the Black later. I don't think that'll be a huge issue. Here's the play. Chat. We're gonna go for the Kairos Rush build, alright? Slightly different from what we did. I'm not even gonna go for the Ikiclaw kill. I'll explore that path later in my sort of after the stream. Actually, no. Maybe I take a break today. Maybe I take a break and then I come back. So like I do this run, right? And then like I take like a 1 hour break to get food. And then we do more of this one later in the day. Nah, I didn't get any exercise today. I would like to get a little bit of exercise and do sort of daily chores and stuff and sponsors and whatnot. So yeah. Alright. I'll worry about that. Because I have like random sponsor stuff and emails I gotta sort out. Tomorrow though is the day. Tomorrow we're popping off tomorrow though, so don't worry about that, guys. It'll only be without the Enticity action, but for a short while. Alright, here we go. This one's gonna be economy focused, so I can go full growth over here. Yeah, that's the play. Krokgar is a pain too, if you don't watch his diplomacy. Yeah, Krokgar sort of popped off there. He kind of got like way too much territory. I think if I just strike him early and ignore top left, I think life can be a lot easier. And I can get into the Lustria situation way better. Because the thing is, by the time I'm rampaging through Lustria, none of these minor settlements really matter. Because I'll have so much economy and so many armies that I'm sort of just locked into a state of constantly expanding. So the goal is to just get into that situation. I want to go full growth here
Yes,
to get that built up as soon as humanly possible.
I see Sigmar's hand in this.
Yeah. I think that's the way to do it. When can I catch a stream tomorrow? 1 p.m. EST. I'm definitely streaming by 1 p.m. EST. Sometimes I stream 1 hour earlier though. It just depends on when I get up in the morning and get ready. Come on, please work.
Ready. I will pray
Nice.
for your adult.
The Vlad intercept. Or I mean the Manfred intercept. So after this, we have 2 manual battles with Manfred.
Hunters, the
And
nation
then we're
calls.
gonna go ahead and get our alliances going. Because I got kill the greenskins to the south. They can be a
Volkmar
little
the
bit
Grim.
scary. I guess I did have to manual battle that greenskin situation, didn't I? I wonder how much that slowed me down.
The men are keen.
Of course, it's still very important. It lets me get the tic-tac-toe situation sorted out. How did you engage Luther Harkin last time? I don't know, Luther just sort of showed up out of nowhere. This is a good run. This is a very good run. Manfred got caught in march stance. Okay, this could be huge,
Quicken your
but I have to
stride.
manage this properly, because when we go off script is when I can make the most mistakes.
Grand Theo
Is it?
Beast.
Okay, it's a valiant defeat. Okay, so we play this battle. We kill Manny, right? And then we can take over his settlement pretty easily. And that'll just kill his faction super fast. So it's sort of reverse order. I don't think this actually makes a big difference in the run. Let's see. Well, he has a couple knights. He doesn't have much infantry. Okay. This tells me I should use this formation. Because the AI doesn't actually... The AI doesn't pay attention to unit types, really. It does a little bit, but not very much. Oh, he's also stuck in march stance, which is very nice. So he's going to be exhausted. But yeah, if I do it like this, the AI should send the majority of its forces over onto this flank, and then they'll sort of just get caught out and murdered. Or not caught out. The guys that go over here will get focus fired and murdered, yeah.
With haste.
While these guys just sort of hold for as long as they humanly can. Watch Manfred just kill me here.
Crossbows ready, General.
He has a decently sized army. I guess I don't have my reinforcements yet.
For the twin-tailed comet.
Come on, handgunners, fire.
Charge!
Okay, I think they did.
At speed!
Very nice. So I just gotta play this battle.
Take the ground!
Do at least half decently well. Come on, Empire Knights, get in there, get in there.
Ready.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Troops, ready!
And then with most of my ranged alive, the rest of this should be not too bad. Although I did sort of lose a decent amount of my ranged. If I just lose this battle,
Missiles will fly!
I hope I don't just straight up lose this battle.
Send us out.
Take
Here, I'm gonna use my knights, save my ranged. Does the AI pay attention to unit types? Only a little bit. It pays attention more to where your guys are positioned. So you can sort of like go for a heavy flank like this, and the AI will sort of just position badly against them. Like you see how it just always splits its cavalry like that? That's because it's just the AI is programmed to just be like, you know, I'm just gonna I should just split my cavalry. And it doesn't really think more than that.
Sigma calls!
So you can, you know, it won't take advantage of a vulnerability like a human player would. But it can still be a little bit scary. Here we go. I probably should have waited for these reinforcements, but what can you do? Nice, most of the bats are down. Okay. Sick. Sick. Alright. So now all we gotta do is focus down the rest of these guys. If they aggro onto these archers here, perfect. If they don't, it's not the end of the world. Because I got a couple knights that can block these guys. We got the handgunners in here. We got a couple archers firing. Looks like the knights are doing okay. Hopefully we can kill a couple grave guard. And hopefully my spears do alright. Volkmar in a sketchy situation with a random hero character. Couple Vargeists in there too, but yeah, I think we won this. I think we won this. If I lose, I get the wrecked sticker again. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Yeah, this battle's won. This battle's won. Thank goodness. All right, what time are we at? 8 minutes? Okay. We might be able to get a 10-minute Manfred kill if we don't have to siege a settlement. I think we probably will have to. But on the off chance that we don't, that would be pretty huge. Or at least siege it with fewer units. With this battle, it's a little bit better for me. Because if I can march my way towards Manfred's settlement, he'll only get 1 turn of recruitment, which is pretty huge. The vampire recruitment, even 1 turn, is enough to really switch things into the favor of Manfred, so we'll see. Also, never forget how stupid you felt when you saw a Zerkovich video on flank overloading. Oh. Yeah, the flank overloading. The symmetry, though. For the longest time, I played Warhammer just as a symmetry guy. Symmetry is too hyped to pass up. I don't know about you guys. Flank overloading's overrated. Symmetry's where it's at.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Alright, sick. This guy has more replenishment than Volkmar.
As you say.
Volkmar has to get over here, though. Yeah, so that army's gonna recruit, but I should be able to siege them and take them out next turn. If I can do that, then we're set. Then we're in the clear, guys. We're in the clear. So, fingers crossed. What is flank overloading? It's putting many of your forces in one area instead of spreading them out evenly. So that way, because like, you know, classic war strats, right? You wanna focus your strength in one area as much as possible, so that you can actually win there instead of losing across the board, denying flanks, you know, that basic stuff. I'm not going into it super great right now because I'm busy trying to win this here battle. But yeah, that's a rough gist of it. Just putting a lot of you guys in one place. The actual tactics for why it works is, I think, just that, what I said earlier. You want to make sure that you win in one area as much as possible. That you win in one area instead of losing across the board. Okay, yeah, so this is the manual battle. Okay. Oh, 24-hour stream, nice. Nah, no 24-hour stream. Okay, so we don't get the Manfred death at 10, but I think we kill him at 15 this one. That's not bad. I can live with a 15-minute Manfred kill. And then it's just securing that good old, so I have to secure the Wood Elf thing. And then I have to secure the Dwarven thing, make sure they, oh, actually, I don't have to. Yeah, I forgot, we're not pushing north. So I don't have to worry about that in the slightest, actually. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, because the plan that I'm trying right now is I'm basically saying, like, the northern area is just too much of a pain. It's not worth actually diving in for. It's not worth trading. Oh, you're kidding me. I should kill those bats while I had the chance. I might still be able to kill them. But yeah, the idea is that the northern push is not really worth it. Oh crap, I don't have AoE for this blob now. It's fine, it's not a strong settlement. Dang it, I forgot the mortar was actually important. That was my bad. Anyways, what was I talking about? Yeah, so we're ditching the north and we're rushing Kairos and Krokgar because they're generally bigger issues for me. Krokgar will deal with the power of what's-its. We're gonna kill Krokar with... Actually, no, what am I talking about? I'm not gonna go for Krokar at the start. Yeah, we're gonna work our way towards, like, our Khalida alliance sort of business first. And then we'll see how it goes. The dwarves I'll just run over. Same with the wood elves. I only need 1 grenade launcher stack. And I'm hoping that killing the dwarves gives me enough money to get the 2nd army out. And then by the time I get the 4th and 5th army, then I can expand northwest. Alright, so those reinforcements are popping up over there. I'm hoping that I can get enough damage here before those reinforcements show up for me to get early army losses. Fingers crossed. If not, not the end of the world. We just gotta push into this here settlement and then start capturing some points. And hopefully that reinforcing army shows up nice and quickly. At the very least, it means we don't suffer too many losses here, which is a nice little bonus for us. That'll make it slightly easier when I push in towards the greenskins to get my alliance with Tic-Tac-Toe. Ah, there they are. A couple skeleton warriors. I might even be able to focus fire them down. We'll see. Depends on where they post up. You can also overload through the middle. Yeah, that's true. You can also overload through the middle. I think in general, a middle overload isn't nearly as good, though. Because the point of the overload is that it's hard for you to... Or it's hard for the enemy to position. Like, to reposition to deal with an overload, right? If you're in the middle, they can sort of get into place a lot faster, which can sometimes be a problem. But, like, you know, concentration of force is, I think, could be a better descriptor of what you guys are talking about. All right, there we go. There's the army losses. Okay, that was a sub 15-minute run. Sub 15-minute Manfred kill. I think that's not bad. Whew, here we go. The great thing about ignoring Northwest, too, is that I don't have to worry about... what's it? I don't have to worry about relocating my armies, because they're all going to be pretty close to each other, right? They're all going to be relatively by each other. So, I don't have to waste, like, the minutes it takes for me to relocate. That's a pretty nice advantage. Alright, sick. So we got full growth here. We can start upgrading those settlements like a madman. And I don't even think I have to recruit these guys, honestly. Well, I'll merge these guys. I don't want to be too heavy in the economy deficit, because then I actually won't be able to upgrade my buildings. So it's a little bit important that I keep an eye out for that. So you're gonna go down south? Yes, we're gonna go down south. Hey, nice. He even occupied the settlement for me. That saves me like a 1,000 gold that it would have taken to occupy it. They're now exhausted, so they won't be too terrifying in an auto-resolve situation, I hope. And there we go. Decisive victory. Thank goodness. I think if they had re-recruited Vlad, it might have gone the other way, but that works out very well. Look at that. Okay, so pretty good. Springs of Eternal Life. And he's not taking the bait just yet. That's fine. We took things over fairly quickly. I'm going to give him a little bit of money. And we're gonna get a trade agreement going. That should be enough. Because, so the way that settlement trading works, if you want to get the most of it, it's better to do the settlement trading when the diplomacy is at a higher point. Like, I think 15 is the break point where diplomacy works sort of better. So I'm just gonna wait for that, and that should help Cetra get at least a defensive alliance with me when I give him the Springs of Eternal Life. if you focus on the south, beware of Cetra getting gangbanged. At some point, the idea is that I would recruit a third, like maybe my third or fourth army will be recruited to help out Cetra
Huntsman General.
and to
Get
push
a move
north.
on.
And conveniently, it will be
the perimeter.
incredibly close to Cetra too. Come on. Yes, there we go. That's what I needed. So conveniently, right, unlike other situations where I recruit the army and they have to move here to defend, now when I recruit the army, they're just, you know, they're helping out Cetra there. Like, it's... I guess the distance is literally the same, isn't it? What I mean... Like, if Cetra gets attacked by Scarbrand, the army will definitely be closer. So that's what we're looking for. Where did your mortar go? It got killed, sadly. Kinda got murdered. I'm wondering, I should probably disband this army. I think I need the income. Although, I don't know. I want to get a good auto-resolve versus greenskins. I think the cost, the loss of money for having that army around will be worth it. As long as I can actually afford all these weaving houses that I build.
Huntsman General.
But so far, I'd say things are going pretty well once again. Tic-tac-toe, we're going to join war against the leaf cutters. Same idea as before, we want to get them to 15 relations. And that'll make it easier for me to become friends with them when I give them settlements. What's the end goal? Paint the entire map. That's right. The whole map. I have to be very careful not to declare a war on Ark in the Black, though. That is it's a potential run ender if Ark in the Black starts a war with me early. Because usually he just quarrels with Cetra. It's a back and forth for a while. If Ark in the Black declares war on me and just sends like a crazy stack my way, we'll kind of get massacred. So we got to be really careful. There's the greenskins. Can I do some of this action? It's a bunch of goblins. Thank goodness. That's very good. That's very good. Okay, guys. All right. This one's looking like it's picking up our way, because now tic-tac-toe relations are just going to keep going up with him, because he generally likes it quite a bit when we fight that greenskin faction. Very good. Now we just gotta get Quexel. Quexodal. I think Quexodal's slightly better. Yes. I want to speedrun the entire map and paint it in under 5 hours. That is my dream. That is the goal of Enticity. And so far we're still struggling with getting the run consistency up. Sadly. Dang it. If I only had my mortars, we would have been able to attack the settlement right away.
This is what we trained for.
That's fine though, that's fine.
Combat awaits.
Come on, Volkmar, get over there. Okay. Oh, I do have the mortar. Oh, that's sick. It lived. I thought it died. Oh, yes. That's actually incredible pace. Oh, and it's an auto-resolve. Okay. Okay, that early game went about as well as it possibly could have, guys. Because now, right, we go to him. We give him Quexodal. And he loves it. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, this is perfect. This is perfect. We make bank off of tic-tac-toe. And now all I gotta do is work my way up towards the... I just have to work my way up towards grenade launchers, and then we kill the wood elves. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This run could not go better. It's too bad something's definitely gonna screw me over later on, but while things are still going good, I think we may celebrate. Does a random ogre camp surviving count against full map control? Yes. I want there to be no other factions on the map. I want to be the first faction and the last faction in terms of power ranking. Okay, here we go. This is going great, though. Barring a rogue Ark in the Black war declare, this is going very well. Come on, here we go.
A time to heal.
Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. We're gonna upgrade to tier 3 in a bit. Actually, I think if I cancel this, yes. We have tier 3 going now. That's very good. Okay, so now the way that it works is we're spamming end turns to get my first grenade launcher stack. That's gonna come pretty quickly because obviously we're just spamming end turn. We kill the wood elves, we kill the dwarves, and the dwarven territories give me enough income for a second grenade launcher army. We send that north to help out Volkmar. We ally with Kalita, which will be a border against the north, so I don't have to worry about that. And that lets me hard push south. Thus, killing Krokgar extremely, extremely quickly. Krokgar goes down. I don't need these. Yeah, I don't need those anymore. We kill Krokgar extremely quickly, because we'll have 2 armies barreling in on him. So they just sort of alternate between capturing and marching forwards to capture territory. And then Krokgar's dead. Kairos has yet to create a scary force to unleash northwards. Then, my third army recruits over here, starts taking out Arkan the Black's territory. The question is, do I give that all to Cetra? I don't think I do. I don't think I give that all to Cetra. Or do I? We can take some territory. Maybe we give like the northern provinces to Cetra, because the north has been causing me way too many issues. Nice. We get this blacksmith. We go for extra recruitment capacity early so I don't forget. How do I want to do that? Guys, what do you think I should do for the northwest? Because this has always been awkward for me, because it opens up my borders to so many different factions that it's sort of a pain in the butt. The thing is, if I can make enough money off the western area, off the eastern area, the west doesn't matter that much. So maybe I just ignore it. Maybe I just kill Arkan the Black and I leave. Because the thing is, if I'm doing a Grand Cathay invasion, do I even need a Grand Alliance setup? I think the Grand Alliance is still a good thing generally, but maybe I can just wait on it. Questions. Because, yeah, Grand Alliance is good, building that up with the Empire, but, like, you know, we're gonna, like, if I have all of Lustria and all of Cathay, I don't think it really matters if I have to kill Franz myself. We'll see. But, the goal is to get 3 armies, push down south, turn this into a great recruitment point. Make sure that we don't have any issues in terms of...
Blessings of Sigmar upon them.
What's it? Make sure that the global recruitment is nice and strong. You know what? Sudenburg, I'm just straight up going to get walls. I'm just going to get walls at Sudenburg and just make sure that that never becomes a problem. I feel like, honestly, that might just be the way to go. Just build walls everywhere here so that they never get attacked. And then a couple blacksmiths and a couple weaving houses. And then just 2-turn global recruit. I think 2-turn global recruit isn't as bad as I might think it is. Is it even possible in 5 hours? Yeah, we haven't proved it yet. Any alliance requirements in the game that are actually useful? So for me, confederating Franz is a pretty good thing. Confederating Franz is pretty hype. Yeah, I would very much want to confederate France, because the thing about Franz is that he gives so much public order, I don't have to worry about it the rest of the run. Although the +3 from Volkmar already sort of does it. I don't think there's a requirement to get any alliances. The other downside is if I have to declare war with them, it depends if that becomes overwhelming or if it's a good thing. If I have infinite money, it's a good thing. Because then the only thing I have to worry about is running them over, right? I'm just conquering more territory and faster because I don't have to deal with them later. On the downside of how that could go. I get overwhelmed by like the high elves and the constant wave of dragon stacks that they send, and it stalls out my progression.
Volkmar.
So I don't know for sure.
Volkmar the Grim.
I don't know for sure what's best. But yes, full map includes killing off my allies and vassals. So actually, no. Yeah. By full map, I mean I want there to be no more factions on the map. Yep, in the end, I should be the only faction left. Based off my friend's campaign, I know that the last 15 minutes go by really quickly. Like, actually just cleaning up the remnants doesn't take long at all. But here we go. One more turn, people. Give it up for one more turn. Honestly, I think it's a good idea to just ignore Northwest. Northwest sucks. Northwest sucks a lot. Having to fight Arkan the Black and Rapunzel's doing her shenanigans. I feel like, and then just building walls here. Not having to manage this area. I think that's the way to go for sure. Here we go. Grenade launchers away. I'm gonna make use of that global recruit. This is already going multitudes more smoothly. As long as Cetra doesn't surprise die to Scarbrand this time. I've never seen Cetra full die to Scarbrand before though. You can see in the distance, he just straight up auto-resolved them. Very good, very good. They usually never end up killing each other. Very rare for Cetra to just die. In fact, in general, Cetra doesn't die, but in the worst case scenario, he lets some armies slip by. And those armies end up causing me a lot of issues later on. But aside from that, he's pretty chill. He's quite reliable. Yeah, auto-resolve stack incoming. We're at 30 minutes. Technically, at this point, I could be in Cathay already taking territories. With the 20 stack of grenade launchers, too. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I can technically be in Cathay right now. I could be there at 22 minutes even. But I wouldn't be able to secure the territory. If someone figures out a way to conquer Cathay quickly with a single grenade launcher stack, I'd happily hear. But from what I can tell, Cathay's only really easy to conquer with two armies. You need at least two armies to really get your kickstart. But so far, pretty good. I'm gonna be able to auto-resolve the Wood Elves in one fell swoop. And then it's just pushing the Dowie. Typically, Krokgar is not hyper-aggressive either. He'll take a while before he decides to kill me. And by then, I'll already have enough armies to end him. The great thing about pushing this way, too, it's a little bit earlier in the run. Everyone's just a tiny bit smaller. Easier to take out. Screw the Empire Captain. He's more management than he's worth. Because the grenade launchers already can do this. Heroic victory. Beautiful. Beautiful. There we go. And nice. Oh my gosh, this is going way better. This is going way better, guys. I am liking how this one is going. Sick. Glorious. Absolutely glorious, guys. Build more walls. Build walls at the plane of Tuskars. Oh my gosh. Okay, sick. Yeah, no, I'm liking this start a lot more. I should remember this for next time. And we're gonna work our way towards supply wagon tech. Tuned into so far pretty good. Therefore, from history, I'm now expecting this is fine. Things could always go wrong. Although I definitely had a great run before where I think very early on I was already invading Lustria and sweeping through it. I think this definitely... Okay, let's see here. So best strat. Let's see here. I have to write down my notes between turns. Okay, here we go. We position for the Dowie. Volkmar's level 12, so he has his insane replenishment. And Orion's camp is just gonna chill and hopefully not rebel. So let's see here. Ally, tic-tac-toe, and etc. And then after that, kill wood elves. Then kill the dwarves. And then ally Kalita. And then manual battle Manfred twice. Yeah. Where's the replenishment book this time? It's in Vlad's territory. So we won't get the replenishment book until very, very late, sadly. Okay, but nice. Here we go. We're rolling now, guys. We're rolling now. So the only hope is that we don't run into any hiccups. If someone to the north declares war on me and sends an army down, it's gonna be a pain in the butt. No kill dwarves. No, we killing the dwarves, man. These smooth, we're killing them. They're getting annihilated, man. From what I can tell, this is the best strategy. If there's no hiccups, this might end up being by far the best strategy. Now we have Scarbrand to come to go up against. Hey, such is the way of speedrun. Sometimes you gotta kill the animals. And in this case, the animals are the dwarves.
Volkmar.
Scarbrand is gonna get it. So I believe that... Man, this is going so much better. I was a silly man to not go for this strategy. This is going so much better. By 1 hour 30 minutes, we might even be on Kairos, who knows. Although that's a bit optimistic. So the thing is, if I can help Cetra enough where he kills Scarbrand, it gives Cetra so many extra resources to work with that he can sort of pop off and really start conquering territory. It's no guarantee. Okay, there's a rogue army. And he kills him immediately. Cetra, your god. Cetra. Oh my gosh, Cetra. The hard carry? Jeez, okay. Yeah, if he hadn't killed that rogue army and they went south to me, that would have just sucked. That would have been terrible. But thankfully for me, he went ahead and just annihilated them. Nice. Volkmar with the cheaper army. And now I can field my second army now. This is perfect. Because we go ahead and get this Huntsman General back. He's already pretty loaded, right? And he can go up and help Cetra. And honestly, I think the walls are... I think they're a clutch move that I should have considered earlier. I think the walls are actually amazing. Yeah, so now we get the second army. He moves up, kicks Scarbrand, right? Kicks him in the shin. And then he goes down and he helps Volkmar with the grand campaign into Krokgar. Cetra's just begging. He's begging. He's begging for me to join the war against Ark in the Black. We're never going to accept that. And Cetra's not going to mind. Yeah, the explosive damage grenade launchers have insane auto-resolve for whatever reason. Okay, here we go. So more of these guys. And now we just push the dwarves back. Someone rang the doorbell. Hey, nice. Apparently, there's some mail. Hype. Apparently some mail showed up. I wonder who's it for. Who it's for. Do the dwarves have anything left? They have one more army left. I think we're in the clear. I think I'm in the clear to march stance. Yeah, and I can go ahead and kill them. Okay, very, very good. You know, honestly, I feel like we're already like this position that we're in right now. We were here at like 1 hour 30 minutes in the last run. This is going way, way better. Yes, this is legendary very hard. This is a max difficulty speedrun because I think it it's a lot more exciting than an easy difficulty speedrun. Because an easy difficulty speedrun, the only thing holding you back is how fast you can move.
Huntsman General.
In this one,
Move out.
there are enough threats. The AI is aggressive. The AI is aggressive enough where you actually have to consider which direction you're expanding, right? It's not just like an easy sort of A move, like what is the fastest way to get to a position on the map. You actually have to react, and if you do it wrong, you lose like an hour's worth of time.
Ready.
So it feels very notably different from an easy
Never
speedrun.
yield.
Instead of just being like, oh, it just takes longer. So I quite enjoy it. Walls for days, guys. Walls for days. That should prevent any Beastmen incursion from ruining my day. On Legendary Very Hard, the AI actually exists. Dang. Although, the grenade launchers... The thing is, the grenade... So here's the thing. I get the AI moves and has tactics in the same way that that they would on Legendary Very Hard. But with the good...
Tracker of
With sort of...
destruction.
By having good, grenade launcher auto-resolve stacks, I get the benefits of having the auto-resolve of easier difficulty, so I don't have to worry about manually playing every battle, because I think that would be equally painful.
Purge that.
Thank goodness. Oh my gosh, thank goodness, that was scary. So the reason I was so worried there is because Scarbrand sometimes sometimes he actually can be a pretty big threat. Like, Scarbrand's main army has pretty spicy auto-resolve. And if you're not careful, he'll just rip your face off. So, that was actually a pretty... That could have just ended the run if Scarbrand killed Volkmar. Of course, I'd have another army coming up, but that would have been really bad. Wish you could disable battle realism camera on Legendary. You can play with debug camera. But yeah, it's sort of weird that Legendary is a difficulty mode that has the, you can't do slowdowns. Like, I feel like there should be a very, very hard mode, which is all the difficulties of Legendary, but you are able to save and stuff and whatnot, right? And then Legendary just slaps on sort of those extra features. I feel like that would be more fitting. Does Scarbrand not have an army up here? Oh, maybe I can kill him with Volkmar.
Huntsman General.
Maybe I can kill him with good old Volkmar. Oh, dang, the dwarves are here. Say what? It's a good thing I can get this guy.
What does the Emperor bid?
Yeah, so it turns out I did not kill off the Dowie, and they are still around. Nothing a little bit of emergency recruiting can't deal with.
Volkmar the Great.
Volkmar is he's gonna chill. He's gonna chill over there. Alright, yeah, this'll do. I think Sudenburg is basically done. Was gone for a while, but killed the last attempt. I think I just did the wrong strategy, and I wasn't a fan of how slow it was going. And I felt like this run was is just way better. But yeah, the problem with the last one is I just wanted to change strategies. This feels much, much better. Yeah, I don't want to break alliance. Alright, here we go. So here's the play.
Has heard my prayers.
Take over Death Gorge. That should basically cripple Scarbrand. The great thing about that is that Cetra can ward off against anything else.
Huntsman General.
Literally anything and everything. Cetra, he should be able to ward it off. The dwarves, all right, the Dowie. They're over here.
Huntsman General.
And guess what? They're almost in auto-resolve range. Okay, sick.
Hunters.
If I can nail this ambush here right now, actually, it might be better if I just do this. Is there any way I can make a quick buck? Sick.
Huntsman General.
Yeah, if I can just load up this army a bit more, that should be enough to kill the dwarves now. And that should make it where I don't have to deal with them anymore.
Strike first.
Please tell
strike
me that was the
last.
last dwarf army. Come on. Oh, dang. He gives armor piercing for the whole army?
Huntsman
Dang.
General.
Okay, sick. So now the dwarves are gone.
Huntsman
And now I have my duo army ready to march and to kill Krokgar. And Krokgar hasn't expanded that much yet, so he's not that terrifying. Okay, here we go. Legendary should be save and UI to... What's this? To whatever campaign difficulties. Oh, so you're saying legendary should be a modifier on top of the battle difficulties? Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I feel like the customization option CA have given us could be tweaked more, but I know there's a common thing said about game development that basically goes like, if given the chance, players will optimize the fun out of your game. Though I feel like in this case, those modifiers, I think it'd be a plus if we were able to spin the dials a bit. Okay, nice. So we have a couple wars declared on us now, but because I've built up the walls, I'm actually not that worried about it. Which is a nice change of pace, because usually I'd be terrified and I'd be like, all right, now I gotta go back and defend against that. But now we're sort of good. And like Cetra has joined war against them. Tic-Tac-Toe's also around.
This is what we've trained
Scarbrand's just dead. I think Scarbrand's actually just dead. Yeah, Scarbrand's actually dead. Okay, I think this one is... It's not even like it's a god one. Like, this is totally... We could totally replicate this. That's insane. So, I think this is definitely the way we want to go about it. Now, Orion's camp is going to be a little bit at risk. I'll need to get ready for the wave of Krokgar over there. But, not the end of the world. Just a little bit of Krokgar action. In fact, things are cheap enough where I can even get another Huntsman General. And yeah, I will. Because we're going to be making a lot of money from our expanding. He can start recruiting to get ready to push here. After Krokgar is done, you can even see Tic-Tac-Toe popped off. Are you kidding me? Tic-Tac-Toe got all the way there? Jeez. Okay. And then after Krokgar is down, we just set sail for... Kairos. I don't know what you are asking. Oh, from the earlier thing? I apologize. Is it an easy game to learn? Like Warhammer? Oh, you're saying, is Warhammer a game for a player who has never played it before? Yes. Yeah, so I got into Warhammer from StarCraft. I think Warhammer, out of all the Total War games even, is, I think Warhammer is the easier of the bunch to learn. Okay, that's a bit of a pain. That's a bit of a pain. Can I get a peace treaty with them? Oh. I didn't expect them to come this far. Well, we'll lose a settlement. Doesn't mean I'll lose my recruitment. We'll have the home defense army here. He'll be great. And then hopefully he can just auto these guys. You know, if I'm lucky. If I'm lucky, I can go here, right? Recruit this business. Get a couple global recruit spears. And then he can auto-resolve those guys next turn before they become a problem. Hey, Piers, thank you very much for the $5. Hype. But yeah, Warhammer is a pretty easy... It's pretty easy to pick up for Total War. So for me, I grew up playing a lot of... playing a lot of StarCraft 2. So I never really played a lot of 4X games. And when I started playing Warhammer, I started on Legendary difficulty. So it's pretty easy to pick up. A lot of the game, especially on easier difficulties, you're mostly just enjoying the spectacle of it. Okay, nice. It's that 100% I can auto-resolve that. It's basically mostly about spectacle. So you can definitely... Okay, yeah, he just stopped the recruit. I thought I got Hulk faction. You can definitely pick it up. Fairly fast. Yeah. It is, just be careful though. It's sort of a deep pit to get yourself into. Once you start playing, it's hard to get out of it. because, like, you know, I've sunk like 7,000 hours into this game.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
I'm gonna kill this rogue army before they become a problem. And then we'll make it to Krokgar.
Huntsman General.
Nice. Oh, Purist, I forgot to give you a settlement. Yeah. It's definitely one of those games that you'll just, like, can become a lifestyle. But yeah. It's great, though. It's great. Would highly recommend it to new players. Because I think the other Total War games, I think those ones are harder to get into. Warhammer Total War, though, probably the easiest mechanics-wise. Just a lot of diversity in battle. What's it? Tragobe saying Total War Warhammer is one of the easier to learn, but mostly because it's one of the newer ones.
My knowledge is yours.
Shogun 1 is... What's this?
I will cast out all
Total War
evil.
Shogun 1 is just from its mechanics?
Scout leader.
What do you mean by it's
proceed.
just from its mechanics?
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Let's see here. How do I do this?
Huntsman General.
I just want to make sure that I chase off this rogue army effectively. Rogue armies have the tendency to be a big old pain in the butt later on if you're not careful. Because they'll just, like, keep popping out armies and they're very evasive. Here you go, Pierce. They can be incredibly evasive. So,
Sigmar be praised.
just to make sure I don't have to deal with that, we'll just kill them all.
Have them now. Battle positions.
Oh, what's this? The barrier to entry is kind of, the barrier for entry for Warhammer Total War. So, I think the whole barrier to entry thing, I don't actually think Warhammer Total War has a high barrier to entry. So think about it this way. Me getting into Warhammer Total War,
Sigmar grant me
when I started playing Warhammer, I only owned, I think, yeah, the way I got into the game was seriously just owning Warhammer 1, and Warhammer 2 was already out with, like, most of its DLCs. But the reason that I didn't feel like there was a big barrier to entry when I started playing, and at the time I was just in university, I had no proper income. The reason why I was not overwhelmed
Sir.
was because, I can finally think now that we're loading. The reason I wasn't worried was because I bought Warhammer 1 on a Steam sale. I got into the game
Close in and kill.
for like 20 bucks, guys. 20 bucks. And you know how many hours I put into Warhammer 1? 400 hours. 400 hours for $20. And I was hooked. And I was like, all right, I want more, right? I want more. I've spent 400 hours, right? Let's get into some other games. For Warhammer, right? And would you look at that? There's infinite DLC. So I was like, okay, well, that's sick. And by the time I was decided I wanted to get more into the game, Warhammer 2 went on sale, and I was like, well, that's just amazing. Perfect timing for me. Let's get into Warhammer. Let's get into Warhammer 2. So I bought Warhammer 2 with no DLCs, and it was on sale. So in total, I spent $60, and I had 2 of the games now. And I was set, right? Because now I have 2 of the games. And I have access to Immortal Empires. And that's just like infinite hours, right? And I didn't need to buy any DLCs. I don't think I bought a DLC until like really late. Or if I did, it was like, what, like $5, right? Like people talk about like, I don't know about you guys, but like as someone who didn't spend a lot of money, I knew how to get a lot of enjoyment without needing to get a lot of DLCs. What's it? You got 70 hours for 5 euros in Warhammer 1? Yeah, like, because the thing about the Warhammer series is like there's a sale. You buy one of the earlier games on cheap, and then when you want to, you can get the fully priced games. People don't. I don't think. Maybe I'm terribly mistaken, right? Maybe I'm an outlier here. But I think most like, let's say most college students, right? Pretty common demographic to be buying into the Warhammer Total War series. Most college students are not going to look at Warhammer Total War and be like, oh man, to really get into this, I gotta buy all the DLCs. Well,
Advancing.
all the DLCs in all 3 games. Oh man, shucks.
Huntsman General.
Shucks, I can't get into the game now, right? Like I feel like they would know how to, cuz like, you know, like if you don't make a lot of money, right? There's a handful of really easy avenues for you to get into gaming. One, right, is like piracy. The other is like Steam sales.
The instrument of Sigmar.
Both of which are incredibly cheap for you to get into the game. And then like some people will pirate the game and they're like, oh, you know, I wanna go in more. But like, let's say ignoring piracy. Let's just say Steam sales, right? Steam sales are so easy to get into the game for basically nothing. Now, I think if you're a working man, right? What I think is much more impactful is as you get older, you sort of have less time to play games. And you care more about the quality of your experience. And this is what I've experienced as I've gone older. You care more about the quality of your experience than the raw hours to hours value, right? So for you, who's like, I want to get the best Warhammer experience, right? And I'm willing to put down like $150 to get it. And then you see the price and you're like, well, that's just really expensive, right? For people who are like that, I can see how that sucks. But that's not really like a barrier to entry situation, right? The barrier to entry is $20 on a Steam sale. So, like, you know, and like I didn't get bored of like the Vortex campaign until I had like 100 hours. So I don't think that's, you know, that's how I see it. Maybe it's different. I could be an outlier here. What's chat saying? Do you think I can learn how to play multiplayer with a faction I've never played in campaign before? Yes, yeah. I think playing in campaign is a good way of getting acclimated with what each unit does, but you can definitely just start off with that if you want. The Vortex is better than the Realm of Chaos, though. That's the thing. That's the thing. The Vortex is better than the Realm of Chaos. Doesn't change the fact that people who want to get into Warhammer, they will probably, I'm telling you, like right now, right? For me, if I was getting into Warhammer today, as someone who is very conscious about how much I spend, I would get Warhammer 2 first on a Steam sale. My first exposure, and I think the first exposure of many people playing, getting into the game, would be Warhammer 2 on Steam for sale, right? Like, if anything, if you want an easier barrier to entry for new Total War players, I wouldn't say make Immortal Empires free for all 3 games. I think honestly a better solution is to make Warhammer 2 cheaper. Have it on sale on Steam more often. Cause that's how I think most people get into the game, unless my experience is different, right? But like, I don't think people's impulses are to buy all 3 games for the entire Immortal Empires map. Unless you already have a lot of money. Which, like, maybe that's the problem, right? Maybe the core demographic for Warhammer is people who are in the range of, like, you know, thinking of buying all 3 games at once. But yeah, I don't know. Like, if I talk to my cousin right now, right? And I was like, hey,
All right.
would you be interested in playing Warhammer? Right? He would not, like, he would not bring up the fact that he's like, he wouldn't come back to me and be like, hey, you know, I was thinking about buying the Warhammer games, but all 3 games are so expensive. Right? If I want to sell the game to him, I'm like, hey, on Steam, Warhammer 2 is for $20. And then he's in. So, you know, like, I've never met a person that considers buying all 3 games being the first step. Anyways, I'm repeating myself at this point. Jonathan Grover, thank you for the $5. I love 2, but can't get into 3. Everything feels clunky. Yeah, Warhammer 3 is, like, different from Warhammer 2 and how it controls, for sure. Any advice? How do I learn to love it? I would say just you can just do. Oh, whoops, that's Piers. How do you learn to love the game? I've had times when I've sort of burnt out on Warhammer 3. The way that I learned to love the game and to just grind it out like a madman.
I love 2 but can't get into 3. Everything feels clunky, nothing works the way I expect, especially AI. Any advice? How do I learn to love it?
There you go. There's the full question. I would say the way I learned to love getting again, he's back. I'm gonna have to double back with this army. He's just gonna have to be home defense, and I'll push Kairos with 2 armies. I can live with that. The way that I learned getting into loving Warhammer again, anytime I got burned out, was to just explore whatever, you know, just one facet of the game and sort of alternate between them, which isn't fully applicable to you, where you're sort of saying it's a full-on control thing. I would say, like, because for me, right, I was just like, you know, I'm like, man, I don't really feel like multiplayer because of the bugs and stuff, or like, man, I don't feel like playing normal campaigns anymore because like, you know, even before it's like, oh, the auto resolve is like really bad, right? Straight up sending 2 armies my way, dang. Yeah, so like I had a moment where I couldn't play normal campaigns very much because it just didn't feel great to play. But then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try speedrunning. And by just changing the rules of the game, right? From going from like, oh, things are too easy, right? The game isn't balanced well enough for a veteran player. By changing that even a little bit, suddenly I've been grinding this game nonstop 24/7. Like seriously, after this stream, after I do all my chores and stuff, I'm gonna be playing more of this speedrun, right? So I think it's sort of finding the thing that's best for you. So maybe like, I don't know, maybe unit control is clunky, but maybe you really like playing the grand campaign and just playing on the map more and relying on auto resolves. Maybe you change the difficulty and it works. New players won't know to buy Game 2 instead of Game 3 though. What makes you say that? From personal experience, I bought Warhammer 1 even though Warhammer 2 was out because it was on sale. So I'm like, you know, this is very much personal experience, right? Which is why I keep repeating that maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you guys right now, right? Warhammer 2 was already out. Let me finish reading your comment in case I'm missing something here.
On the trail.
Let's see here. Instead of Game 3 though, they'll buy the newer one and probably won't know that they need all 3 for Immortal Empires. So think about it this way, right? Think about the argument that is being made here. People are saying, if I can summarize this argument without strawmanning it, if I understand correctly, people are saying that new players are worried about how expensive Warhammer is. Therefore, they will buy the more expensive version and then be unhappy about it. Is that what you're telling me? Because if we're assuming new players are money motivated, if we're assuming that they're money motivated and they care about making the best savings, why are we assuming that they're not buying the second game on Steam sale? Unless, who knows, maybe they're just that bad at making purchases. I'd be like, when I was new to Warhammer, I would be insulted if people were like, remember when Warhammer 2 was not great? That's basically when, like, I joined shortly after when Warhammer 2 was getting out of its worst state, right? Warhammer 2 launch was not pretty. Do you know what my experience was? I was like, hey, like, I didn't even know about it, right? I didn't even know that Warhammer 2 was in a bad state. I just bought the cheaper version. And I was like, hey, you know what? Like, I'm contemplating on whether or not I want to get into the Warhammer series or not. But I don't really know which, you know, what's better, right? But like, I didn't even look into it very much. I was just like, this one's cheaper, and I got it. I don't know. Steam sale isn't 24/7. They are both different prices, but like, are new players like diving into the series outside of Steam sales? Aren't Steam sales like the primary way that new players get introduced into a series? I forgot to give Def Gorge. Because like, if we just look, I don't know if we have access to player to sales data, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people are coming in through that. Unless I'm wrong. Who knows? Maybe we are. Oh crap! He did. I did not expect that. You had the same experience. You bought one with all the DLCs on sale near the end of the Total War Warhammer 2 life cycle. Yeah. I like, if someone in chat, all right, so, here we go. Who in chat bought Warhammer 3 on full price? Or no, not Warhammer 3. Who in this chat came into the series buying the game at full price? When the other, like, because people are saying like, oh, the new player thing, right? We've all been new players. So if it like, did one of you guys just not wait for a Steam sale? And what was that experience like? Because this is valuable data. Kairos Uno reversing with the ambushes. Yeah, that sort of wrecked me.
We have them now.
But yeah, like, who with when they first thought about I should get into the Warhammer series, was their instinct to just plop down all of the money on the full price game? I'm sure there's definitely some people. And what was the experience like? Obviously, you're still watching Warhammer now, which means it was probably at least mildly positive. You got it on sale 1 year apart. You purchased all 3 as they released. Yeah, so that's sort of like, you know, you started from the very beginning. Not me, certainly. I just bought 3 because I didn't want to wait for a Steam sale. Okay, there we go. HGW. So HGW, having bought Warhammer 3 as a new player, how was the experience? Because maybe it was terrible, right? Maybe you played the Realms of Chaos and you know, and you're on the verge of quitting. Who cares about new players? We can say who cares about new players, but then that's just sort of that's sort of just outside of the conversation, right? That's like we're talking about pineapple pizza, and then you're like, who cares about pizza? It's like, all right, that's, you know. But this is very pertinent to the conversation because that's the whole crux of this entire argument. Everyone always talks about like the new players. Think about the new players and how bad their experience will be. Let's see, HGW saying, let's see here, you got destroyed because you didn't know what to do. That's when you started watching streams and videos. All right. Was the experience, did it feel very expensive? Were you put off by the price? Did you feel like you got your money's worth off of it? Let's see here. You impulse bought it. So Vincent saying you impulse bought it because control isn't your strong suit. That said go into 1 when the 3rd DLC came out, and then got 2 and 3 on release, so less money, but still wasn't cheap when you got 1. Okay, there you go. So maybe we can talk about that as a point, right? Could be the impulse purchases. There's a group of people that, but I think like the vast majority of people, like, I'm not seeing any horror stories where people are like, yeah, I bought Warhammer 2 on release and I hate my life now. Okay, that's a straw man, but like, I'm not seeing any horror stories here. Isn't making peace with Bretonia a good idea? I would love to if they were to propose it. You did for Warhammer 2, you have fond memories of a Vortex High Elf campaign and redlining your economy. Yeah, so I think my point stands. I'm not seeing like, you know, from other people's experience, right? I'm not seeing anyone in chat saying I bought Warhammer 2 on release, right? And then I was like, devastated about the Immortal Empire situation. Like no one even mentions Immortal Empires here. Although I guess Warhammer 2 did it a bit differently, right? But it did require both games. I'm gonna try making peace with. Oh no, I think the Bretonnians are almost dead. It's just Rapance. Maybe I can just ignore them. Are these guys friendly with? They're not, but I can just sort of leave them be. Sure, let's just start moving down south with these armies. Where are we at? An hour, 7 minutes? I think I should be on Kairos in a bit here. But yeah, so here's my mad theory. Here's my mad theory. I think it actually doesn't matter that much about the new player experience. And this is my crackpot theory. There's no basis of evidence for this. So don't say this is this is not the hill I want to die on, okay? But my crackpot theory is that the people that care about Immortal Empires being free is more about veteran players. I think it's more about veteran players that do not own all 3 games, that have played out Warhammer 3 and have had a good time, right? Maybe they own Warhammer 2 and not Warhammer 1 or the other way around.
The men are keen.
But I think this is more of a mid-player experience thing. And they just want, and they're like, you know, and they see the whole, like, they see the opportunity of like, hey, you know, I already own Warhammer 3. I want it to be free. I want Immortal Empires to be free. Cuz I'm pretty sure most of the people that would have voted for Legends thing, and most of the people who watch Legend, probably already own Warhammer 3. I don't think this is a situation where it's like, and like maybe those do count as the new players, and it's just a not a linguistic thing.
Don't mind them.
But that's my theory. Now tell me I'm wrong. I want to hear the counter arguments. What difficulty is this? Legendary, very hard. You have all 3 with. That's true. There are people that just have all 3 with DLC that just want what's best for new players. I guess there is that too. It's a bit of a heavily biased sample group on all fronts, yeah. For what I'm talking about, for what Legend's talking about, for what you guys are talking about. It's hard to talk about new players because most of them aren't watching Warhammer YouTube videos. I'm sure some of them do, but like, I think most of them are just don't even watch. So it's hard to actually get proper opinions on them. Got all 3? You want your friends to get into the game? Okay, there you go. I guess that's an interesting topic. So for people who have friends who are on the fence about getting into the Warhammer series, is that like a commonly brought up thing? Are they like, I would play if were like that's the tipping point?
Hunters.
I could sort of see that, right? Because I've been talking this whole time about not having enough data, but if you guys have like a bunch of friends that are, you know, that like the make or break is Immortal Empires for Warhammer 3. People who have friends and no Warhammer players? Brutal. Family members, at least. Can't get friends on board? Would it change if Immortal Empires was free? Because I don't know if that's a big selling point, honestly. I know for my cousin, who's sort of on the tipper for Warhammer, I think it would be a bigger sell for if it was cheaper than if Immortal Empires was free.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
Although I think Immortal Empires would certainly have an impact on his purchasing decision, so I don't think that's entirely wrong. You know, I think chat's been fairly convincing. Yeah, I'm gonna change my mind on it, thinking about it more. This little sit down session. I think certainly some people who are not new players just want to get free stuff, but I don't think that's the main driving factor. Just thinking about it more. I think more so. I think I subscribe to the fact that people just want whatever can be done to get other people playing the game. But I still don't think that making Immortal Empires free is the biggest factor. I feel like it's hard to put co-op and multiplayer together. The co-op and multiplayer for Warhammer is not there. The game was not designed to work with that, sadly.
All or nothing.
People have friends. Yeah, that's right, Tactin, sir. Yeah, multiplayer, barely any people play multiplayer. Well, the multiplayer mode is pretty hardcore by multiplayer standards. Straight up 1v1s is very overwhelming for people. Like, I think, what's it? I think if you look at StarCraft, right? A lot of people don't even play the 1v1 mode. They play, like, custom lobbies, basically. Okay, so I'm gonna ignore that Tzeentch army. In true hard push fashion. We're just gonna ignore them and just keep going this way.
Strike first, strike fast.
That's true. I guess there are co-op campaigns now. It's just that they're not really well put together, sadly. Sure, I'll do that. I just want a buffer state against. I just want a buffer state against Rapance. And I just wanted to end the Bretonnian armies. I think in future runs, I would definitely try to do a better job at shutting down the minor factions up northwest that declare war on me. Sick. It would not be free if it would still cost money. Say what? It just wouldn't cost money 3 separate times? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Co-op campaign is... It's true. The co-op campaign is way better with synchronous turns. It just needs more polish. I'm sort of, you know, I'm a little bit more disillusioned by CA now. I think they make great stuff. I don't think CA is gonna ever polish their game. I think Warhammer is beyond polishing at this point. I really hope that CA sort of do a solid pass and just make sure that, you know, all the systems are super great. But just looking at how they handle the multiplayer stuff and even like some campaign bugs, there's definitely a lot of stuff that just gets left in for a little bit too long. And you know, that's fine, that's fine. We can live with that. But it does make me wish for better things. Polish comes later as DLC reworks. I think that's what we would hope for. I've been playing Warhammer games for a few years now. I've been playing Warhammer games for, what, 4 years. I've been playing for 4 years, maybe 5. And I've been streaming Warhammer Total War for 3 years. Based on how CA have handled things in the past, I'm just gonna say, I'm feeling like the polish will never come, guys. I used to be more optimistic about it. I'm pretty sure it's not coming. I think DLCs will be great and they'll be amazing, but I think like a lot of the, you know, like they did do polish. You know, I'm not gonna say it never showed up, but I don't think they're gonna polish the micro stuff. Like, I don't think they're gonna go for a mirror finish at all, which is what I mean when I say polish. So for like, you know what's crazy? You still can't bookmark maps. You know the pinned maps feature for that they added for Warhammer 3? It doesn't remember it. It straight up forgets the maps that you pin. That has been there since the launch of Warhammer. Since I brought it up initially, when I first got my hands on the game, I was like, hey, the pinned maps thing is not working. And CA, they see, the sad part is that they 100% see the feedback that I give. I can be pretty confident that they see it. Which means that now they're, because they've made it explicitly clear that they see my feedback. They do not make it, they did not make it clear, or no, well, you know, it's like, they say that they see my feedback, but they don't change it, which is basically them saying like, hey, you know, We're probably not going to change it. Which is, you know, there's good reasons for it. But it tells me that we're probably not going to be seeing like a lot of these more minor things fixed. Even if the DLCs sell well. I think if the DLCs sell exceptionally well, maybe. But yeah. Pierce saying, to be fair, my favorite Enticity stream ever was the 4-Way King of the Hill campaign stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what's it? The mini campaigns, I feel like, are pretty cool, but no one's really doing a lot of heavy co-op content to really make use of that. It'd be cool to see that actually become a big thing.
Stay together.
But yeah, it's like, I don't know. From experience, like the co-op streams don't... They do okay, but they're not like... They don't do well enough where I think content creators are like itching to try out that type of content. Unfortunately, as cool as it would be to get all those sort of sick co-op streams going. Because there's definitely a group of people that just love them. When can we get a non-campaign specific speed setting? Non-campaign specific speed setting? What do you mean by that? If only DLC sold well? I think that we have a good chance of them doing well. I still don't think CA is gonna fix up a lot of these sort of minor bugs. Or at least not at, like, you know. It could be different, right? You could say that they're just not fixing the bugs that I care about, and I'm actually missing out on a lot of things that they're fixing. Maybe.
Target spotted.
Not having to... Oh, that's what you mean. This bad boy. You know how long I've been complaining about this? I've been complaining about that. Yeah, there's no way to save this. I have to manually change my speed settings every time I start a new campaign. And as someone who starts a lot of new campaigns, that is very annoying. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think, see, they might fix other stuff, but definitely a lot of the stuff that I care about, they do not seem to have a very high, you know, they don't seem to rate that very highly, which is understandable, but definitely makes me, more sort of disenfranchised, I guess. I don't know if that's the proper word, but it's close enough to what I'm talking about here. It seems like the simplest things have to be implemented between all the games. Changing speed every campaign, is there a mod for that? I think there is. There was a mod for Warhammer 2. I don't know if people made that for Warhammer 3. But yeah, there's like a lot of like minor things that would be like, you know. I just think, I think the, yeah. Anyways, for any given, I think they do fix a lot of things. I'm not going to say they don't fix anything. But I think the true, like a true polishing of the game, I don't think that'll be showing up. Sadly.
Tremble before me.
Do you prefer every turn, mid-game, or late-game campaigns? Or early game, my bad. I prefer early game if I'm playing normally. Because I feel like it's the most challenging part of the campaign. Since at this point you know, I've been playing Total War so much. I've reached veteran C status. So nothing really challenges me in the late game anymore, now that I figured out how to beat it. So for me, I enjoy the early game, but now that I'm doing challenge runs, I sort of enjoy the whole process. Also, hey, look at that. We're making landing on Kairos at 1 hour 30 minutes. Right on time, people, right on time. Something else to consider for a barrier of entry. Consider all the people that bought Warhammer Total War 3 and played but didn't stick around long with Realms of Chaos. They might return and play Mortal Empires. Interesting, interesting. I could see that. What the ambush? Is Kairos again? Oh, hey, hello Kairos. Just a little bit of a road bump for Volkmar. I could see that. I could see that. That's something that that's something that I hadn't considered before. Yeah. So we're talking about new players who have left and is bringing them back. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah. Now all we need to do is just figure out if that'll actually get them to buy more DLCs. If it's a big enough event, maybe. We need dwarf encoders. Yeah, let's see here. I think that's the best argument that I can get behind. And then it just comes down to how, like, you know, because obviously you gotta figure out like the the loss in earnings versus the returning players. Let's see here. So if we have, because you would assume on the launch of Warhammer that the hype would have had a lot of people buy it. I think for all players that are coming into the scene currently, I think my logic still checks out, but it doesn't account for possibly a lot of people coming back if Immortal Empires was made free. I don't know how much. I think, well, let's see. Legend says that the, he says that the Realms of Chaos campaign is significantly worse than the Vortex campaign. So I could see that if you have the Vortex campaign, because like for me, right, I joined with the Vortex campaign and I was pretty content with it. Question is Realms of Chaos as bad? Doesn't Realms of Chaos campaign have an option to disable the rifts? After you do that, doesn't it make it very close to how Immortal Empires plays out, just a smaller map? Because if that's the argument, right? If rifts are the biggest issue, can't you just have it where rifts are disabled by default? No, it doesn't. Dang. It has a mod for that. Dang. All right, never mind then.
Moving out.
Huntsman General.
So I think Legend's other argument was he would also like to see that Realms of Chaos. He also wanted well, I think he wanted Realms of Chaos to get patched up, right, and fixed. But then he's pretty convinced that CA doesn't want to do that. So I think his argument is that the next viable step is to make it where they just fix up the other thing instead. I could sort of see that. Then I will say, I think with that argument, I'm willing to change my stance a bit then. Where I think the next step is just, now we just need data. Because it's hard to say, I'm willing to change my mind on, oh dang, Ickets. Thank goodness I don't have that upper territory. I think if we're going by that, then the argument just comes down to, is it going to be worth it? Which I think only CA knows. Because I think if you went to CA and gave that idea, right, and you're like, hey, returning players could be huge. In the end, right, if you went to the CEO or whoever makes the decisions, right, on Immortal Empires being free, if you went up to them and you told them that, the next thing that they would ask is, okay, how many people are actually going to return if we do this, right? And then to that, it's just sort of like, oh, well, you know, we don't know, right? We know some players will return, but we don't know how many. So, it'll come down to that.
Stay together.
And that's just going to be market research. That makes me a little bit more positive about it, though. I can see that. And also, we would need to know if, we need to know about the Realms of Chaos and how much of an impact that has on people leaving. Which I could see it. I could see people not liking the Realms of Chaos because they don't get to expand as much. Disabling rifts was one of the first mods for the game. Realms were cool. What's it? But having to do it with your legendary lord was a big negative. Yeah. We shall see then. That's an interesting thought to mull over though. Although in the end, I still don't think anyone actually has a market research. The big question is, because CA has put out their official statement that they have been considering it for a while.
Track and track. Setting sail.
So they've
Combat
probably already thought of it.
claimed for the
It's
Empire.
just sort of trying to push them more into doing it and threatening with community backlash.
Instrument of Sigmar.
Because the thing is, and you know, yeah, I think, yeah,
Sigmar watches
that's
over.
fine. Because in the end, right, because I almost made a video on it.
I will cast out
The general idea that I settled on was that I have nothing against Legends Petition, but I don't think it'll go anywhere.
Orders heeded.
Because CA, this is an idea that they would have already gone over, and that
Battle positions.
they've already chosen not to go for. But the petition does push CA into possibly making changes that would end up being better for us. Maybe not better for CA, but it would be better for sort of us players, which would be a nice little positive. Especially for content creators. It'd be massive for content creators if more people joined. As long as it doesn't cause CA to
Huntsman General.
to shut down the game early for whatever reason. That would be the biggest hurdle to get past. But I don't think they would do that either, right? Under the same assumption. So the logic goes, right, is that CA, let's assume that they lose money from making Immortal Empires free, right? If we assume that, but they're making their decisions in their best interests, right? That means that Legends Petition, under that assumption, it wouldn't have a high chance of making CA lose so much money, or it wouldn't have a chance of making CA lose money because they just wouldn't follow up with the petition if it were to make them have significant losses, right? So I don't think making Immortal Empires free would get to the point where it would actually affect what DLCs come out.
This is wise.
So in the end it's fine. Though I still don't think CA is gonna. I think if they make the decision, I don't think it'll be that much because of Legend. But I don't know. He is, you know, we are talking about it now, right? And there is also the thing where companies, you know, it's like it's almost like it's being offered to them on a silver platter. You know what I mean? Where it's like people are asking for this thing to be changed. So if they want sort of like an easy W, right, they just go ahead and they implement it, and then they, like, you know, if they were planning to anyways, right, it's like a little bit of extra, or if they're on the tipping point, it might change them into doing it. I could see that. Decent middle ground could be selling Immortal Empires as DLC. As DLC, interesting. I think that would be... wouldn't that be very difficult to get done in the company? That seems like a pretty huge gear shift, but who knows, maybe. It's like Costco. You should give away or sell some food items at a loss. So, if we're talking about loss leaders, so the thing is, it matters in magnitude. It's not a matter of whether or not it's a good, like, you know, whether or not it's positive or not. Like, loss leaders,
Huntsman General.
if we were talking about loss leaders, CA already has a very clear loss leader, and that's the fact that they give free LCs for the game.
Strike
I don't
first.
think, you
Strike
know,
fast.
it's very hard to say whether or not it's actually worth it without there being an idea. And I know people are incapable of doing this judgment properly because of the multiplayer scene. People always say, like, hey, Enticity,
Volkmar
think about it this way, right? Here's X multiplayer unit, right? And, like, I don't know, like, they could be like, let's see, what's a common unit that people vouch for too much?
Sigmar has
Let's say
spoken
war
my
dancers,
praise.
right? People are like, look at war dancers,
Huntsman
right?
General.
Compared to Eternal Guard, war dancers have anti-infantry. So they can kill infantry better. Isn't that like a good thing? Shouldn't you run war dancers? And the answer is always like, no, Eternal Guard are better for the price. So while we could say like, you know, we could bring up stuff like Lost Leaders, or we could bring up stuff like how there'd be more players, which means there's more DLCs being bought. You can't actually make that argument to CA unless you have their market data and you are a professional in the field, right? You can't say it's better. We can just say that it's a thing to consider, which I think they've already considered it. Pure saying, I think they'll eventually do Immortal Empires access free, but you have 1 and 2 races as DLC packs for Immortal Empires. I hope they do. Who knows? Maybe the pressure will get them to change it.
Is it
Who
time?
knows? Fingers crossed,
No
I
one
guess.
behind. We will.
Foes to track.
Alright, here we go.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
We are on Kairos's territory. Dang, he just has armies in ambush everywhere. We're on Kairos's territory at 1 hour 30 minutes, and we're starting to take it over. So the plan is I go ahead and I start running over Oxyotl.
I think they'll eventually go EA
Oh.
access free, but have TW2 and 1 races as DLC packs for EA unlocks.
Yeah. Yeah, anyways. Anyways, the pace of this speed one's going pretty well.
Nation calls.
I know I've been going real deep, more than some people would have wanted me to, into this discussion again. But yeah, I think my thoughts are basically out there. It's sort of like you know what? I think the reason that it bothers me so much is that I get a lot of this as sort of a pseudo company myself, right? A lot of, and you know, there's nothing wrong with it. But a lot of the time I get ideas where people say like, hey, here's a video idea. You should make it because it will get a lot of views, right? And then, you know, the process of having to explain, and you know, for like most people, they're very like, you know, they're very polite about it, right? They're not like forcing me to do this idea, but there's definitely a group of people that will be like, hey, like let's say multiplayer content, right? People will be like, hey, make more multiplayer videos, right? Because they, you know, because there's like a multiplayer audience, and for the long run, right? You know, you'll have more viewers for if you do multiplayer, right? And they just throw out stuff like that with no basis in like with no amount of actual like research, right? They just sort of like throw out the idea, and they're convinced that it is the best thing that I can do for my channel when it's something I've already done before, and it doesn't work. That sort of talk where it's like, or like, you know, or like that sort of talk where it's like backseating, like you're backseating the guy that has done that business, right? Like in theory, I'm the most knowledgeable person in the room about running my own channel. So to say that you're more knowledgeable and then afterwards give no data about it, I think that's the thing that bothers me the most.
Foes to track. Weapons
Despite that, I still have no problem with Legends Petition.
all or nothing.
But I think that's why, as a sort of self-analysis on why I always get mixed into these conversations.
Where next?
I hope y'all's understand.
Huntsman General.
Does this guy have his? He does. I'm surprised his replenishment is so low. Let's see, Mick Pone saying, I'm pretty sure backseating isn't speaking from ignorance. I'm pretty sure backseating isn't speaking from ignorance. No, I'm pretty sure it's speaking from ignorance. No, I'm like quite sure that the vast majority of advice that I get for the YouTube channel is pretty incorrect. Having actually done the things before. Like, I'm sure some of it isn't from ignorance, right? But like I think most people telling CA what to do don't have. I don't think they have a degree in finance or price setting. Some people do, and some people have interesting things to say about it, but at least they aren't synonymous. They aren't. That doesn't change that the vast majority of it is. Especially in this scene. Like you know, if you have a parent backseat driving you, right? Probably not ignorance, right? But I think like a lot of the advice I get for YouTube for sure, and I think a lot of the advice people give for what is the best financial decision for creative assembly, I'm pretty sure these people do not have any data or background in that field. I think people are just saying like more people means more DLCs bought. Like the fact that no one's giving numbers is a pretty clear indicator. Yeah. That's my rant on the topic. Cause like, you know, if someone's like, hey, you know, I have a degree, right? I have a degree in price setting, right? I've done economics. Then it's like, okay, dang, right? Like, you know more than me. I'll default to your position. Right? Let's see here. Giving business advice isn't backseating. Telling someone how to play a video game is backseating. Okay, now we're just arguing semantics, man. Alright, McPoned, I'm just gonna... How about this? How about agree to disagree, alright? I've been in this rodeo before, alright? I've been in this rodeo enough to know that we can agree to disagree.
Yes.
Oh man, yeah. I can see that our conversation will likely not go places that will be useful for either of us. Anyways, we will continue onwards. Let's change topic. I'm sort of done with this topic. I feel like I've said my part. Everyone said their part. I think there's a good enough understanding where we're fine. What do we talk about, guys? How's this speedrun going? Oh, dang, Golden Order? Unfortunately, we're not friends with them. Pierce. Oh my gosh. Alright. Anyways. I don't have much to talk about right now. Honestly, I've been grinding this speedrun so much. My, like, day in, day out. I've been having so much... Oh, is it Tuesday today? It is. It is Tuesday today. I'm gonna get my vitamin. I've been grinding this speedrun so much, man. Just joined. How's the run going? Great. I think I found a consistent start that gets me into a good position. Like this position right here. I think by the 2-hour mark, I can consistently beat Kairos. I think that's what we're looking at here right now. From what I can tell, it is... Oh, what vitamins? Vitamin D. As someone who lives up in the north and doesn't go outside very often, I need that D. Anyways. From what I can tell, I can consistently get here because the main base is very safe from getting attacked. You know, we have like a bunch of walls and stuff. I attack the dwarves. I can guarantee allying with Khalida. And then even if they do declare war on me, right? We even had a few hiccups. It's still going pretty smoothly. So I feel like we figured out the first 2 hours of this run. And the next part is like, how quickly can I take over Lustria and the rest of the world? You also have a bottle right in front of me. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, everyone, remember, guys. Remember, it's a common issue. It's a common issue that people don't actually take their drugs. I think, oh man, I forget what the exact thing is, but I remember my sister says that it's a very common problem. that people don't take their medicine as prescribed, and it causes a lot more issues
Voyaging.
for them than like it should. Like that, like it just leads to a bunch of
My knowledge is
a bunch of problems. I'm not describing this well at all because I'm focusing on the speed run, but like, but yeah, like it's like a fairly big issue that like, you know, people will just like forget when to take their medicine, or even worse, they choose not to take their medicine on some days, just like, you know, randomly without talking to the doctor about it, and then that's pretty bad. Yeah, that type of business.
Sigma be praised.
This is gonna rebel next turn, so I need to see. Provincial instability goes down by 1. I should have built the tap rooms earlier. We'll see. I don't think it'll...
Huntsman General.
Can I stop it from rebelling? It's here in the middle of nowhere. Did I do my quest battle with Volkmar? I didn't. I should get that done next turn. Pop your dang pills. I would bet that many doctors wish they could just tell that to their patients. And anyways, vitamin D is probably the least druggy of all drugs. It's just a vitamin. Significant portion of people don't take antibiotics to the full extent. Oh, yes. Yeah. And then it increases the risk of resistant bacteria. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and get the Staff of Command. We're going to pick that up. And then we're going to be set. If I can just get this bad boy going as fast as possible, I won't have to deal with a rebellion, and then it just becomes a big Lustria sweep into invading Cathay. Yeah, the I'm feeling better, I don't need to continue. Oh, jeez. That's terrifying, man. Absolutely terrifying. That's just how it works. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You read some you read some paper about doctors wanting to put a microchip in MedLife that emitted a signal. Honestly, because even just, oh dang, yes, Vanguard, that's really good. Yeah, even just as a even as just like a thing to help people remember, just different systems that can help that out could be massive. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and do this. Wish me the best of luck. All right, peace out. Yeah. Run's starting to get pretty late. I imagine many people in Europe, it's getting real late for you guys. You have a phone alarm for your drugs. Nice. Yeah, I just have that little like packet thing. The just like the daily reminder thing. I just use that. All right, sick. Yeah, and then I just have it on my desk so that I just see it very often if I ever look in that rough direction. Also, dang, this battle went very well. I guess because my grenade launchers had gold chevrons. Gold chevron grenade launchers. Insane. Especially for auto-resolve. Actually, almost just specifically for auto-resolve, because they're not that great outside of that situation. I love this cavalry support too. Sometimes if I do this battle just right, I can win the battle before the cavalry show up. Though the faster I try doing this battle, the more risky it gets. So given that we're this far into the run, I tend to play it a little bit more careful. Yeah, pill planners. Oh man. This is how I can tell I have an older audience. If I was streaming like an FPS game, no way I could talk about this to to all the kids that would be watching. They'd be like, geez, what is this? What am I watching? Do you get a new liver every month? Oh, what to deal with the pills for peers? Yeah, that's true. 100 pills and a new liver. Our creaky bones agree. You're only 27. Hey, man, Piers. Oh, actually, oh, no, geez. Piers, 27 and taking 100 pills a day? Dang. It's common enough for kids to have to take depression, anxiety meds? Dang. Alright, peace out, Kevin. Peace, peace. Alright, sick. Things are going well. So the way that this run works is that after I hope he can't auto-resolve me. Otherwise, that would be real awkward. The goal is that we straight up, we make landing. We make landing in Lustra, and then we kill everyone up until the point we run into the allies of the High Elves. Because if the High Elves declare war on me, I'm pretty screwed. I definitely don't want that to happen, otherwise they will totally run me over. At this point in the campaign, I don't have, you know, with only 4 armies. Despite having a lot of territory, I haven't been spending a lot of time to build it up. So, High Elves declaring war on me is basically the end. We're super doomed if that happens. So, I'm just gonna push up until that point, and then we invade Cathay. Because Cathay really lacks in terms of enemies. You usually see Miao Ying, all of her armies are north, and Zhao is busy fighting Gorst, or the ogres, towards the west. So basically what you do is you land right in the bottom right area of Cathay, and then you just push out and expand outwards from there with very little resistance. And by the time you actually run into resistance, it's very smooth sailing, because you've taken over so much territory. You have the income for essentially just infinite armies.
Huntsman General.
And that's basically the plan.
Strike first, strike fast.
Our spines do not break.
You missed another one due to D&D evening. What's happening? We're just doing a little bit of a speed run over here, John. Good old classic speed run it. So we're just trying to paint the map in under 5 hours. Today is not the day. This is not the run that is going to get that done. But I'm sort of doing training right now to see if I can get to that point.
This is wise.
Oh dang, he wasn't in ambush. Yeah, so far I think we've got to the point where I found a route to kill Kairos by the 2-hour mark. I think I can take out Kairos in 2 hours. Well, actually sub 2 hours. Like the entire chaos, Southern Chaos waste in sub 2 hours. What I'm figuring out now is basically how am I gonna take over the rest of the world in 3 hours? Given that I have about 50 settlements and there's 500 settlements left, that means it's 166 settlements an hour, or 2.7 settlements. Is that right? 2.7 settlements a minute? Is that right? I gotta take 3 settlements a minute? Oh, that's gonna be pretty sus. Let's see here. Wait, 500 divided by 60 divided by 3. Yes, so I need to take about 3 settlements every single minute by the time I hit 2 hours remaining. I think, if my math is right. I only have 31 settlements, dang. Maybe a little bit faster. Well, I guess 3 settlements would be good. The thing is, though, we do have the benefit of ramping up as we hit the late game. So we do have a little bit of ramping up. But the thing is, I have to not slow down. However, I think it's totally doable. Sounds like you better get those auto-resolve stacks going. Oh, yes, we have the auto-resolve stacks going. The question is, how quickly can I maneuver these armies in a fashion that will actually achieve that goal? So, I think right now I'm not playing like hyper optimally. I've sort of been just chilling with chat and sort of, you know, mostly just chilling with chat. So I haven't actually been like, you know, hitting the end turn as optimally as I could have. We could probably get here a little bit faster. But if I'm like really zoned in, I should be able to do a turn every minute, as long as all of my armies are roughly in the same idea. But yeah, that's the plan. John saying I'm hitting barely 10 on Elithanar. Barely 10 hours. That's not a good sign. Hey, John, how do your late games play out? Do you find that you can capture 3 settlements a minute when you hit a late game situation? Because I feel like that's barely achievable if you have everything sort of lined up perfectly. I feel like that's barely achievable. But yeah, I feel like 6 hours is definitely doable though. I think 6 hours is very achievable. So, in fact, you know, who knows? Maybe even today. Maybe if I don't get a slowdown, then we'll be done in at 9 o'clock. Jeez, yeah, I gotta go get food before that happens. But I feel like 6 hours is definitely doable for this one, especially with how optimized the start is. It is a very good start. Invisible value of how good they are over other things? Say what? Oh, are we talking about like the thing about getting good auto resolves? Yeah. It's too bad. I feel like if CA showed us the auto resolve values, that would corrupt our minds, because then everyone would just start focusing on finding the most optimal auto resolve unit in the normal campaigns. That just seems like a recipe for disaster. Sick. I needed these guys. So I'm gonna keep the warrior priests here, and they're gonna wait for Volkmar. They're gonna wait for Volkmar and these armies to show up, so that they can give that wonderful replenishment. But yeah, you can see how my turns are starting to ramp up now that I've taken out Kairos and Oxyotl. Things start picking up real fast, and we haven't even hit 2 hours yet. Auto resolve doesn't do a fight. It sort of does a mix of things. It's not pure value calculations, because otherwise that would be CP. CP is what determines army losses at the end of a battle. Auto resolve does do a little bit of calculations based off unit compositions, at least last I checked. So it's not a what's it? Oh, jeez. It's not purely dumb. It's not fully dumb, but it's definitely not incredibly smart as to run an entire simulation of the game in the background. Yeah, but there's a lot of factors that can affect it. However, for this campaign, the only thing that really matters for me is the fact that we have... Oh, nice. I can get an extra little recruitment point here. Actually, I had to remember to get that. Maybe that's not worth it. Alright, here we go. I'll settle for this. But yeah, auto-resolve is complicated, and most people just learn which units are good at auto.
Battle positions.
And that's about it. Yeah, it can depend on your legendary lord, what abilities they have. And some people have even claimed that auto-resolve is affected by how many times you've won auto-resolve battles. Which I'm a little bit more skeptical about, but it just goes to show how crazy it gets, right? If people are thinking that the number of one auto-resolves is affecting your auto-resolves, it's very hard to keep track of. Alright, so right now I think we've reached about, I've reached about almost, I am getting like 1.5 maybe settlements every minute. By the time I have like 8 armies romping their way through, I should be able to increase that a little bit, is the hope. But yeah, we're just gonna deal with Lustria first, and then everyone's gonna set sail to Cathay, and then from there I just sweep from east to west. Nice and simple. Well, okay. Yeah, Autumn Chan. Yeah, yeah. Of course, Autumn Chan. Your advice is very good for anyone who's playing the game normally. The reason I talk about auto resolves is because we are speedrunning. But yeah, for the vast majority of people, focusing on auto resolve may kill your enjoyment of the game. It's you know, it's the Pandora's box. Some people can handle it. You know, I'm not here to tell people how to enjoy the game, but I am here to make sure that you do enjoy the game. That you don't accidentally just optimize the fun out of it.
Huntsman General. Who calls? Shield of fate.
But yeah. 6. So here's the play. Start global recruiting. Now we have 2-turn global recruit right now, which is not the end of the world. It does slow me down a little bit. It could be a tiny bit faster, but 2-turn global recruit is, you know, it's good enough. Because generally, it's pretty easy for me to spend my income. I don't really have. I think like in this early late game situation, the limiting factor is more so how built up my economy is, much more than how quickly I can actually recruit. Might be a way to play a legendary lord you don't like very much. Interesting strat. Usually I just hard avoid factions I don't like playing. Like Kugath. I'm only gonna play Kugath as part of as part of just like finishing. Like, you know, if I wasn't a content creator, I probably would not play Kugath in any normal situation. I just can't get into playing Nurgle, guys. I'm sorry. Papa Nurgle just has not really won me over.
How to proceed?
Yo, this is going great though. Now the Beastmen might take out a few settlements here. That doesn't matter very much as long as they're not reviving factions. Reviving factions would be terrible. But generally the Beastmen seems like they're pretty chill right now. How about Festus? Do you find him better? Festus is different because he doesn't have the same mechanics of Nurgle. And he has Warriors of Chaos units, which are significantly faster. So I would say Festus isn't even the same as Nurgle. He's just too different. Because the thing is, you can play Festus fast. I haven't figured out a way to play Nurgle quickly. Nurgle is just, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't played them enough. I have had it before where I play a faction and then I grow to enjoy them more and more. Is Village still my favorite Warriors of Chaos Legendary Lord? I would say Valkia is definitely in the close running. I might be tempted to play Valkia over what's his face, Village? Can't even remember his name. Plague Toad Spam. Oh yeah. Chad's favorite option. I already have a warrior priest in here. Well, ain't that awkward. This guy should skedaddle. We'll throw him in another army when we get there. But yeah, this is where we start ramping up. So every turn, right? If in the conquest of Lustria, I find that I'm taking settlements very rapidly. I find that usually I end up taking like 2 settlements a turn, and with a 30-second endgame timer, it means that progress is pretty speedy. Progress is nice. He just really needs to make money, Nurgle. So just like what, all his units and buildings are too expensive? Maybe. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, the way that this plays out now. So we are at like, you know, we're at 2 hours and we've taken over the first few settlements. The only thing that holds me back now is how quickly and efficiently I can do these end turns. There's also something to be said about just ignoring Kairos. If there was some way I could ignore Kairos in my conquest here, then we'd be golden. Because I could technically get this party started like this much earlier on. Significantly earlier. If I didn't have to worry about Kairos constantly sending armies northwards to attack me. So, you know, I'm willing to get suggestions on my Discord if you have any. Or here right now if you do. Anything to make it cheaper? Interesting.
Yes.
I wonder if you can go like sacking economy Nurgle. Or some crazy strat like that.
Flame for the Empire.
Alright, sick. So that's going pretty well. And then I have these armies that are just sort of sailing up.
Setting sail.
Making the way
Huntsman
over.
General.
This guy's a little bit slow. The bad thing about having these detached armies is that while they can expand my influence a bit,
Calls.
it's generally a waste of time having to bounce around the map to manage them. It's way better just having all of them grouped together because it really makes the movement process a lot more efficient. Nurgle early and mid game replenishment sucks too. That's really weird. And Nurgle's replenishment sucks. How did that happen? Kairos is the final boss in every Volkmar campaign. Oh yeah, isn't he part of like the short victory condition? I guess it makes sense that he's a pain to fight. But yeah, if I could figure out some way of getting rid of him early, that would be huge. Like even if it means I'm killing the dwarves a little bit slower, like if I can just kickstart Oxyotl. Actually, so the biggest play is if there's some crazy method, if there's some crazy way to make it where I can, or I can get Kairos out of, what's it? If I can get Kairos and get Oxyotl on my side, that would be the biggest game changer. Because that's basically, that's the biggest thing holding me back right now. Is the fact that I have to throw some sort of force together to stop the big bird.
Equipment check.
Kugath doesn't have any warrior priests. I wonder what a speedrun with Kugath looks like. Is it possible? Is there such a thing as a Kugath speedrun? I feel like possibly not. You can get bouncing plagues to get the replenishment up? Okay. This seems like, every time I talk about Kugath, it seems like there's a very particular way. There's a very particular way you're supposed to play him, but if you can get it going, he seems like he's a pretty chill guy. But otherwise, it seems like pain and suffering, which is, you know, par for the course when it comes to something like Kugath. 12-hour Kugath speedrun when? 12 years? Speedrun? Oh, jeez, chat. Why did I choose Volkmar for this? Because France has too much empire management, same with Gelt, and Marcus Wolfhart has random armies spamming in his territory 24/7. So none of those guys go well. And the reason I chose Empire is because I'm very familiar with their global recruit systems. And also the grenade launchers are OP and auto-resolve. I think I can finally afford to safeguard now. So, like, yeah, at first I was like, you know what? Well, actually, at first I tried out doing it with France. But I found that France just wasn't, he just didn't have great borders for the job. So France has to kill Festus. But then after Festus, you're running into Norska. And then after Norska, you're running into even more business. It's a constant, like, you know, after Norska, you're fighting Chaos, right? And then after Chaos, you're just surrounded by Chaos. It doesn't get better. So you have to push north into Chaos. Either that, or you have to find a way to hold the border there. Which is not impossible to do, mind you. You know, but I think it's a lot more work than what Volkmar has to do. Volkmar, his biggest issue is Kairos. Because you can kill Manfred pretty easily. And then you can double alliance to hold your borders. And you still have a lot of space to expand into via Lustria. So Volkmar, I find, is pretty great. Armies spawning in territory might be a good source of income. They could be a good source of income. But I haven't explored the Marcus speedrun that much. If he can conquer all of Lustria very quickly, I'd be willing to give a little bit more credence to Marcus. Because if the armies spawn in the same location, which I think they might, or at least it gives you a heads up where they spawn, it might be manageable, while also having a slightly better start and avoiding Kairos. So maybe Marcus is a little bit better. I don't think he has the same public order bonuses that Volkmar has, though. And Volkmar's public, like, +3 public order is pretty great. You're basically one quest battle away from not having to worry about public order for the rest of the game. That's pretty massive, guys.
Move out. Camp and forage.
Okay, so are we conquering at the right pace? I'm only at 42 settlements and we're 7 minutes in. I don't know if we can achieve 3 settlements a minute. As much, oh man, I might have to, well, it depends. It depends on how the late game goes, right? Because let's see, 30 seconds of wait, and then 30 seconds of, and like the end turns get faster as you get further on. So there's a chance that like the very end of this campaign is like 5 settlements every minute, right? And that it just more than makes up for it. Because we're only at the beginning of the late game. But there's also a higher chance that we run into like a hiccup that gives us like a 15-minute time loss. And then suddenly we're not keeping pace anymore. So it really depends. He tried Marcus once in Warhammer 2, never again. The short movement range is what kills it for you. Oh yeah, because isn't that just because of Lustria? It's just like Lustria is really hard to move around in.
Strike first, strike fast.
This is going at a pretty good pace though. Man, the minutes, they tick by so quickly. Yeah. So I still think it's doable, but we gotta be hella efficient. We gotta be very efficient to pull it off. But I'm willing to grind this speed run until the point where we've reached peak efficiency, and I can legit just do this run in 5 hours. Because if there's anything that I learned about speedrunning, or if there's one thing I know about speedrunning, it's that it can keep going faster. Like, people are still speedrunning the OG Mario 1 speedrun, and even that is still getting time saves now. If you don't have underway, it's awful movement. I think that's just in Warhammer 2, though. I think in Warhammer 3, it's a little bit bigger. Is Volkmar based? I don't know. I think so. Maybe I'm wrong though. I'm sure Lore Master of Sotek would have something to say about it.
All or nothing.
Sick. One of the pirate factions down. That both speeds up our end turns and also makes life a little bit easier because I don't have to hunt them down later. All right, what stage are we at though right now? Let's see. I am at, man, I'm looking at the timer right now. To pull off 3 settlements every minute. That's crazy. We'll see how it goes though. We'll see how it goes. Is that right? Is that right? 3 settlements every minute? Well, it's not 3 settlements. It's almost 3 settlements, which is an important distinction. Very important distinction. It's only 2.7.
Close in and kill.
Oh man, I don't know. We'll see. I've never actually, yeah, 2.77. At the current pace though, we're not really keeping pace with the settlement capture goals. Alternatively, well, I don't know. If we move to very hard, it changes the actual difficulty settings. I'll need to look for some time saves. I feel like if I could get the Kairos situation. Well, Kairos, let's see, Kairos is dead at 2 hours. How is that pace? I wonder, do I do the Cathay invasion early? I wonder if that would work out. Here, Volkmar's not going to global recruit those. He's much better suited just getting these guys immediately. How much longer are you streaming for? I'm going to stream until we run into a hiccup, and then I'm going to go grab dinner.
Huntsman General.
But yeah, there's a weird thing too, where if I can just play like 20% more efficiently over the course of the run, that would make a huge difference too. just gone 11 p.m. So wondering. Yeah, Piers, I'm only probably gonna stream like 30 minutes longer, I think.
This is what we train
I don't think I'll
for.
be streaming longer than 30 minutes. This one is definitely better than the last one, though. I think the more I can ignore... the more I can ignore what's going on... Actually, you know what I could do? Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. What if we ally? Oh, nice. What if we, like, ally... Tic-tac-toe, etc. And the dwarves. And then we attack Kairos. Like, I still wanna, you know, finish off this one just to know how long it takes. But I feel like if we do that, I think there's a pretty good, we have pretty good odds. I think we have pretty decent odds with that of getting a huge time save. Cause like no Kairos or like, well, no Kairos. What am I talking about? If we get all of those alliances going, right? I can potentially send an army down south immediately and befriend Oxyotl. Oxyotl kills off Kairos while I'm off going to Lustria. And then I go ham in Lustria in the same way I am now. It's not like I need, you know. I would still need the income to fund the armies, but they could definitely get started much sooner. Which I feel like makes a pretty big difference.
Stay together.
So with them getting started sooner, that could be huge. That could be huge. Because then I'll be there at like, you know, I could be at Lustria at 1 hour. And then I take a couple settlements. I take over the rest of Lustria. And then I do the big expansion sweep. I don't have to worry about the Chaos Wastes being a big pain. This guy at war with Marcus. He is. I'm probably going to kill Itza. I don't know. I think you need this amount of armies to conquer Lustria. It's so, yeah. My conquering of Lustria wouldn't be as smooth if I didn't have all these armies. That's very true. And having the territory, like having Kairos' territory does net me like a couple extra 1,000 gold. Which is a rather significant difference. You thought the strat was to run to Cathay at the start? So I had tried that. There's another line of thought where I can definitely get to Cathay with a grenade launcher stack at 22 minutes. So the question is, if I'm at Cathay, can I get this amount of expansion in an hour 30? Hard maybe, hard maybe. I think there's a chance, but I'd have to spend a lot of time optimizing that. To see, yeah, I'd have to optimize that a lot, because I don't know if that's doable.
Into the wild.
That would be pretty sick, though. That would be big progress.
Forward.
Okay, nice. Here we go. Stick out the Vampire Coast.
In and kill. Move in, scouts.
You need to drink 50% more caffeine. Yeah, just play faster. The legendary strats. There's also something to be said about when do I actually get my global recruit going. Right now I'm on 2-turn global recruit, and it feels like I'm just barely keeping up. I think I will accidentally stumble into turn 1 global recruit when I need it, just based off of how much I'm conquering. Lower graphics to speed things up? Maybe. I don't know how much, there's a few things that would speed up for sure. I don't know if that would make a big difference, but I could try it. Because the thing is, right, you have the CPU and then you have the graphics card. So the graphics card slowing down, I don't know how much of a difference that makes. It would probably make at least a little bit, though, depending.
Huntsman General, equipment check.
Is there a book that lowers global recruitment time? No, just a replenishment book. The replenishment book is sick, though. Replenishment book is amazing, but unfortunately for me, it will not do. I'm gonna have global recruit grenade launchers soon though, just based off of just looking at how Outriders are already global recruit one. 4090 will burn up before slowing down. That's true, that's true. Well, let's see here. I think the limiting factor is in my CPU. Well, I have a 3080. I'm not gonna get a 4090 for this speed run. Or will I? Or will I? Am I that insane?
Get a move on.
Yeah, definitely not. Alright, how are we gonna take out
Huntsman General.
it's
Covering ground.
so we have a couple of their guys here. Alternatively, I just kill the Vampire Coast and then I call it a day. So like these guys they're not even at war with each other. It's just Marcus. Do I ally with these guys and just save it for later? Because the thing is, if I can just ally with these guys and the Bretonians, then I don't really have to worry that much, right? So like I do this. He's at war with Hexawaddle. That's a dangerous play. I think I become friends with the lizards. And we'll let him die over there. And then I think this area is pretty well secured. It's killing them really that hard. So the problem with Hexawaddle is that
Strike first.
it will draw in the High Elves. The High Elves will hate my guts if I kill Mazdamundi. Ironically, does that mean not streaming at the same time when speed turns up? I think it would, actually. Is that why my runs are so fast when I'm not streaming? But yeah, I think there's definitely some movement options. Alternatively, I can just say 6-hour speed run.
Huntsman General. Pitching camp.
I think 6 hours is pretty doable. Let's see, what's the pace right now? I have 54 settlements. Honestly, the settlements, for taking all of Lustria, I have a surprisingly few number of settlements. Though, I think it's sort of like Lustria is very spaced out. There's a lot of empty space in Lustria. There's something to be said about the fact that
Keep the
I
pace.
will ramp up in my settlement captures when I get to, like, you know, Reichland.
Proceed.
Your prediction at the... What's this?
All or nothing.
Your prediction at the start of the stream came true. What was your prediction? That I'd have to restart? I could remove extra notifications. Yeah. That's a minor save, I think. I don't know if that's a massive save. So, I think... Can I... Jeez, I can't confederate him. He's too hard to confederate. It would be sick to get a confederation on Marcus. I don't think it actually makes a big difference, though. But yeah, at some point, I don't even need to do, like, these commandments or anything. That's like a minor time loss, but over the course of the entire campaign, 500 of those has to account for, like, at least, you know, like, some good minutes. That the 5 hours would be extended to 6 or 7. I reject the notion. I'm gonna do my best to get it down, though. Because I think at my current level of optimization and skill, I think 6 or 7 is more realistic for me. But I think you'd be a fool to say it would never go sub. I think you'd be a fool to say it would never go below that. I think you would. I think with proper practice, I think I could totally get this below 5 hours.
Sigma, grant me strength.
It's better to finish and refine. Yeah. Well, like, I want to make sure my early game is very good, but I should at least
Huntsman General.
you know, I should start playing a few runs to the end.
Fall in, men.
Can I get one of these bad boys? That's expensive, but I'll take it. I'll take it just to be their friend. Yeah, because I want to finish off Ricard, and then we're gonna go to Cathay. I'm gonna consolidate all of my armies,
Tracker of distinction.
and they're gonna pop off. Like, this guy's just gonna go straight to Cathay. And I think a combined push will be best, because even right now, you see how I'm sort of just like lazily sliding towards these guys. In the best case scenario, I have all of my armies moving as one. Because you can do an end turn extremely
This is what
quickly
we've trained for.
if you have all of your guys together in a line. Just threaten them to confederate. Is he close? I don't think he's close to confederating, is he?
Statesman, though I do have the authority to discuss.
Sick. Sick. All right. Yeah, that's amazing.
Of the Empire.
Yo, you're brilliant. You're brilliant, son. You're bloody brilliant. I love how it wouldn't have worked earlier, but it worked there. That's pretty massive. That actually that solves a lot of issues now, doesn't it?
Onwards, man. Increase the pace.
Best advice. I heard people said that you can threaten to confederate at about 3, and it seems like you were right. You were right.
Righteous fuel.
Sick. So the way the rest of this one would go. So it took me 30 minutes to get Lustria. I still have to do the... And well, it took me less than 30 minutes to get Lustria. A little bit under. Let's say it takes me 30 minutes for each continent. I would have Cathay, Nagaron, the Donut, the Darklands, and the Altdorf area, right? The Empire. So I have 5 regions to conquer. And I have 30 minutes per region. I don't think it's entirely impossible if I kept going with this. That we'd finish in 30 minutes. It's very close though. That would imply that yeah, it's like can I
How to proceed?
Tracker of distinction.
can I get these
Where next?
settlements in such a short time? Maybe.
Huntsman General.
Maybe. Especially because as we get later into the campaign, things really start falling apart for the AI. They start to just you know, they'll like end turns will go by faster, right? It'll only be a couple pocket factions of allies. I just backstab one at a time. Honestly, that's not too bad. Let's see, 2 hour. At a 2 hour 30-minute run, we have Lustria.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
I don't know. It's very close.
Okay.
It's very close. All I can say is that I'm definitely gonna be doing more of this one. This one is my new obsession. This is my new France campaign. I just can't think of anything else except for this one. Would equipping your lords with move speed items help too, or is that too RNG? I think it's too more than it being RNG. I think it'd take too long. The problem right now that I'm running is that I don't know how exponential my growth is, but perhaps we'll be able to do it. Because this was sort of like, you know, this is a I think even at this rate, right? I could definitely optimize this and just play faster to the point where I have Lustria in 2 hours, especially if we get lucky with some RNG. I think a Lustria capture at 2 hours
For
is
the Empire.
perfectly possible. If not a little bit, you know, a little bit sketch. Like I would have to play very smoothly.
This is why.
But I think it's doable. Like, look at this, right? I don't even have that many enemies. There's a chance, too, that Marcus Wolfheart just pops off. Income's going crazy. Honestly, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Is maybe. Maybe? Oh, man. Because, like, yeah. As sketchy as the early game is, this is going very smoothly now. This army is, yeah, he's just gonna beeline it towards that teleportation point.
Huntsman General.
And our grand invasion of Cathay begins. One thing that I definitely have to do better, though, is keeping track of my armies. I have to make sure that oh, geez, Kalara and Guy. They can go ahead and, yeah, just get into a Huntsman General. This is a nice way of making sure I don't have to manage heroes as much. Just slam them in there. Grenade launchers are still 2-turn recruit, but I can live with that. This one went so much better than the last one where I only got to Kairos by the 2 hour 30-minute mark. Yeah. Yeah, even like, you know, I think definitely just a couple of minor changes could have such a big impact. Maybe, maybe. It depends on how quickly the backstabbing goes, too. The backstabbing of the AI faction is, will take a while. Now, this is an interesting point. I'm starting to lose my initial settlements. And there's also this problem where, AI might do a lot of diplomacy with me. So I have to be a little bit wary of that. I think I could optimize my global recruit a little bit better, too. Interesting. We still have a, Dark Elf faction up north that needs a killing. I'll probably just run them down.
Yes. Huntsman General.
But yeah, there's only so much I can optimize though, right? At some point we can't we can't do this beginning faster, and it'll come down to how quickly I can get my late game going.
Huntsman General.
Hey, nice, they took him out.
Leave
Sick.
no one behind.
I do like allying with the lizardmen here too. That feels like a good strat. I sort of wonder though. So right now as it stands, I'm really bad at building up towards global recruit because I'm just sort of haphazardly upgrading buildings. Why is everyone talking about based? You're about to run an Oregon campaign for the first time? No, Orion. Sorry, Orion? Or are you actually talking about Orion, as in like the guy near Volkmar and Manfred? The more allies you make, the more time you'll have to spend cleaning up later. Yes and no. I don't think it actually increases the, because the thing is, right, I think I'm limited by the number of settlements that I take more so than that, right?
Weapons at the ready.
Ah, come on.
Covering water.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, I think I'm more limited by settlement captures. So it just delays the settlement captures, but yeah, maybe it doesn't speed it up, which is a little bit of an issue.
Get a move on.
So far, going great though. I could be a little bit more optimal with my movement here. I think landing in Cathay at 2 hours 30 minutes is slow. I think at this point I could have easily Oregon Trail Orion. Okay. Yeah, at this point in the campaign, I feel like what the Aranessa's there now? Jeez. I wouldn't have expected that. Regardless though, that's not really that's not really what I'm worried about right now. The biggest thing now, right? Now that I've sort of gone all of Lustria, is how quickly can I take over the rest of the world from Cathay? Because I think the thing that wins you this campaign is less so this setup, and more so your ability to close out a campaign from all the way over there.
Huntsman General. Orders heeded.
Man, this guy's gonna be the bane of my existence, isn't he? I can't get rid of those heroes. Let's see here. I have another army up here. There's definitely a lot of management I have to do for moving my armies effectively. But like from here, right? You know, it's sort of funny to optimize my speed. Oh, dang, Miao Ying's like right there. To optimize my speed, I need to actually just stop worrying about some armies. That's another thing to sort of optimize. Does public order ever become an issue? Rebellions taking back settlements? That's one of the reasons why I'm playing Volkmar. His quest battle for his sword item, or for his weapon, it gives +3 public order globally, which basically solves all of your public order issues. I definitely should be getting my global recruit by turn 1 at this point, though. I've been pretty bad about that. Either that, or I need to arrive at Cathay way earlier.
Scout leader.
Alright, here we go. Let the invasion commence. So the great thing about Cathay is that the invasion should be incredibly quick with very few enemies. And that should increase my pace of expansion even more. Which is all good and dandy. Nice, we'll just land up there. So we'll see how explosive this growth is. Because this could ramp up really, really fast now.
Sir, quicken your
This could ramp up incredibly fast, right? Because the lizardmen have everything held over there.
Huntsman General.
And I'm gonna have everyone in Cathay in a moment. So the way to speed up the end turn to the max is basically I just move my way through Cathay and then hit the end turn as fast as possible. Maybe I do a couple commandments if I feel like it's necessary. I wonder. Actually, I might not need to do commandments anymore now that I have Lustria secured. Because Lustria has a lot of this weird action going on, like Vampire Coast going ham. It honestly doesn't really matter that much, since I have more than enough provinces, where the sort of little biting that the Vampire Coast do there won't actually cause me that much damage. So the only problem is that I don't think I can paint the entire map from just Cathay, even if I do it incredibly quickly, but that's what the experiment's for.
Where next?
I usually don't get this far in the campaign too, so here's the idea. I disable all of these, right? And this might be telling me that I should just go to Cathay earlier, depending on how successful it is.
Hunt them down.
Because if Cathay is just like, you know, if it's just moving through them super easily,
To untamed lands.
it might do me good to straight up sail to Cathay when I have like 4 armies instead.
The course
Instead of going all, like, you know, full ham and waiting for all of these guys and taking over Lustria first. But I don't really have the economy for more armies. Well, I guess I could go to Cathay with 3 after I'm done with Kairos and ignore Lustria. That's an option. Because by the time I kill Kairos, I have 3 armies easily. That might be better, actually. But then why kill Kairos, right? Well, I guess his territory does give some income. Epic Enticity stream? Well, thank you. Remember to be afraid of the big green sentinel. Imagine it's bugged. It just has infinite auto-resolve.
Marcus Wolfhart.
Alright, here we go.
Sir,
I want to play a little bit just to see how good this invasion is. I have quite the invasion fleet with me, having built up most of them in Lustria. So this should be pretty straightforward. Like, I think I can get Cathay down,
strike fast.
but in like the next 10 minutes if I do this fully optimally.
Huntsman General.
We'll see though, we'll see.
Huntsman General.
We'll see how quickly I can actually conquer Cathay.
Orders.
What's this army doing? Oh crap, he still has to
Setting
go through.
sail.
Yeah, maybe not 10 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. It depends. If there's no resistance and I just plow through it, that's a very good sign.
Close in and kill.
Jeez. Bring some opium. Oh my goodness, it's terrible. Because in the sort of 5 region context where I say I have 30 minutes to conquer each region, honestly the donut I can conquer in... The donut will be fast, but Nagaron will be slow, so I guess that balances out. Oh my gosh, Piers, thank you very much for the 50 pounds. Oh my gosh. Happy holidays. Cheers for a fun 5 hours. Thank you very much. You'll get sub 5 eventually. Yo, here, have the Temple of Skulls. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. That is greatly appreciated. I'll do my best to get that sub 5 hours.
Covering ground. Huntsman General.
The great thing about moving through Cathay is that you're very systematic about it. Dang, 50 pounds. Jeez, thank you very much, man.
Happy holidays, cheers for a fun 5 hours. You'll get sub 5 eventually, have a contribution to your war chest and Christmas cheer.
Well, thank you. Now for the robot peers? Yeah, now for the robot peers. I gotta stop impulsively reading these comments. Well, like, what's it? I don't know. For whatever reason, my bot, my text-to-speech is very slow on the draw. But yeah, so the great thing about moving through Cathay is that you can be very systematic about the movement. You can see how, in going top to bottom, I managed to move all my armies at once. And then we hit the end turn, and then we're already on to the next. Now, I don't think we're gonna do it in... Actually, no, I still have, what, 7 minutes to conquer all of Cathay? I think that's doable. Can you change the voice to have a Canadian accent? Probably. I sort of like classic text-to-speech, though.
If I had mine.
But yeah, this feels okay. This feels okay. And then I gotta blitz through Nagarond. And then I need to... And then we'll see sort of how much eliminating factions actually reduces the end turn timer. I have no idea if it's actually impactful or if I'm just sort of going crazy. It seems like Cathay, though. Cathay falls faster than Lustria. If I can keep up that pace with every single continent, then we're good. And the great part about this is that there's no way that the run really ends in this position. I'm simply conquering too much, you know, I'm not conquering too much territory, but my borders are so secure, starting at this side of the map, that I'm really well suited to just blitzing my way through everything. The weird part about this movement, though, is that, or this early game build, is that I don't have access to any of the books. So it's a no book run. It's just a little bit strange. A little bit strange having no books, but it's still going pretty great.
The men are keen. Okay.
Honestly, not going terribly. Not going terribly. I will still need to do this. There's something to be said about auto-leveling these guys at some point. This will do for now. I still don't have global recruit guys, though. When I'm in Cathay, I definitely want global recruit grenades. Big factions have a bigger impact than many small ones? Really? That's interesting. Oh my gosh. They actually brought in the terracotta stack. Interesting. A little bit of resistance then. That means I should be a little bit more careful about my Cathay invasion. Something like that slows down the run a lot. Optimally, we would have no resistance and we just sort of plow through. Now my middle is a little bit open. Nothing more grenade launchers can't fix, but without global, it's a little bit awkward. Okay, what are we looking at? Still though, Volkmar can take over the north pretty easily. Sort of the awkward thing about taking over the north is that you expose yourself to the chaos wastes. So chaos can really sort of bog you down with their armies everywhere. It's something to keep in mind. It's not like the end of the world, but you definitely don't want to get stuck up in chaos.
No greater marksman.
But I feel like at this point we're sort of achieving the pace that I want. I think things could be a little bit smoother, of course, but you know, we're spamming out armies. We're conquering loads of territory. We're forgetting armies. That's not good. But yeah, I think honestly, well, okay, Lustria is still good for the economy though. Maybe I ignore Kairos and just go straight for Lustria. And just let him take over my territory if he does. But does that mean... Okay, because we have the starting provinces, and then we have eastward where the dwarves and Krotgar is. Because now I'm even considering, right? Do we even fight Krotgar? Do we even take Krotgar settlements? Because they don't even give that much, right? I think by the time I kill the dwarves, I already have 3 armies. And 3 armies is enough to take over Lustria slowly. I don't think it's optimal to take Lustria with that, but it would sort of get the job done.
This is ours now.
Very interesting. I'll have to investigate this one more. At this point, though, I'm definitely suffering the consequences of no global recruit. It does feel like the end turn timer is actually speeding up, though, weirdly. Or maybe not weirdly, but interestingly.
Claimed for the Empire.
Yeah, no, it's still going pretty good. We're not conquering all of Cathay by 10 minutes, though, unfortunately. Let's see, what's the timer? It's at 27 seconds. I hit the end turn. How long does it take for an end turn to happen? So we started at 27. Okay, that's 13 seconds. 13 seconds so far. 23 seconds. 23 seconds. Looks like it's gonna be 33 seconds. Okay, it takes about 30 seconds to get an end turn done. Interesting. So that means I have 30 seconds to do as much as I can. In the 30 seconds, I have to conquer 3 settlements. At the current pace.
Track and track. How to proceed.
Man, yeah, at the current pace, I don't know if I'm conquering 3 settlements. Oh man, maybe if I had a little, you know, honestly, in the 30 seconds, I think we conquer 2 settlements and maybe a bit. Yeah, maybe. I think you saw last game. What happens if you don't fight Kairos? Oh, well, it depends on the situation. I might be able to sway the battle in Oxyotl's favor. So Oxyotl tends to fight Kairos up to the middle point. And then when Kairos gets distracted, Oxyotl gives him the steel chair. That's the best case scenario. But there, you know, because of the nature of Total War, sometimes Kairos will just win it. It seems like undiscovered factions finish their turn faster. Maybe less exploration is better. Interesting. It's sort of hard to not get as much exploration, but that might just be because they're minor factions or smaller factions too. It might be, you know, it might not be causation. Diplomacy's real bad though. Diplomacy slows me down by like a couple seconds, but, yeah. It's so on the cusp though. We're very on the cusp of being able to do the sub 5 hour. This is glorious sub 5 hour.
The righteous hammer of
Can someone draw Oxyotl giving Kairos a steel chair? That'd be amazing. You know what's hilarious? If I leave the walls alone and I let Miao Ying stay there, I think she can technically recruit from the wall, but if she acts as a buffer against chaos, that would be amazing. In the end, though, I think if she's just recruiting from the wall, that's a time loss for me. But, like, look at how efficient this is, right? I could have been this efficient in Lustria, too. So, definitely room for speed ups. But, like, that was definitely 3 settlements in 1 minute. That was definitely very, very fast-paced capturing. And we have a ton of money, right? So, optimally, I'd be like, you know, I'd recruit a guy. Set him to auto level. And then, like, you know, spam grenade launchers with him, too. Very interesting, very interesting. So, we're 15 minutes into arriving at Cathay. And we've conquered about half of it. Which is a good pace. I would need 30 minutes for the mountains and the Darklands combined, which would be roughly the same pace, maybe faster if I'm lucky, because it's pretty straight pathed. Thank goodness for those walls. Although honestly, it's sort of wasting more time. Optimally, you'd be recruiting in home provinces too. So the home province thing is weird. I don't know if actually capturing territory in the home provinces is actually worth it. The biggest problem that I run into is the fact that I keep bouncing back to the home provinces, and I'm not actually gaining territory because shortly after getting it, the AI will often retake territory. So it's not the best case scenario.
Volkmar the Grim.
Yeah, the problem is that they, like, you know, like I might get a little bit of territory with them, but like the time that I spend there, not super duper worth it. It also cuts funding
Yes.
for armies like all the way here
Okay.
who are trying to get things done. So it's yeah, usually from what I found from experience, I think it's a little bit less.
Fall in, men.
It's a little bit less worth
Quicken your stride.
to split your armies like that. Optimally, I would be able to control it really well, though. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that I would be able to control well enough where I have multiple armies bouncing around on the map at the same time. That would be sick. But yeah, like what I really want is what I'm doing right now, where I have a line of guys that I just travel up top to bottom, and then I move them in and attack. And I don't have to worry about checking out the army panel. Because that eats up, like, you know, 5 seconds every turn. But every turn is 1 minute, right? So that's like, you know, it's like a 15-second time save. It's insane. Or not, 15% time save, if I can actually manage that well. Technically, I could manage that in 2 different areas at the same time, too. Though, having that many armies operating tends to be very expensive.
Where next? To
Okay.
untamed lands.
Definitely, though, definitely. I think it's worth investing the time setting up good global recruit. Like, I think it's even better than having blacksmiths. Good global recruit, or like turn 1 global recruit grenade launchers, is such a massive change of pace that I think, yeah, I just can't pass it up. It's just too, it's just far too important.
Get a move on.
Tracker of distinction. Take them out.
That's a colorful city.
Battle positions.
Yeah, just all the random buildings.
Still belong to the Emperor.
Oh, I missed Marcus.
We are the best.
I didn't really miss him. There we go. Yeah, there's another thing to be said about just relying on... I could just rely on local recruitment, too. That's not the end of the world, especially against some of the smaller settlements, where I don't really need full-on grenade launcher stacks to do well. But the moment I get a bad auto-resolve, it's like the army wasn't really worth recruiting in the first place. I wonder what the next best good auto-resolve unit is. Do you guys think I could get like a great sword stack? Because there's something to be said about just pumping money into it, right? If I have enough of these buildings, training fields, there's something to be said about just like saying, hey, you know what? Grenade launchers aren't here yet. Oh, as I say that, literally have turn 1 grenade launchers. But like, what? I don't know, swordsmen? War wagons? Maybe. Alright, sick. But this warpath is going great.
Captain of Scouts.
Sick. We've peeled away the terracotta stack. How wonderful. Not having books, sort of awkward, because I get fewer free units.
Where next?
You think maybe you should start going north and conquer the Empire?
First. Strike
Since
fast.
it's so, since it is so faction and settlement dense. Also, you'll get landmark slots. Maybe? Well, like, conquering the Empire is really awkward. Because you end up getting so many enemies from declaring war on the Empire.
Fall in, men.
And you have exposed flanks up the wazoo. You have, like, you have so many random flanks that you gotta deal with. Because of the east, you have to plow through the greenskins, and then you have to deal with Queek.
Scout leader.
And then you have possibly some guys in the mountains.
Huntsman General.
Gonna,
Men, we're there.
what's it, like further north that could jump you if Skarsnik does well. And then what? Do you just skip the dwarves? Do you skip the dwarves, or do you fight them? And you have to fight, like, you know, the combined dwarven human empire barreling down on you. It's not pretty. This seems like a category defined by loading times, to be honest. Well, 50% of this is just watching the end turn roll by. But I don't think it's defined by it. Because the thing is, if you don't play optimally, your run is going to increase by a lot. If I play this suboptimally, I think a 6-hour run easily becomes like a 10-hour run. Especially if you get to a point where you're just stuck in a constant loop of fighting random armies. So I think there's a lot to be said about actually doing things fully optimally and figuring out the routing. I think routing is more important than just talking about the end turn thing. Although definitely I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone wants to just see auto resolves and past end turns, but for me it's very interesting. I'm having a great time right now. The more optimal the turns, the less turns needed, so less waiting time lost. That's true, yeah. Yeah, it cuts out the same amount of waiting on turns that it does for other stuff. I am noticing that Volkmar's public order boost seems like it's enough to make sure these places don't rebel. Yeah, even like this territory, none of them are gonna get pushed to rebelling unless like one of the settlements gets sacked. So that's a pretty good sign.
On the trail.
Fall in, men.
That's a fairly good sign.
This is what we've trained for.
But yeah, there's no way I'd get this done in another 2 hours. I think reasonably in the next 2 hours, the most likely thing for me would be, I think like 1 hour for this area, and then 1 hour for like, you know, pushing here, right, and taking out Nagorond. And then I would need another hour to conquer the rest of the world, like this middle pocket. Cathay took me roughly 30 minutes though. Which is a good pace. But yeah, we're at 6 hours, cutting off 1 hour. I need to be 20% more efficient. Whew, man, it's so close. It's very close. There's something to be said about if I can kill Cetra and just hard push north and just ally with Tic-Tac-Toe, that I would be able to expand enough to win that way. But the territory is so treacherous without underway. Cathay and most of Lustria in 1 hour. Yeah, it's not all of Lustria too, so it is a little bit bad that I would have to sort of double back.
Huntsman General, where next?
Doubling back to Lustria and recruiting armies there obviously takes some time. Not having armies like right in position ready to dive in. But I feel like we're almost there. And this was a good practice. Usually usually I don't play long enough to get all the way to Cathay, so. And we can actually get here consistently now, which is a very good sign. If 6 hours, you'd need to be 16.6% more efficient. That doesn't seem like that much more efficient, actually. That feels pretty great. Ah, dang it. I don't have siege attacker.
Time to fight.
Let's pull him back. I forgot to maintain my good siege attackerage. Recentering the camera, also minor time loss.
Purge the heretics. For the
Huh.
air.
Why is Enticity using a no book build? Because I find that the books aren't in a great position for my mass conquering.
Fall in, men.
Getting books is
No time for R&R.
takes a while.
Get 'em
Because
moving.
most of them are in the Empire, and I usually don't want to be declaring extra wars early on. This seems like a category. Oh wait, no, should we reading comments now? Okay, but so like Miao Ying was not that hard to kill though. She had like 2 armies, and then she was basically dead. I think Zhao is in a similar situation. Very interesting. So the next increase in speed, I believe, that we can hit, it is going to be, how can I do this, getting to Cathay and doing the Grand Invasion a little bit faster, while also getting my recruitment capacity going. Because right now I am being held back by how quickly I can recruit. I could have like an extra army running around right now. Like taking out the Chaos Waste. Which would be fairly easy. The Chaos Wastes above Cathay are not especially scary. So there's something to be said about that. Can you just incidentally get the books though? Weirdly, no. So if you think about it, right, it would take me like a few turns. Like, it's just not in my normal expansion path, so they're sort of out of the way for me to conquer. And anything that's out of the way, right, my camera's centered in Cathay. So if I had to double back to get the books and move those armies northwards and avoid getting attacked, right, and working on the that would probably be like a plus 20 minutes situation just for a couple books that don't really do much for me. Like, I'm not even making that much use of I don't even really need the replenishment. By the way, thank you very much for your deck underage. Oh geez, it's Einfach.
Affirmative.
It's Ein. Is it Einfach? I think. Was it Einfach? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh man, I forgot how to say your name. What was the way to say your name properly again? Oh no. Oh man, it's been a while. It's been a while and I forgot.
We're there.
I feel like it was
Huntsman General.
Huntsman General.
I don't think it was just Einfach. I feel like there was like a second sound in there that I need to get going. Oh no.
Huntsman General. Move out.
Unflinching.
I'm sure you're ready to remind me in a bit.
General.
Alright, nice. It was
Superb huntsmanship, man.
You still have the Discord recording of me? Is your Discord name Einfach? Or Einfach? Let's see here. Bump. Oh, thank you very much. Einfach. Oh, it is just Einfach. Okay. Einfach. Oh, I think the H is... I'm supposed to, like, do the ha a bit more, like Einfach. Something like that. Is the second sound phlegm? Unfortunately not. Unless I'm saying it terribly wrong. But yeah, it's just Einfach. Einfach. Like, the ha is important, I believe. There we go, we got there, though. Alright, sick.
Combat awaits.
So we've reached the Gorst.
Is it time?
We've reached the Gorst, guys. At the 3-hour mark. I've reached Gorst at 3 hours. I think optimally, I reach Gorst at 2 hours 30 minutes. We're golden.
The men are
We
keen.
reach Gorst any later, it's impossible.
Camp and forage.
But so far, it feels like this is a
Out to proceed.
decent pace.
Take them out.
The great thing about invading Cathay, though, is that you always have them distracted by Gorst.
Yes.
Gorst is such a menace for Cathay
Huntsman General.
that they have all of their armies out of position. It's amazing.
Marcus Wolfhart. The instrument of
The real question, though. Oh, dang, we're getting siege here? Village? Oh, thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that auto-resolve. So we have village here, right? But we also have, like, you know, we also have the gates. I think it might even be better. Does Cathay recruit from the gates? Well, I don't know, because we're painting the map, right? I gotta push there eventually. So I think what should have happened is my global recruit was slightly better. And I have 2 armies to push the Chaos Waste. Now, the other thing to think about is, like, what are we gonna do about the Order factions? Are we going to hard push them, or do we ignore them? Because I feel like attacking the Order factions is only for the late game. They recruit from the gates? Okay, good to know. Yeah, in my eyes, I'm not supposed to touch the Order factions until the very end. When I push down from the Empire. Because it also ensures I get to confederate France. And confederating France is like plus, you know, 50 settlements, right? Especially if it's late game France. So like we pick up late game France, he has like all the settlements. Who knows, maybe he's killed Norska by then, right? That would actually be a massive time save if I don't have to worry about the Empire. That would be massive.
Tremble before me.
Everyone's saying they definitely recruit from the gates. Good to know. The people who know that probably play Village, I'm guessing. Either that or you've played Cathay and you're just assuming the AI will also do that, which is not a terrible guess.
All right. Huntsman General. Huntsman General.
But yeah. Okay, so I've taken over Cathay and only like 3 minutes later than I thought I would. That's pretty good pace. I've seen them do it. All right, yeah. Anyways, I definitely trust chat. Chat's usually right about these things. Very restricted unit selection. Don't they have terracottas from the thing? I'm pretty sure they can recruit terracottas from the gates. I don't know if the AI does, but I know as a player you definitely can. Okay, so so the start is pretty good. My start is pretty clean. It could be optimized though. It could be optimized. We'll work on it, guys. The best case scenario is, I think, if I can sneak an allegiance with Oxyotl really early and skip the whole Tzeentch business. Which I think I can do. But the thing is, after I'm done killing Kroq-Gar, I'm already by Tzeentch. I might as well go there. So it would need to be a run where I basically skip the Kroq-Gar kill.
Forward to victory.
And the best way to skip Kroq-Gar is to just kill the dwarves, or I leave them for tic-tac-toe. This relies a lot on tic-tac-toe doing well though. They do terracottas from tier 4 and usually build the Jade Warrior recruit building. I see, so they're goofing. Sick. Easy Vampire Count's army kill. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna send 2 armies down there to fight the Gorst.
Huntsman General.
Where next? Huntsman General.
Volkmar just goes right into here. So the great thing about this, right? The thing that I like the most about invading Cathay, that I think makes it a must to invade Cathay, this right here. After I take over this territory, my armies converge into these like 3 choke points, right? They can explode from there so incredibly quickly because I'm gonna have multiple guys together, right? Oh my goodness. Can I leave while siege? I can't even leave. Yeah, so this is the sketchy part, right? Where we got chaos. So had I had better global recruit, this wouldn't have happened. But like, what I think, so we're gonna end the run now. What I think would have happened, I have the money for it. So 2 more armies to push here, to push north, right? They just blitz it this way. They have no enemies like whatsoever, right? There's nothing really to slow them down. I get a few more guys to push here. But Volkmar and like another army can take over this area really easily. And then this northern passage has basically no settlements. Basically a barren wasteland. Very easy to conquer. We spill into the Darklands with about 6 armies. So they take it over very quickly, spilling out of the mountains. But I don't think we fight Imric. I think I start consolidating and everybody goes north. Because at this point, I'm only going to have 10 armies, right? 3 armies here. Maybe 4 armies to take over here. We help out the Empire because they're still fighting against Festus. It's only turn 100. You might encounter Kolek. Yeah, that might be a little bit of Kolek, but he's not that scary. So we go here. We help out the Empire. We use that as a leverage to confederate France, which secures me the Empire extremely quickly. And we have all of here, right? Then it's a question of I have my armies up north. They, you know, obviously they're going to plow through there. But once the Empire's taken over, and Norska, I'm going to have a lot of armies that don't really have anything to do. And at that point, I got to find a way to backstab the Alliance here without causing me too many issues back at home. And I think that might be doable. If you look at Cetra, his alliances do not align with the Empire. So what I think, or like with, and just the dwarves in the north in general, Cetra, who by the way has been very industrious here, let's say he doesn't, as long as he's not military alliance with the dwarves, right? I can kill the dwarves, and then when Cetra finally, you know, he probably won't join that war, but if he breaks the alliance, right, we can start taking him out. We have no one down here, or maybe just Oxyotl. And then the armies pushing from the north, who finally kill off Nagaron, take the donut, and then I can recruit a few guys to push over here and kill Mazdamundi. Tic-tac-toe invading Ikit. Yeah, things have been going crazy while we looked away. But yeah, at this point, I think we can get a full map, all allianced, out in 5 hours pretty easily. Honestly, there's not that much to take over after Cathay's gone, right? It's just like this pocket. And the biggest thing is like, can I confederate the Empire? And the problem is that for one, I'm doing a lot of backstabbing. I don't know if I can actually get a confederation on the relative faction strength. He's stronger than me? Franz is stronger than me? Yeah, that one's a bit RNG. He's strength rank 1 right now, but that would be huge. Anyways, I think that's the plan. For science, if you declare war on Imric now, what do your allies think of it? That's a very good test. Camry holds. Camry holds. Weirdly enough, tic-tac-toe is not a great... Tic-tac-toe is not a great friend. Interesting. I wonder, how strong is my bond with Cetra? Will he go to the ends of the earth for me? Oh my gosh. Cetra is a beast. Cetra will go against the world for me. That's actually really good. That's really, really good. Okay, interesting. So we lose Kalita. But I can totally just backstab tic-tac-toe and let Cetra buffer for me while I conquer the rest of the world. Tomb Kings are the best allies. They really are. Yo, that's sick. That's sick. So I take over the rest of the world and then we're done. Weirdly enough. So if I declare war on Hexawaddle, that's instant war with the High Elves. Yeah, instant war with the High Elves. So that would be a bad idea. But yeah, Cetra will stay with me till the ends of the earth. And he will buffer long enough for me to kill off the dwarves. And that should be pretty clean. There's something to be said about just continuing to push westwards from Cathay and just conquer the Empire that way, but something to explore later day. Was a good day of streaming, guys. Solid 6-hour stream. Oh my goodness. I gotta go grab me some grub. But was fun. I'm gonna experiment with this a little bit. And I'll be streaming tomorrow, same time as usual. 1 p.m. EST at the latest. Peace out. Have a wonderful day, guys.